None of this actually answers the question of how rules of engagement are negotiated, but it does at least make clear why it cannot be done directly, or openly. This seems particularly true in the United States. In other countries, from Madagascar to Italy, the terms can sometimes be worked out tacitly, or even not so tacitly, between organizers and police. As a result, protest can end up becoming a kind of game in which the rules are clearly understood by each side, e.g., hit us as hard as you like as long as you hit us on our padding, we won't hit you but we'll try to plow through the barricades in our padded suits, let's see who wins. Before the G8 meetings in Genoa, for instance, the Italian authorities were forced to bring in the LAPD to train Italian police in how not to interact with protesters, or allow either side to be effectively humanized in the eyes of the other. Organizers with Ya Basta and similar groups later told me they knew that something terrible was about to happen when policemen whose cell phone numbers they'd collected suddenly all stopped answering their calls. But in the US, at least, the process of negotiation is almost always indirect. Still, how the negotiation takes place is critical, since that's the real place of power. As any political anthropologist can tell you, the most important form of political power is not the power to win a contest, but the power to define the rules of the game, not the power to win an argument, but the power to define what the argument is about. Here, it is clear that the power does not, in fact, all reside on one side. Police restraints are not self-imposed. Years of moral political struggle, on the part of anyone from the National Lawyers Guild or ACLU to right-wing libertarian gun enthusiasts, and including hundreds of groups with very different relations to government, have created a situation in which police have to accept certain restrictions on the use of force. These restrictions are, as I keep pointing out, highly uneven. Again, all this is much more true when dealing with people defined as white, but nonetheless, it acts as a real limit on the state's ability to suppress dissent. The problem for those dedicated to the principle of direct action is that, while these rules of engagement, particularly the levels of force police are allowed to get away with, are under constant renegotiation, the process is expected to take place largely through formal legal and political channels, and through the mainstream media. In other words, through institutions they explicitly reject. Here, one returns full force to a question I've largely been skirting over the course of this chapter. Protest is meant to create change largely by attempting to influence something called the public. Civil disobedience operates by attempting to publicly expose the violence or injustice of the system. So the ultimate judge in the matters of the rules of engagement is something called the public. But what's that? In the US, at least, the public is essentially assumed to be the audience of the corporate media. Or, alternately, voters and consumers of public services. Still, that's essentially it. The public only exists, then, in relation to the media and political classes. Public opinion, in turn, can only express itself through some sort of mediation, polls, for example, that may or may not, then influence policy. One can see how far this is from the activist and particularly the anarchist ideal of self-organization by considering the fact that, according to the language usually employed by the media and political classes, the moment members of the public do self-organize in any ways, by joining labor unions or political associations, they are no longer the public but special interest groups. In this way, the very notion of a public flies in the face of what activists are trying to achieve. Hardly surprising then that they feel profoundly ambivalent towards playing that particular game. As a result, the negotiation over rules of engagement takes place largely through the kind of calculated efforts to sway a mediatized public opinion that police, at least in America, are willing to play quite aggressively, but that activists, and particularly anarchists, are increasingly unwilling to play at all. There have been any number of attempts to get around this. Activists have attempted to appeal directly to communities, particularly poor, immigrant, or working-class communities. They have tried to create coalitions with unions and other already existing organizations. They have tried to create their own, new forms of media, and hence in effect new publics. For example, through the independent media centers IMCS the results have been uneven, but as we'll see, considering the degree to which all the cards in the corporate media are stacked against them, it would be hard to make the case that they have much of a choice. Conclusions. What we have been examining, then, over the course of this chapter is an attempt to create small situations of dual power. The politics of protest operates within a given legal or institutional framework. It seeks to marshal popular support to overturn particular policies. It might even aim to overthrow a particular government, but it does not seek to change the framework itself. Nonetheless, even within relatively mild forms of protest, there are the seeds of something else. Insofar as marshals do not become mere adjuncts to the police, insofar as rallies do not just exist to support candidates, they provide an inkling of a different form of society and of organization. There is already at least a tiny prefigurative element. When one moves to direct action properly conceived, that prefigurative element becomes the main point. Those who carry out a direct action are insisting on their right to act as if they are already free. But at the same time, even here, there are just about always some traces of the logic of protest. Hence the shifting, unstable, and often highly ambiguous relations between community, audience, targets, and police that I have spent so much of the chapter trying to document. Direct action and protest can never, perhaps, stand absolutely independent of each other. If one carries the principle of direct action far enough, if it evolves from tactic to strategy, it logically moves in the direction of creating much more elaborate, and more permanent, forms of dual power. This is another reason why the EZLN, the Zapatista Army of National Liberation in Mexico, proved such an inspiration for anarchists around the world. They were one group that was most spectacularly successful in pulling it off. The famous 10-day uprising in January 1994 was, more than anything, an attempt to open up a space for nonviolent direct action. The EZLN immediately put aside their guns, declared a ceasefire, but made it clear they still had the means to continue armed struggle if they felt they had no alternative. One could call this the moment of negotiation, of moral political struggle as I earlier put it to define the terms of engagement, an art at which the Zapatistas have proved most adept. There followed the slow and difficult work of maintaining the balance of force that made the opening possible, while using the opportunity to slowly build up autonomous communities. When one does not have such dramatic access to the force of arms, a common approach is to begin organizing around something no one, really, can seriously object to, a free clinic, for instance, even a community garden. One then tries to build up an independent infrastructure around the unobjectionable institution, negotiate some sort of tacit understanding with the authorities to at least stay at arm's length, and then attempt to expand one's zone of autonomy into a larger community and ally with similar projects elsewhere. Such efforts are always going on. As critics of summit hopping always point out, a successful long-term strategy will necessarily have to be community-based though, as defenders of mass mobilizations will often usually more quietly and tentatively, reply, without the occasional spectacular mobilization, it is much more difficult to do so as it becomes difficult to maintain the sense that a movement is even going on. At any rate, some might argue that this study's focus on the United States, and particularly on New York City, has tended to skew the results. These are, after all, the epicenters of empire, and therefore, about the most difficult places on earth to attempt a dual power strategy. The result is that the groups and actions we've been looking at tend to have a certain insubstantial aspect that would probably be much less marked if I had begun my work in a different part of the world, since movements like this are, indeed, beginning to appear just about everywhere. Nonetheless, that very insubstantiality is, I think, worth study in itself, since it tends to make it easier to observe some of the elementary forms, as it were, and elementary dilemmas of any prefigurative politics. Chapter 9. Representation. In the typology of actions that I outlined in Chapter 8, I emphasized that all of these can form elements or components of larger mass actions, but I had relatively little to say about mass actions themselves. Most of these mass actions like Quebec City contained elements of all five of them: marches and rallies, pickets of corporate offenders, carnivals, lockdowns, black bloc actions, and even more besides. No one, however, has direct experience of an action as a whole. In Quebec City, for example, I was in the thick of things for 3 days, but never saw the march, or the living river. At A16 I joined the blockades, but never saw the Black Bloc. In Philadelphia I was with the bloc, but never saw a single lockdown. Insofar as one can experience a mass action as a whole, one can only do so through some form of representation, whether stories activists tell each other, or newspaper reports, or summaries patched together later on activist news wires, or through CNN, or in the 40-minute movie version of the action sure to be put out a few weeks later by IMC video teams. It's only in this chapter, which is about such representations, that one can also talk about mass actions as totalities. The totality, then, doesn't exist as an object of experience. It has to be created through techniques which may range from narrative structures to film montage, the organization of diaries or photo essays, and so on. This means, of course, that there is not one, but 1,000 totalities. Each is a political statement, an argument, in effect, about the ultimate meaning of the event. As one might imagine, anarchists and activists coming out of the direct action tradition do not see this as a struggle to impose a definitive version of events, a single master narrative. Multiplicity is part of the whole point. But this hardly means they see all accounts as equally valid, or that they do not tend to be deeply shocked and offended on picking up a newspaper the next day and reading mainstream media accounts of just about any event in which they themselves took part. This chapter will be partly about such media constructions, partly about activist efforts to create alternative forms of communication and alternative audiences. I'll also make the argument that, for activists, these new forms of media, and above all the ability to immediately play a role in telling the story of the event, are now critical to the experience itself. It's something of an irony that the chapter dealing with totalities has to be the most partial and fragmentary of all. But I don't think there's any way to avoid this. There are just too many players in this game. From the start, in writing this book, I have had to make decisions about what perspectives to represent. I began by deciding, in talking about differences between activists, to limit myself to the anarchist perspective, especially what might be called the small anarchist perspective, as opposed to those of liberal or Marxist groups. In part, this is because the anarchist perspective is the only one with which I feel thoroughly conversant. Similarly, when dealing with confrontations between activists and police, I have limited myself to the activist perspective, in fact, reproducing the activist puzzlement when faced with even having to imagine what things look like from the perspective of the cops. In this chapter, I am describing the interaction of at least 3 parties: activists, reporters, and police, 2 of whose perspectives I have not really researched firsthand. Point 100 Still, in this context, those other perspectives cannot simply be ignored. For example, much of the latter part of the chapter will turn on attempts to understand the peculiar police hostility to giant puppets. Fortunately, however, other researchers have spent a great deal of time talking to cops and journalists, certainly much more than they have carried out research on anarchists, and there's a pretty substantial literature to draw on. I'll fall back on that literature when it seems appropriate, but still, my account is mainly about understanding the activist point of view. Section I, Corporate Media. Yup, in America we all have the right to free speech. Unless, of course, you actually decide to use it. Howard Johnson's cashier: 2 anarchists trapped in the store while the police expel protesters from Times Square, February 15, 2003. An initial note on the effects of mainstream media representation: anarchists tend to abhor the corporate media. Most refuse to even speak to professional reporters. Even those who do media work during actions, who form phone banks and street teams to promulgate the organizer's point of view, take it for granted that the corporate media is essentially a venue for propaganda, and that, Newspapers and TV networks being capitalist firms, it would be hopelessly naive to believe they could ever be expected to correctly convey an anti-capitalist point of view. During large mobilizations, it is assumed from the start that the media will be systematically biased in favor of the police. Here again I must declare my own biases. I think they're right. I have done a fair amount of work with anarchist media teams, and just about everything I have seen tends to confirm this. I often say that the most one can really expect from the corporate media during a major mobilization is to inform the public that an objectionable institution exists. Under no circumstances can one expect the media to accurately inform the public as to why protesters find it objectionable. The actions that are most successful, in media terms, are ones in which it suffices just to point. Before Seattle, in November 1999, very few people in the US had heard of the WDO. While activists failed to get their central message that institutions like the WDO were a threat to the very principle of democracy into any newspaper, just pointing out the existence of the WDO had much the same effect. The same was true of the IMF and World Bank, highlighted 5 months later at A16, institutions that had become some of the main instruments of American power in the world, but that most Americans had never heard of. When 2 months later, at the Republican convention, Dan decided to make an issue of the prison industrial complex, the fact that more and more products in the US are manufactured by convicts, and that corporations who employ prison labor almost invariably also provide massive campaign contributions to political candidates in favor of maintaining harsh sentencing guidelines that have, since the 1980s, tripled the number of convicts in America by filling the jails with nonviolent drug offenders. This proved far too complex a message. It required analysis. Therefore, when the media didn't take up the story, the message was simply lost. As for bias in favor of police, this can be demonstrated quite easily. One needs simply compare the typical impressions of ordinary citizens who happen to wander into the scene of an action without any preconception or political bias, and what the same citizens typically think if they watch the event on the news. As anyone who had engaged in numerous street actions can tell you, people who wander onto the scene of an action almost invariably leave sympathetic to the protesters. At the same time, they tend to be first startled, then outraged, on witnessing the conduct of police. This is so notoriously the case that it often creates a moral dilemma for organizers. On the one hand, you don't want to hold an action in a place where a lot of innocent bystanders might end up dodging tear gas canisters, having to run in terror from baton-wielding riot cops, or being swept up in indiscriminate mass arrests. On the other hand, any organizer is aware that absolutely nothing radicalizes ordinary citizens so much as seeing what it's like to be in the middle of an action. Almost invariably, the decision is finally made not to endanger innocents. But almost invariably, too, the decision is made with the wistful knowledge that doing otherwise would have produced at least a half-dozen angry new anarchists. At the same time, these very same citizens, were they to watch the same event on TV or read about it in the newspapers, almost never react that way. If anything, media coverage is more likely to leave the audience inclined to support police repression, which is always framed as protecting, and never as endangering, the public. Representations, then, do make a difference. Often they exactly reverse the perspective an eyewitness would have had. Of course, this is only true if the event is covered by the media at all. Another matter that often comes as a shock to onlookers is the fact that the events they are witnessing are not considered national news stories or often even local ones. I still have a vivid memory of a conversation with a Pakistani shopkeeper at a sandwich shop, a block away from a police precinct in Lower Manhattan. It was the night of the Peltier March, and 4 Black Bloc anarchists had been snatched arbitrarily out of the parade by police and were being held at the station. About 30 or 40 activists had assembled outside to do jail solidarity. At one point, 3 of us came to his shop to use the bathroom and pick up water and other supplies. We struck up a conversation. As we explained what had happened, he became increasingly indignant. But, you should call CNN, he kept insisting, and couldn't understand why several of us started laughing. No, really. You know who you should call? One of those local news stations, like NBC. I'll let you use my phone. What about New York one? I bet they'd make this their lead story. He seemed so sincere and well-intentioned that finally we pretended to agree, and someone produced a cell phone. He left assuring us he'd be watching for us on the nightly news. In reality, of course, it doesn't even occur to most seasoned activists to inform TV reporters of any but the most massive actions, let alone of cases of police misconduct. Tone would just be wasting one's time and energy, just as it never seems to occur to ordinary citizens that major news outlets would not be interested in such events. There are reasons for this. In the United States, for example, the habit of considering most protests unnewsworthy seems to go back to a widespread feeling within the industry that the media paid too much attention to protests in the 1960s. According to what seems to have become folk wisdom among reporters, at least those I have talked to about the matter, TV coverage in particular is seen as having driven radical student groups to continually top each other with more violent or outrageous stunts, leading, in the end, to riots and massacres, until, at some point, the media realized that they had themselves become part of the problem. The new policy can be summed up by the New York Times senior news editor, Bill Borders, who, when challenged by FAIR, a media watchdog group, to explain why the Times provided almost no coverage to the 2001 inauguration protests, second largest inaugural protests in American history, replied that they did not consider the protests themselves to be a news story. Insofar as protesters were trying to make an issue of irregularities in the elections that brought Bush to power, Borders noted, the Times had already covered that story in great detail. The protest itself, on the other hand, was a staged event, designed to be covered, and therefore not real news. 101 protests, then, are basically artificial spectacles designed to influence or manipulate the media. No responsible newspaper would play along. Media executives make this kind of argument all the time. An activist, of course, would tend to respond that, if the Times was really in the business of ignoring artificial spectacles organized just to be covered, they would not have devoted 5 whole pages to the inaugural ceremonies in the first place. When one has a situation like the one in Philadelphia during the 2000 Republican convention, where upwards of 20,000 reporters spent days trying to figure out how to fish another news story out of the minutiae of an entirely scripted ceremonial event, while largely ignoring pitched battles in the streets between police and anarchist clown blocks a few thousand feet away, the idea that media is skipping actions because they are staged events becomes obviously untenable. This is anyway what an activist would respond if allowed access to the media. In fact, arguments like this are just the sort of thing that would never be printed if sent in as, say, a letter to the editor. In the case of the Bush inauguration, FAIR made the obvious response in its own press release. The New York Times argument that it did not need to give significant coverage to the anti-inaugural demonstrations because it had already covered the electoral dispute in Florida is akin to saying that it was not necessary to give much coverage to sit-ins in the segregated South because the paper had already covered the Jim Crow laws the sit-ins were protesting. As for the charge that they are staged events, designed to be covered, that could be said of almost the entire inauguration process, as well as of a large percentage of events that the New York Times reports on in Washington. The difference is that demonstrations are staged by ordinary citizens, whereas the inaugurations, official press conferences, etc. that the New York Times prefers to cover are staged by people with access to power. 102 In other words, it's not a question of whether a group is trying to manipulate the media for political purposes, but whether editors or media executives feel that group has the authority to do so. Events staged by politicians, officially recognized lobbying groups, or corporate executives, are normally considered newsworthy. Those by protest groups usually are not, except insofar as they can be represented as a threat to public order. The media's ultimate loyalties then are to a certain structure of authority. One reason that the news media has become so obsessed with maintaining the legitimacy of this institutional structure of authority is that they see themselves as an intrinsic part of it, as, indeed, they are. I think this is the real meaning of the first comment by Mr. Borders. Ultimately it is a question of who gets to tell the story, and the media reserves that privilege for itself. 103 Those running newspapers and TV networks feel this is their essential function in a representative democracy, to be the responsible, that is, only legitimate, conduit for public debate. This attitude has some apparently paradoxical effects. It's not as if mass actions have never successfully influenced the way mainstream news outlets cover stories. There is every reason to believe that they have. However, those news outlets rarely, if ever, acknowledge this influence. In almost every case, they act as if, when they change the tenor of their coverage, they are responding not to social movements, but to some gradual shifting of opinion that has taken place among those they consider legitimate opinion shapers, pundits, columnists, public intellectuals within the media itself. Here, the WTO shutdown in Seattle, and A16 the IMF/World Bank blockades in Washington a few months later, are an excellent case in point. During A16, the activist media team made a conscious decision to make an issue of structural adjustment neoliberal reform packages inflicted on poor countries as a condition of loan relief, which, they argued, caused massive impoverishment, hunger, disease, and death among the world's poor. The message: we are not protesting free trade. We are not protesting globalization. We are protesting structural adjustment. At media trainings, anyone talking to the reporters was encouraged to use the term structural adjustment as often as possible. This kind of repetition is a classic tactic used by PR professionals and, in fact, a number of the volunteers working with activist media teams were experienced PR professionals, who had clocked in time in the corporate publicity world. Reporters and editors, however, appear to have quickly realized what was happening, and to have made a conscious decision to not play along. The phrase structural adjustment policy did not end up appearing in a single news story about the protests. Reporters not only uniformly described the protests as aimed against free trade and globalization, that is, insofar as they were willing to impute a coherent position to protesters at all, editors systematically refused to publish any of the dozen-odd op-ed pieces and letters to the editor sent out by activist media teams, many written by prominent activist economists or other academics, or so much as mention the existence of the elaborate intellectual conferences discussing alternatives. That always took place alongside the actions themselves. Instead, the New York Times, for example, on April 16 itself published 3 different op-ed pieces arguing that the protesters were foolish and misguided, that, in fact, globalization and free trade were the only hope for the world's poor. 104 The front page the next day covered the story of the actions almost purely from a public order perspective, leading with what can only be called an editorial disguised as a news story by reporter John Kiffner praising the police in D.C. for applying force in a more systematic and effective fashion than at Seattle. 105 One front page story on April 18 actually quoted Police Chief Ramsey as saying the protests were a win-win situation for everyone, and noted that both sides were able to declare victory, the police, because they managed to prevent protesters from shutting down the meetings. While protesters from the Mobilization for Social Justice rejoiced that their once obscure objections to international monetary policy were now on the front pages, this despite the statement being demonstrably untrue. In fact, nowhere on the front page of that or any other edition of the Times was there any indication of what those objections even were. 106 The fascinating thing, though, is what happened afterwards. The A16 coverage occurred during the height of the Washington Consensus, a time when neoliberalism was still being treated as the self-evident, inevitable direction of history. Over the following months, this slowly began to change. As the anti-globalization movement, really a global movement against neoliberal policies, seemed to be gaining momentum everywhere, governments and academics began to rethink their positions. A few prominent neoliberal economists like Jeffrey Sachs and Joseph Stiglitz broke rank, and began arguing that structural adjustment policies had, indeed, had all the disastrous consequences protesters claimed they did. Within a year or two, one began to see editorials in Time and Newsweek claiming that anti-globalization protesters had been right all along. One or two of these editorials even used the phrase structural adjustment. Many seem to have lifted their arguments directly from activist op-ed submissions those same papers had refused to run. Clearly, these messages did have an effect. Yet one thing remained constant throughout: at no point were activists or activist intellectuals quoted, or allowed to use the mainstream press as a means to make these points themselves. This seems to be a matter of policy. Media executives appear to view their role in such matters as refereeing a public debate among legitimate voices. From this perspective, anyone who attempts to disrupt public order as a way of getting their message in the paper is by definition illegitimate. It's for exactly the same reason take one example with which I'm personally familiar. If someone in the audience cuts into Vice President Cheney's speech by shouting, "Hey, Cheney, how much have you made off the Iraq War so far?" before being wrestled to the ground by Secret Service, newspapers will report that a heckler interrupted Cheney's speech with an anti-war slogan, and then describe the resulting scuffle, but never reproduce the heckler's actual words. By the reigning editorial logic, to reproduce his actual words would be to allow the heckler to hijack the media. It would be morally equivalent to printing a message sent by a terrorist, and would make the newspaper partially responsible if anyone acted in a similar way, disrupting an authorized event to get a message in the paper. In the future. 1071 can, and activists regularly do, critique all the underlying assumptions here. What constitutes order? Does not the reigning political economic system guarantee that a small elite live relatively secure, predictable lives, and the vast majority of humans live lives of insecurity and terror? What constitutes a disruption? Does not the invasion of Iraq and deaths of 100,000 Iraqis constitute more of a disruption than blocking the street in front of a recruiting center? But, once one accepts the inherent legitimacy of dominant institutions, it's hard to come to any other conclusion. If nothing else, this logic helps to explain why activists before a major summit can send out thousands of press releases to just about every major news venue containing carefully worked out position papers, and still read editorials in the same papers the next day complaining that it's unclear if activists even know what they believe or what they're for. It is important to once again emphasize that this structure of authority is not limited to the apparatus of constitutional government. Reporters or TV producers will often speak as if it is, pointing out, for instance, that trade negotiators are appointed by elected heads of state, and that no one ever elected protesters. Of course, the same objection could be raised about corporations like Monsanto. No one elected them either, and no TV news show would object on principle to carrying material from a Monsanto press release or covering its staged publicity events. But there is a reason for this too. TV networks and news magazines cannot, by definition, see profit-seeking firms as anything but legitimate voices on matters of public interest, because TV networks and news magazines are themselves profit-seeking firms. To see things otherwise would destroy their own legitimacy. We are dealing then with a kind of circle of mutual legitimation, encompassing government institutions, the corporate world, and mainstream interest groups from the ACLU to the Heritage Foundation, that engage with one another in all sorts of other ways as well. Democracy, for the media, consists of policy debates between such legitimate institutions, carried out in relation to the shifting opinions of a massified public that essentially corresponds to the audience for the media itself. Much of what I've been writing is a variation on the standard activist critique of what they call the corporate media. Anyone who has done much press work for activist groups is well aware of how all this works itself out in practice. Statements from institutions considered legitimate are always treated differently than those that are not. During actions, this means if police at a press conference level an accusation against activists, it can be reproduced immediately by TV reporters and treated at least provisionally as true. If activists at a press conference level accusations against police, it is unlikely to be reproduced at all, in the absence of eyewitness verification from one of the reporters themselves. As one might imagine, this gives the police an enormous tactical advantage, one of which, as we'll see, they normally take every possible advantage. As anyone who has done media work will also point out, there are very good practical reasons for all this. Reporters assigned to cover protests are usually police reporters. They couldn't continue to do their jobs without the goodwill of the local constabulary. Their work is in no way, however, dependent on the goodwill of the activist community. This is true, but it is at best a partial explanation. It is impossible to think about the role of police in American culture without entering in the domain of myth. The moment one broaches the topic, one is immediately subsumed into an endless maze of mythological imagery and preset narrative frames. For journalists in particular, there are certain stories that one tells about the police, that are very easy to tell, and it's very difficult to tell other ones. A word about police. Almost every sociological study of the police in a modern world has to begin by carefully disabusing the reader of the idea that the police exist primarily to fight crime. This, they explain, is a myth. Criminal law enforcement is something that most police officers do with the frequency located somewhere between virtually never and very rarely. The overwhelming majority of calls for police assistance are service rather than crime-related. In an average year, only 15 to 20% of all the calls to the police are about crime, and what is initially reported by the public as a crime is often found not to be a crime by the responding police officer. Studies have shown that less than a third of time spent on duty is on crime-related work, that approximately 8 out of 10 incidents handled by patrols by a range of different police departments are regarded by the police themselves as non-criminal matters, that the percentage of police effort devoted to traditional criminal law matters probably does not exceed 10%, or that as little as 6% of a patrol officer's time is spent on incidents finally defined as criminal, and that only a very small number of criminal offenses are discovered by the police themselves. Moreover, most of the time the police do not use the criminal law to restore order. In the USA, police officers make an average of 1 arrest every 2 weeks. One study found that among 156 officers assigned to a high-crime area of New York City, 40% did not make a single felony arrest in a year. In Canada, a police officer on average records 1 indictable crime occurrence a week, makes 1 indictable crime arrest every 3 weeks, and secures 1 indictable crime conviction every 9 months. Neocleus 2000:93, see also Bittner 1990, Waddington 199-9108. So what do police actually do? If one goes just in terms of how police spend the bulk of their time, one can only conclude that we are dealing with a group of armed, lower echelon government administrators, trained in the scientific application of physical force or the threat of physical force to aid in the resolution of administrative problems. Police are bureaucrats with guns. 109 They are the active face of the state monopoly of the use of violence. Hence Bittner's definition, cited earlier. Even when police are dealing with problems that seem at the furthest remove from criminal matters, say, breaking into an apartment to check on an elderly resident who no one has seen for several days, talking drunks out of bars, minding lost children, they are still dealing with problems that might require non-negotiated solutions backed up by the potential use of force. On the other hand, myths are important. The popular assumption that police are there to fight crime, particularly violent crime, an assumption endlessly reinforced by movies, TV shows, and news reporting, has endlessly profound effects. Recall here what I said in Chapter 6 about the ideological effects of government regulation, how, while those regulations concerning objects like cars and buildings are enforced through the threat of violence, that violence becomes effectively invisible and, thus, makes the effect of those regulations seem almost a part of the materiality or reality of the object itself. Here we encounter, I think, another aspect of the same phenomenon. The police, of course, use violence to arrest, or even very occasionally do battle with, violent criminals. But they are just as capable of using violence in the enforcement of regulations that are not, technically, criminal matters in any sense of the term. Traffic regulations, open container laws, noise complaints, and unlicensed peddling are obvious examples. Police are also available if required to back up enforcement of other regulations that are not normally thought of as being part of their purview, such as, say, fire codes, or regulations concerning the size and placement of advertisements and other signs outside one's home. Normally, we never think about this. It is, as noted earlier, one of the aspects of the state that direct action tends to bring into the open. Technically, if one violates a fire code regulation, the police do have the right to come in and use all requisite physical force to evacuate the building, even against the occupant's will. This could, and in the case of squatters often does, involve smashing through doors with weapons drawn and beating occupants over the head with truncheons. The same is technically true of health code violations, tax code violations, or regulations concerning the handing out of leaflets on street corners or the size and placement of signs. The difference, of course, is that hardly anyone is willing to risk becoming the object of officially sanctioned violence by openly defying an order to remove, say, an oversized advertisement, or trying to prevent city employees from taking it down themselves. Therefore, it is easy to forget that this is the ultimate sanction for such regulations as well. Regulations thus blend into laws. As a result, since police are assumed to be enforcing the law, any defiance of their orders is seen as essentially criminal, and, therefore by implication, violent, which means that if police do use force, even against a homeowner determined not to remove a sign, it is assumed to be justifiable counter-violence. All this might seem a bit hypothetical and far-fetched, but, as we've seen in the last chapter, this is almost precisely what happens during direct actions. Activists are not usually guilty of anything more serious than infractions of certain codes or ordinances, for instance, regulations against walking or standing in the street. These are not criminal matters. However, when they refuse to comply with police orders, they are, indeed, attacked, and often end up with heads smashed against walls or shackled in torture positions, since for the very reason that police know activists will never be prosecuted in a criminal court, there are few limits to police behavior. So rather than the legal application of force to enforce the law, what we actually have is the largely unregulated use of violence to back up regulations, or even, simply to suppress any public defiance to the police's right to enforce them violently. This is not, however, how matters are ever represented in the media. In fact, even my own use of the term violence to refer to police behavior in the paragraphs above is likely to strike many readers as oddly strident. They may be surprised to know that in doing so, I am actually employing the word in its narrowest sense, that is, in what philosophers sometimes refer to as the minimal or restrictive sense of the term, where violence refers basically to harmful acts committed by one individual against another. Let me take the lead from Australian philosopher Tony Coady 1986, who distinguishes three broad traditions of defining the term, each with its own political implications. What follows is my own somewhat simplified version of his typology. Restrictive definitions, example: violence is intentionally inflicting pain or injury on others without their consent. This is often said to be the version typically favored by political liberals, though Coady argues it is the closest there is to a neutral definition. Wide definitions. Example: violence is intentionally inflicting pain or injury on others without their consent, or threatening to do so. This is often said to be the version typically favored by political radicals. Legitimist definitions. Example: violence is harm or damage to either persons or property that is not authorized by properly constituted authorities. This is often said to be the version typically favored by political conservatives. It's easy to see why these get the political attributions that they do. Number one is, as Coady insists, as close as one can get to a neutral definition. My version of the wider definition #2 does not seem in itself that radical after all. If you pull a gun on someone and demand all their money, you will normally be considered to have committed a violent crime, even if you do not actually shoot anyone. But it has very radical implications, since if you apply it systematically you would have to conclude that the state itself is essentially an instrument of violence. Number 3, the legitimist definition, on the other hand, actually makes it impossible for the state to behave violently unless, that is, the state in question is deemed improperly constituted. This is obviously the definition favored by conservatives, but it is also, as activists have been complaining since at least the 1960s, the one universally applied by the American corporate media. Police operating under orders from their superiors cannot be described as violent, even if they are breaking heads or opening fire with live ammunition. Protesters, on the other hand, can be described collectively as violent even if literally 1 in 1,000 throws a rock or breaks a window. A police officer whose behavior can be referred to as violent is one who has already been defined as a rogue cop, that is, one who is acting outside the proper chain of command or legal order. The legitimist definition, though, is not only the one favored by journalists and social conservatives. It is the one favored by anthropologists as Vela.G. Rich's 1986. This might seem anomalous, even startling, since anthropology as a discipline always fancies itself politically progressive, but this seems one of those odd paradoxes so often thrown up by cultural relativism. After all, it's hard to see how a true relativist could come to any other conclusion. If one holds that violence, or any other term for that matter, is simply whatever a culture or society defines it to be, then one is assuming there are uniform entities that can be referred to as cultures or societies, authorities that can speak for them on such matters, and some fairly dependable system whereby the outside observer can identify them. In other words, about the only thing the relativist does have to universalize are structures of authority. Starting from such a position, it would be hard not to conclude that violence, for any given society, should be defined as any forms of hurting or damage that those authorities consider illegitimate. Not only do relativists tend to adopt the authoritarian definition of violence, the authorities, at least in this culture, are capable of a remarkable degree of relativism in such matters. I first started noticing this during some 8 hours I spent shackled in an arrest bus in D.C. during the IMF meetings of 2002, along with 40 other activists among the several hundred who had been swept up at a mass arrest in a green zone at Pershing Park. During our sojourn, we spent a good deal of time in a somewhat reluctant dialogue with a police lieutenant who came quickly to be known, among the prisoners, as Officer Mindfuck, a man who boarded the bus, apparently, simply to entertain himself by debating us. On pretty much every topic, he took the same approach, trying to convince us we were not taking a sufficiently relativistic position. It didn't seem to be a ploy, either. At least, when he did leave the bus to our great collective relief, the first thing he remarked to his fellow officers outside was, "The problem with those guys is they don't understand there's more than one side to any question." In a world where there is absolutely no way to know whether IMF policies are beneficial or harmful, there is no basis on which to make a principled stand about anything. It does make sense that one might conclude following the rules, whatever they are, is the only possible moral course of action. And afterwards I began noticing that, whenever police were laying down the law, they treated objections in exactly the same way. Scene, a few days after September 11, 2001, New York. A peace march of several thousand heading towards Times Square ends up corralled on 41st Street. "I'm trying to catch up with them, cop, move along, you have to leave the area." "Me, but I'm a marshal, I'm one of the people who's supposed to be keeping the crowd orderly." "Cop, a little late for that, isn't it?" "Me, well, how do you expect people to behave in an orderly fashion if you suddenly come in and surround them with barricades and don't give them any way to get out?" "Cop, oh, sure, you just know the only possible right answer to any question, don't you?" I've run into this sort of response again and again, the systematic agnosticism about the ultimate moral truth of a situation, the resultant faith in the ability to define it by arbitrary diktat. Difference between an orderly and disorderly crowd is essential to police procedures, and finally, the inevitable implication that anyone who disagrees is obviously some sort of ideologue or fanatic unable to adopt a sufficiently relativistic point of view. One might proceed from here to note how different this is from the apparent relativism of activist logic, which insists, instead, that the impossibility of completely reconciling different points of view means that one should not impose authoritative definitions. This, though, would be to wander rather far afield. For present purposes, let me just emphasize that both the police, and the media, seem to share a number of assumptions about the nature of legitimacy, order, and violence, that cannot help but create the kind of effect described at the very beginning of this chapter, where ordinary citizens who happen to wander into the scene of the action without preconceptions of what is going on and hence are likely to employ the first, relatively neutral definition of violence, end up with the opposite impression than those who saw the same event on the TV news. In fact, it renders classic Gandhian approaches to civil disobedience almost completely ineffective. Let me provide an example of this, before proceeding to discuss the poetics of news story construction. On the ineffectiveness of Gandhian tactics in the contemporary United States, one thing that hit me about the cops tear gassing and shooting at us besides the gas and bullets, was that white people all across the US were watching this happen on TV. Most of these young people are their fucking kids. They have to get it that cops will do this to anyone whether or not they resist or defy the capitalism as God mantra we are fed at birth. They have to get it. They're not gonna put up with this. Older, 60s era activists tell me they will, they did back then and they will again. Mary Margaret Fondrias 2000, liberal critics who argue that anarchists protesting the WDO or other neoliberal institutions would have done better to have worked in the spirit of Gandhi or Martin Luther King are mostly unaware that in their first instinct was to do exactly that. The essential assumption underlying such tactics, let us recall, is that since any unjust social order must rely on the threat of violence, it should be possible to, as it were, call the system's bluff, to expose the injustice by bringing out the violence inherent in the system by revealing the state's willingness to break the heads even of scrupulously principled, scrupulously peaceful citizens who refuse to obey an unjust law. Let us return to the famous image that Lynn evoked in Chapter 2, of thousands of Indian men, intent on making salt in defiance of British laws which made this a government monopoly, marching calmly up to lines of policemen who then proceeded to beat them into bloody heaps, until they were carried off and new ones took their place. It stands as a kind of epitome of this sort of procedure as well as being a classic example of direct action. To behave in this way is to make a moral appeal, most immediately, to the men who were actually wielding the weapons, but more effectively, to the British citizens in whose name they claim to be doing so. The message, if such a law can only be maintained by breaking the bones of obviously decent human beings, then it is not a just law and it should not be maintained. Direct actions against neoliberal institutions, as I have pointed out, almost always operate in an essentially Gandhian framework in that they aim to expose injustices to a larger public which, it is presumed, would be outraged if they really knew about them. The problem with this approach, of course, is that this information needs to get out to the public. This, in turn, means that some of the activists' work has to be done not by activists themselves but by those journalists who will report the events. Gandhi, significantly, cultivated his own person Albrightish, journalist. In order to understand the rage and passion unleashed by the Black Bloc in Seattle, one need first understand that most of the activists who participated in it were originally ecological activists, and many of them, veterans of struggles to preserve old-growth forests in the Pacific Northwest in the 1990s. Many of these were organized by Earth First, an anarchist-oriented alliance of forest activists who seem to have been largely responsible for getting large numbers of teenage urban hardcore fans and skater punks involved in forest struggles. Criticized for their refusal to condemn sabotage tactics like tree spiking in the 1980s, they had, by the 1990s, switched to a position of pure Gandhian civil disobedience. 111 Their most famous tactic was tree sitting. Individual activists would essentially take up residence in particular trees, and stay there sometimes for many months on end, making it impossible to cut down the tree without killing them. Some of these tree sitters won the cause a great deal of international publicity. Activists on the ground supported them with a variety of different sorts of blockades against logging equipment, starting with simple chains and gradually working their way up to bicycle U-locks and then sophisticated metal lock boxes. All this was entirely in the Gandhian tradition of placing one's fate completely in the hands of one's adversaries. No one was permitted to take part in lockdowns, for instance, who had not made pledges of nonviolence and undergone extensive nonviolence training. On September 17, 1998, in Headwaters Forest, an ancient redwood forest in Humboldt County, California, a logger in the employ of Pacific Lumber seems to have decided to test the waters in this regard. He sent a tree falling directly onto a tree sitter named David Chain, killing him instantly. The initial media reaction was to treat the matter as an unfortunate accident. What follows was written by a forest activist at the time. I first heard about David Chain's murder on Jefferson Public Radio. First, they announced incorrectly that Chain had been killed not by a tree the logger cut, but by another tree knocked over in a domino effect. Second, after a brief and moving statement by a tearful Earth First, ER, the journalist asked three basic questions. They were, in essence, I don't have the direct quotes because I was driving, and so couldn't write them down. 1. Members of Earth First are aware that their activities are dangerous, aren't they? And isn't it true that this activist was engaged in an especially dangerous form of activism? 2. Of course the logger didn't do this on purpose, did he? 3. In the aftermath of this death, how is Earth First going to change its tactics so this won't happen again? I almost drove off the road. 112. In fact, activists soon produced a videotape they had taken an hour before the incident, of the logger in question on A.E. Ammon, shouting obscenities at activists, including Chain, and warning them to clear out or he would drop a tree on one of them. Even afterwards, though, the media-treated logging company claims that the event had been an accident as the most plausible explanation, and the local sheriff's department not only refused to begin a criminal investigation, but even allowed Pacific Lumber to continue logging at the site. This would have destroyed any evidence that might be used in a future investigation. In response, Earth First, ERS set up a blockade to keep Pacific Lumber out. At last the sheriffs had a crime they chose to deal with. Between 40 and 60 officers conducted a military-style dawn raid on sleeping protesters. Activists who got up were forced back to the ground. Warned by the sounds below, some of the activists at blockades closer to the murder site were able to lock themselves to logging equipment. One of the young women, Noelle, was heard screaming pepper spray shortly after authorities reached her. She had been locked down high on a cable yarder boom. The boom was lowered, and officers then held her head back and poured liquid pepper spray over her face from a cup. A second woman was doused the same way. That night the protesters reformed their barricades, and the next morning the sheriffs were back. This time the protesters were ready, and had locked themselves down. The sheriffs wasted no time, immediately pulling out the pepper spray. Officers strung a large tarp in an attempt to keep observers from witnessing their actions, but the tarp didn't prevent people from hearing the screams of the young women being doused with pepper concentrate. Police applied pepper-soaked gauze to the activist Carrie Liz McKee. When she refused to unlock, the gauze was wrung out directly onto her eyes. When still she refused, again the police applied the concentrate. Pepper was applied a third time, and she began to vomit from the pain. Still she refused to submit, and police cut her loose from the lockdown. 113 The use of pepper spray on activists in lockdown deserves particular attention. It had been an innovation of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department a year before, when, during the fall of 1997, they were faced with a series of sophisticated lockdowns directed against Pacific Lumber and its political allies. It was first put to the test on September 25, 1997, on 7 activists locked down in a circle in the lobby of Pacific Lumber Company's offices in Scotia. Police used Q-tips to dog the pepper, also known as oleoresin capsicum, or OC, directly into their eyes to force them to release their arms from the chains without having to cut through the metal tubing. The effort was largely unsuccessful, only 2 of them let go, but it was repeated a week later on October 3 on 2 activists who had chained themselves to a logging bulldozer at nearby Bear Creek, and then again on October 16 when 4 young women locked themselves to a tree stump in the Eureka office of local Congressman Frank Riggs, a staunch supporter of Pacific Lumber. In the latter case, the whole affair was captured on video by local TV reporters, and televised scenes of a 16-year-old girl named Maya Portugal, her arms completely immobilized, begging for mercy, and then screaming in agony as sheriffs applied the pepper to her eyeballs did cause something of a national scandal. But only to a degree. In fact, this was, if anything, even more than the David Chain case, a test of Gandhian tactics, because the activity was clearly authorized by properly constituted government authorities. 114 It also fit any ordinary definition of torture. The application of pepper spray to the most sensitive tissue on a pacifist's body served only one purpose: to cause as much pain as possible in a way that would not also cause severe physical injury, so as to compel her to release the chains. 115 Or one should say, as much pain as possible, but in a way whose unfamiliarity might make it seem less obviously abusive. Slowly squeezing the testicles of a male activist would presumably cause similar levels of pain, with similar small chances of inflicting permanent physical injury, but would be difficult to represent as anything but torture. The mock medical approach employed: deputies would normally accompany the procedure with a clinical-sounding explanation of what was being done. I will now begin to apply the pepper concentrate to the eyeball, as another deputy held back the head and held the eyelids open, was meant to make the procedure seem more palatable and scientific. This approach turned out to be quite effective. Certain newspapers, notably the liberal San Francisco Chronicle, did quickly decry the proceedings as torture. The videos were widely shown on news programs. Some prominent elected officials made statements distancing themselves from the practice. Frank Riggs, the congressman whose office had been occupied, however, quickly put out an op-ed piece arguing that the protesters should not be considered nonviolent because, he claimed, they had jostled people in his office, threw sawdust around the room, and that, when they first dropped the tree trunk, his employees thought it was a bomb, and that considering the provocation, the response was measured and justified. Faced with a dispute between constituted authority and protesters that could not be ignored, most newspapers did what they always do in such contexts: they tried to appear even-handed by staking out an editorial position somewhere in between. Where, exactly, does one draw the line between the legitimate need to enforce the law, and the rights of lawbreakers? 116 Typical, perhaps, was the response of CNN, which aired the issue in the form of a point-counterpoint debate between liberal and conservative pundits. On the left, someone who argues that this is illegitimate police brutality; on the right, someone who argues that given the provocation, the response was justified. The victims from the first 3 actions filed a federal civil rights case against the sheriff's department. Activists first tried to negotiate a settlement offering to forego any cash settlement if police would agree to abandon the use of pepper on eyeballs, as well as to undergo nonviolence training. An interesting effort to directly negotiate rules of engagement, but this was rejected out of hand. The matter went to trial. On August 25, 1998, the trial ended in a hung jury when one juror refused to find for the plaintiffs. The presiding justice, Republican appointee U.S. District Court Judge Vaughn Walker, therefore threw the case out of court, ruling in effect in favor of police and denying that the application of pepper spray to eyeballs constituted unnecessary force. Sheriff's Department representatives later announced that, having been vindicated, they were going to use the videotapes as instructional material to show other police departments how to deal with lockdowns. 117 All this, immediately followed by the death of David Chain, had a chilling effect on the direct action seen throughout the Pacific Northwest. Apparently, those practicing nonviolent civil disobedience could now be tortured or even killed, and neither the media nor courts were willing to stand in the way of it. Unsurprising, then, that when soon after the newly created Direct Action Network announced plans for a massive nonviolent civil disobedience in Seattle, replete with blockades and lockdowns, some ecological activists were skeptical. Granted, the majority of activists including anarchists signed on. But the Seattle Black Bloc was largely drawn from those who didn't, who, in fact, predicted, as a result of their experiences, pretty much exactly what actually happened, that the police would attack nonviolent blockaders, that pepper spray would be rubbed in the eyes of those locked down, and that the media would treat such behavior as justifiable. They decided to adopt a more militant approach, and many spent the next several months researching the greatest corporate economic and ecological offenders that had offices and storefronts in downtown Seattle, so as to make direct attacks on their property. 118 The media, of course, then took those attacks, which began many hours after police first began to use tear gas, pepper spray, concussion grenades, and batons on nonviolent blockaders, as retroactive justification for police violence, but the anarchists were probably right in arguing that they would have found some way to justify them anyway. Indeed, even before any windows were broken, local Seattle TV reporters appeared on screen praising police for their good work even while they were rubbing pepper spray in the eyes of activists locked down at the entrance to the hotel in which the WDO meetings were taking place. This is an important history. Still, my primary purpose here is not to explain what happened in Seattle so much as to make a point about Gandhian civil disobedience. If the idea was to lay bare a system of domination, the headwaters forest actions and police reaction seemed to work exactly as planned. All the connections between corporation, politicians, and the forces of order were brought into the open. Each clearly played a part in encouraging, organizing, and justifying torture and murder against obviously nonviolent protesters. Evidence of this torture and murder was captured on videotape. There could be no doubt where the violence was coming from. But it could not be represented as violence for precisely that reason. 50 years ago, during the civil rights movement, there was a brief moment in American history where Gandhian tactics worked. The violence lying behind racial segregation was laid bare across America in terrifying images of racist sheriffs with police dogs. Perhaps this was a very particular set of circumstances, for instance, the fact that so many northern reporters saw the South as an alien country anyway. Or perhaps in the intervening half-century something has changed about the American media. Whatever the reason, this feat has not since been repeated, largely, it would seem, because those making the editorial decisions feel their ultimate loyalties are to that very larger structure of power that Gandhian strategies mean to expose. Newspaper stories and oral epic composition. Half a century ago, Milman Parry 1971, Lord 1960, 1991, developed a theory of Homeric epic. Many of the apparent peculiarities of the Homeric style, they argued, were really the results of the exigencies of oral composition. Their great innovation was to analyze techniques of oral composition still used in their own day by Yugoslav bards. Some of these bards were capable of improvising 10,000 lines of heroic poetry at a single sitting. Doing so seemed almost superhuman, but, in fact, they were able to do so because they could fall back on certain fairly dependable standardized techniques. One is the use of epithets. Certain names are qualified, every time they appear, by standard descriptive phrases: wily Odysseus, wine dark sea, brown-haired Achaeans. These are, in effect, dependable little bits of descriptive padding that can be summoned to fill space without really having to think about them. At the same time, there are larger standard phrases and, even more, standard scenarios or topoi sometimes static, like the list of heroes, or the arrangement of weaponry, more often standard units of action like the parley or departure or the duel, into which one's characters can be conveniently plugged in. It strikes me that the composition of newspaper stories works on very similar principles, because news writers operate under similar constraints. While, unlike epic poetry, they do not need to follow any particular rules of meter, they are descriptions of action written for an immediate audience extremely quickly. Most newspaper copy is typed in pretty much extempore, under pressure of looming deadlines, and, despite the occasional interventions of editors, never seriously rewritten before they hit the streets. Even a cursory glance at newspaper or wire stories will reveal the equivalent of Homeric epithets, Political successors, for example, are invariably handpicked. Socialist or social democratic economies invariably sluggish, creaky, or sclerotic. Tribal warriors or pro-American dictators are always proud. Political statements the author deems illegitimate are invariably described as rambling, and so on. Anyone who reads many news reports on anarchists quickly becomes aware of these as well. Alexa/Nexus search of U.S. newspaper and wire stories about the Democratic and Republican national conventions in 2000 that mention the word anarchist, for example, reveals that on only 5 occasions out of 29 was the word allowed to first appear unqualified by any adjective or adjectival phrase, and just about all of those 5 exceptions were unusual usages like reported speech of the epithets chosen. The overwhelming majority, 12, were some variation on self-proclaimed self. Styled, self-described, or self-identified. Next came black-clad 5 examples, and after that masked 3 anarchists sometimes appeared in roving packs or bands. Otherwise, they could be violent or hardcore, 1 each, occasionally young or youthful, also 1 each, but that pretty much exhausted the range of possibilities. No other adjectives appeared, especially striking considering that during the 2 convention protests, there were anarchists involved in every aspect of the proceedings, from running press conferences to juggling fire to distributing free vegan food, many of them dressed in extremely bright colors or, occasionally, nothing at all. To go through the records of news coverage of protests in America is to see the same handful of epithets appear again and again and, perhaps even more significantly, almost no other ones. The topoi are a bit less obvious, but it seems to me that something along these lines is clearly present too. To illustrate, allow me to shift the scene to a minor action in which I took part in the summer of 2001 in Morristown, New Jersey. The scenario was a bit unusual. There was a scandal in the news at the time about racial profiling by New Jersey police. The head of a white nationalist, e.g., Nazi, organization named Richard Barrett got the clever idea of announcing that, on the 4th of July, he would read a manifesto in favor of such racial profiling on the lawn of the Morristown courthouse. He applied for a legal permit. The reason this was clever was because in doing so, he obliged the New Jersey police to protect him from the inevitable angry demonstration, and thus got to make his statement surrounded by a phalanx of police. Local anarchists involved in anti-racist action, mobilized to take part in the demo, and one called New York Ya Basta, to lend a hand as well. There was a black block of maybe 30, replete with one giant satirical puppet and several drummers and musicians, as well as a dozen yubbas in yellow chemical jumpsuits, though without the padding or helmets. As far as I know, the event only received extensive coverage from one local newspaper, the Bergen Record, where a story appeared the next day. 119 I will skip to the point in the article just before anarchists appear. Police barricaded several blocks around the courthouse and searched everyone coming into the area with handheld metal detectors. I'd rather be criticized for having too much security than not having enough, said Morris County Prosecutor John Dangler. We're not happy he's here, but the court and the Constitution allow it. The counter-demonstrators included union members, the National Organization for Women, and individual social activists. Also in abundance were self-proclaimed anarchists dressed in black and wearing bandanas over their faces. The reader will note the typical use of Homeric epithets. Actually, here we have versions of the 3 most common: self-proclaimed, black-clad, and masked, all in a row. Anarchists, when they first appear in stories, are almost invariably referred to as self-described or self-proclaimed. It is not clear whether the idea is to offset the presumably pejorative implications of the term. We're not the ones calling them anarchists, these people actually call themselves anarchists, or to suggest the ridiculous pretensions of a bunch of kids who want to identify themselves with the social movement of days gone by. 120 But I suspect to ask such a question is itself inappropriate. To ascribe intention, in the hermeneutic sense, to the author to ask, what is he really trying to say with these words, is to miss the point. The author is not consciously thinking anything. He is applying the standard phrase. It seems no more possible for an American journalist to first mention a group of anarchists in such an article without calling them self-proclaimed, than for a Homeric poet to mention dawn without also mentioning its rosy fingers. 121 The text continues. Standing only a few feet from police in riot gear, several demonstrators taunted the officers. "Cops are here to defend the Nazis," one section chanted, while another shouted, "The cops, the courts, the Ku Klux Klan, all are part of the boss's plan." Tensions grew when anarchists, mostly teenagers and young adults, attempted to provoke a clash with the police by constantly pushing their way into their ranks. Although officers surrounded the counter-demonstrators, there was no violent physical confrontation. Here is where matters become interesting. The first paragraph sets the scene with a hackneyed-sounding Marxist chant, in fact provided by a bearded point man for what must have been some sectarian group in identical yellow t-shirts, along with another that similarly implies that protesters are duped into Barrett's ploy of identifying himself with police. Then enters an element of drama. Anarchists attempt, though ultimately fail to provoke a clash, police surround them, but no violence ensues. I have my own notes from the occasion, augmented by vivid memories. The contrast is dramatic. Courthouse Lawn, Morristown, New Jersey. Field Notes, July 4, 2001. The Black Bloc is relatively small, about 30 people with drums and flags. Puppet Evil Broad was quickly retired after police threatened to appropriate it, and, unlike the rest of the demonstrators, never went inside the perimeter, since that would have meant submitting themselves to police search at the checkpoints. Ultimately, they found a spot on the road just below the barricades but not far from the courthouse, and started a drum rhythm. One girl was bopping about with a black flag, others swirling around dancing. Most had long since pulled on their masks after having noticed police photographers snapping pictures from an overlooking hill. Except for a couple uniforms on the other side of the fence, the police were nowhere to be seen, at least. On the road, though, there were several lines of riot cops on top of nearby hills. Our small Yabasta contingent had passed through the checkpoints and were on the other side of the perimeter. We were lingering nearby, though, along with a small IMC contingent, in case of trouble. Then trouble came. Suddenly, police on one of the hills formed a line and marched down the slope, shields and batons at the ready, and, without making any sort of announcement, formed a line completely surrounding the block. We Yabas quickly marched out past the checkpoint to assess the situation, consulting with one black blocker who happened to have ended up on the other side of the police line. Everyone was worried the cops might be preparing a repeat of May Day 2000 in New York, when police arbitrarily surrounded and arrested another small block on the basis of an obscure 19th-century masking law before the march even began. The police were standing stone-faced, a few yards away from us, offering no explanation. "You know, there's a maneuver that I've heard about, but I've never actually seen it done," said Smokey, surveying the situation. "If the cops surround some of you, you simply form another line on the other side of their line, then, suddenly, it's them that are surrounded. Maybe we should try that." So we did. 12 of us marched out in our yellow jumpsuits, a bit nervous, and, linking arms, formed an arc on the other side of the cops. It worked exactly to specifications. After about a minute, an order was apparently given to withdraw, and the police turned and marched back up the hill again, just as silently. If we return to the newspaper story, the first thing to be noticed is that the author has juxtaposed events from very different places, and reversed events in order of time. The chanting and taunting of the police was happening inside the perimeter. The anarchists were far away in a place where no cops were around. The Black Bloc's purported attempt to provoke a confrontation was, when I first read it, a complete mystery to me, so much so that I immediately wrote an email to one of the authors, asking if he had perhaps got the story from a police spokesman, and pointing out that the police had in fact initiated the conflict by surrounding the activists. Remarkably, the author responded that he had been in the middle of things and was perfectly aware of the fact the cops moved first. However, he insisted, while surrounding the anarchists was admittedly an intimidating move. Once surrounded, several anarchists had bumped into officers, and that took things a step further, so he felt his summary was justified. Now, I was there too. Neither I nor any of my companions noticed any anarchists bumping against police, let alone constantly pushing their way into their ranks, and I am rather skeptical that this really happened. But let us assume for the sake of argument that it did. Even so, the author has still effectively admitted to reversing the order of events, making the police act only in response to a purported act of aggression by the anarchists when even he, when challenged, was willing to admit it has happened the other way around. If any anarchists did push at police lines, and note how here, as so often, the journalist has ascribed the actions of one or two protesters to the group as a whole, it was not to provoke a confrontation but to free themselves from what they had every reason to believe was a real threat of illegal preventative arrest. What I am arguing is that it would be almost impossible for an American journalist to describe the real sequence of events. A phrase like "tensions grew when police attempted to provoke a clash with hitherto peaceful anarchists by suddenly surrounding them with dozens of officers in riot gear" simply could not appear in a mainstream newspaper in the United States, though in this case it would certainly be more accurate. To write such a sentence would be to state outright that the police were, at least at that moment, not trying to maintain order, but to provoke disorder. This would appear to violate a fundamental principle of such coverage, that the role of police is to keep order and that their behavior must always be interpreted in this light. 122 Obviously, police see their task as keeping order too, but they are capable of casting this in a much longer-term perspective, whereby intimidating and even provoking conflicts with what they consider to be potentially violent elements is itself part of an order-keeping strategy. Such an attitude might be celebrated in movies and TV shows, particularly if it is attributed to individual, maverick cops, but such intentions cannot be ascribed to official police policy, or even to orders given by those in command. Here is another account, then, that removes any explicit ascriptions of intentionality, includes the reporter's "to my mind dubious" claim that a few of the anarchists had pushed at the police, but that arranges the events in their proper sequence. About 30 black-clad anarchists, most of their faces masked by bandanas, gathered just outside the perimeter, dancing, drumming, and chanting anti-racist slogans as police detectives photographed them from an overlooking hill. At one point a squad of 20 riot police descended from the top of the hill and silently surrounded them, cutting off all avenues of escape. A few anarchists tried to push through their lines, but were unable to do so. Shortly thereafter, scores of demonstrators who had been inside the perimeter poured into the area. A dozen, dressed in bright yellow jumpsuits, linked arms to form a second line surrounding the riot police. The latter then retreated to their original positions and no violent physical confrontation ensued. In fact, it is also almost impossible to imagine this account appearing in an American newspaper either, though it might, just conceivably, in a liberal Canadian one. For one thing, it makes clear that the anarchists had not actually done anything illegal before being surrounded, which means that the police doing so can't be seen as anything but an act of provocation. So this still violates the public order principle mentioned above. Worse still, it reveals that it was not the police, but the other side, who effectively defused the situation. Once again, this is a story that simply can't be told. Of course, in the published account, the "ya basta" contingent disappears entirely. Black-clad anarchists are part of the standard repertory, but yellow-clad anarchists would require an explanation. So they simply drop away. But it would seem there's a standard repertory, too, for sequences of events. For small-scale actions like this, the possibilities would seem to be threefold. 1. Peaceful protest. 2. Peaceful protest, some violent elements provoke confrontation, police maintain control, respond with restraint, restore order. 3. Peaceful protest, some violent elements provoke confrontation, police lose control and chaos ensues, possibly including mayhem by rogue elements in the police force, and that's about the limit of it. Police provoke confrontation, protesters respond with restraint and defuse the situation is simply untellable, despite the fact that, as we saw in the last chapter, nonviolence training is mainly concerned with providing activists with techniques for trying to do just that. This is why the events had to be rearranged to suggest a mounting series of protester provocations, first taunting the police, then trying to start a fight by pushing them, followed by a relatively restrained police response. Needless to say, if such narrative frames can cause a reporter to completely reorganize small-scale events to which they were an eyewitness, they are all the more powerful when applied to a 3-day mass action like Seattle, where there's so much happening at once that some sort of simplifying narrative frame is necessarily required. Hence, on December 1, 1999, CNN tersely summed up the events of the previous day. As tens of thousands marched through downtown Seattle, a small group of self-described anarchists smashed windows and vandalized stores. Police responded with rubber bullets and pepper gas in Ackerman 2000. As critics have observed, Ackerman 2000, Bosky 2002, this has become the definitive version of what happened at Seattle, repeated endlessly in articles and TV commentary afterwards, despite the fact that it in no way describes the actual order of events. 123 In fact, it contains precisely the same operations of erasure and reversal that we observed in miniature in the Morristown story. Just as the confusing activists in yellow suits vanish in the Morristown account, so here do the overwhelming majority of those engaged in direct action in Seattle, who were in fact neither marching nor smashing windows but engaging in lockdowns and blockades. In either case, the effect was the same, to reduce the picture to an opposition between good peaceful protesters marching and carrying signs, and black-clad violent anarchists. Just as the order of events was reversed in the Morristown story, so here, police have to be represented as responding to anarchist provocation, despite the fact that even according to CNN's own reporting at the time, police had begun using pepper spray at 10 a.m. that morning, long before the first window was broken, and just about all eyewitnesses reported that, even after the Black Bloc went into action, the Seattle police never paid much attention to them, but concentrated almost exclusively on attacking those blocking access to the hotel. In fact, these attacks were also the result of explicit orders from above. The day before, police commanders were filmed reassuring activists that the Seattle police had never attacked nonviolent protesters and had no intention to start now. It was only after the meetings were shut down on the morning of November 30 that orders appear to have been given by federal officials to clear the hotel by any means necessary. By 1 p.m. that day, then Secretary of State Madeleine Albright was calling the governor from inside the hotel and apparently insisting that stronger measures be used. At any rate, it was around this point that police began the systematic use of rubber bullets and pepper spray again, not against the Black Bloc, but almost exclusively to clear pacifists from blocking access to the hotel. On the next day, President Clinton appears to have approved the decision to bring in the National Guard and escalate to the use of military grades of CS gas. All of this information is readily available in news reports published at the time, if one reads them carefully. But the rules of narrative framing ensure that, especially when the story is abbreviated, all of it disappears. One might ask, then, what happens when a reporter is confronted with a narrative that does not fit the accepted frames, and is nonetheless determined to report it? The answer, that reporter must leave the epic mode altogether and enter a different genre, in which reporters themselves become protagonists. This happens so rarely in the American media that to find an example, I will be obliged to switch scenes momentarily to Europe. The problem of agents provocateurs. If the preceding analysis is correct, the guiding narrative principle of news reports dealing with demonstrations is that the police must always be represented as trying to maintain order. Police are there to keep the peace. They aim to prevent violence, implicitly defined as the unauthorized use of force. Individual rogue elements might lose control and behave differently, but police as an institutional structure must be assumed to be always trying to maintain order. The best way to test this hypothesis is to see what journalists do when police have clearly been ordered to do things calculated to provoke disorder, to encourage violence where it would not otherwise have occurred. Sure enough, one finds such incidents are simply not reported. If street reporters try, in fact, news editors will almost invariably intervene to stop them. During the march against the World Economic Forum in New York in February 2002, for example, police employed a tactic familiar to many experienced activists. Plainclothes officers make an arrest or otherwise cause some kind of scuffle, then when others intervened, they would be arrested on felony charges of assaulting an officer. I happened to be standing next to an AP reporter when such an incident had just occurred. A plainclothes officer had, without identifying himself, grabbed a teenage girl in the middle of the march, apparently at random, and thrown her to the ground. When several other marchers gallantly tried to intervene, one placing his hand on the man's shoulder, uniforms instantly swept in to throw them to the ground, handcuffed them, and began to carry them away to waiting vans. The reporter was a sympathetic-looking, middle-aged fellow in a mustache and photographer's jacket who seemed completely puzzled by what had happened. I explained to him this was a notorious police technique. "Oh, that's nice," he scowled, and started scribbling in his notebook. 2 days later I ran into the same reporter again at a press conference and he proudly informed me he had included my information in the story he filed. "Yeah," I replied, "I had read his article, but you didn't mention that the officer tackling the woman was undercover. That's kind of the whole point." "Yes, I did," he protested. "It wasn't in the version I read." "Oh. I guess some editor must have cut it out." 124 such incidents, of course, can still be represented as anomalies. Even more difficult to talk about from a mainstream media perspective is police use of agents provocateurs, police officers assigned to disguise themselves as activists and then goad others to acts of violence in order to provide police with an excuse to attack or arrest them. Any seasoned activist is likely to know at least half a dozen stories about this sort of thing, ranging from police infiltrators who join affinity groups and then start urging them to consider the use of explosives, to unusually fat or muscular-looking anarchists in black masks who start throwing bottles at the police during street actions and then mysteriously disappear. It is normally assumed, in fact, that anyone who proposes actual violence in a meeting can only be a cop. Now, there is absolutely no doubt that police have been known to employ provocateurs. The practice seems most common in Mediterranean countries like Italy, France, or Spain, more sporadic in Northern Europe and North America. But it certainly does occur. It is also unreportable. After all, provocateurs cannot be constructed as rogue cops. They are police that have been assigned by their superior officers to disguise themselves as protesters in order to encourage violence. Such an action would make no sense if one's guiding assumption is that police are primarily interested in keeping the peace. To explain it, one would instead have to shift to an entirely different framework, in which police see themselves as engaged in a political contest with protesters, that they are acting on behalf of the political regime that employs them to prevent protesters from achieving their aims, and are perfectly willing to encourage havoc and even endanger ordinary citizens in order to do so. As a result, I am not aware of a single mainstream media story about a protest in America over the last 5 years or so that has so much as mentioned allegations about provocateurs, although it is easy enough to find such allegations in IMC reports or other activist-friendly media venues. The only example I know of where an American media source remarked on the use of provocateurs during a globalization protest was an Associated Press story from Barcelona. 125. It is worth quoting in full. Riot police made what appeared to be an unprovoked attack Sunday on anti-globalization protesters gathered in a city park following a midday march down a main boulevard. At least 32 people were slightly injured and 19 were arrested. Thousands of screaming and shouting demonstrators, some with small children, fled in panic as the police pushed into the crowd behind shields, wielding truncheons and firing blank gunshots. We raised our arms and shouted, "Peace, peace," but they just kept coming, said a woman who identified herself as Yolanda. The march along Passeig de Gracia and rally at the Plaza de Catalunya along with other weekend activities were organized to coincide with a World Bank meeting originally scheduled for this week. Officials cancelled the meeting last week to avoid violent protests that have marred meetings of global and regional institutions in the past 2 years. The march was largely peaceful, but some store windows were broken along the route, among them a McDonald's restaurant and a Swatch store. Small groups of men and women taunted riot police. Thousands of other demonstrators joined the marchers at the park following the march. They had been peacefully listening to speakers and chanting slogans when the police swept through the plaza. The police charged the crowd after a small group of masked men and women who appeared to be police agents staged a fight at the edge of the park in full view of a line of riot police standing in front of police vans. A few dozen demonstrators were pulled into the violence. Police provoked the fight. They were part of it, said Ada Colau, a spokeswoman for the campaign against the World Bank, one of the protest organizations. Reporters watched as the police appeared to use the staged scuffle as bait to pull protesters into it and then use it as a pretext to charge into the park. A second charge emptied the park within minutes. The masked assailants, some of them apparently wearing earphones, had gathered in groups on the fringes of the protest march as it arrived at the park after passing down a dozen blocks of the boulevard. They were wearing knapsacks and carrying sticks, but were able to walk freely past police, pull on their masks and position themselves between the edge of the crowd in the park and the police lines 25 yards away. The fight began when one man grabbed another and pulled him to the ground. Others from the same group began kicking and slugging each other. When demonstrators saw what was going on and joined the fight, the police charged into the park. The men and women involved in the scuffle walked through the police line and boarded the vans. A reporter asked one of them if they were police. He at first said yes, and then said no, before walking undeterred by police to the vans. State television said 19 people were arrested, and the news agency F quoted emergency medical services as saying 32 were slightly injured with bumps and bruises. 126 It was only because of exceptional conditions that the story could be reported at all. First of all, since the actual meetings had been cancelled, few foreign correspondents were present. As a result, AP was relying, somewhat unusually, on local reporters fluent in the language and familiar with local expectations. No American reporter would have called an event largely peaceful if 2 windows had been broken in its course. On top of that, there is the fact that the police provocation was so unusually clumsy, and that there was next to no attempt to cover it up. After all, how often does one encounter an undercover so stupid he will first admit to being police, and then immediately afterwards deny it? Nonetheless, to even claim that this appears to be a police provocation requires that a large part of the piece, the bulk of the last 6 paragraphs, consist mainly of evidence, and that this evidence come not from protesters or even eyewitnesses but from the reporters themselves. In other words, in order to report on such events, the genre essentially switches from mere reportage to investigative journalism, and the reporter herself becomes the protagonist. Needless to say, this requires a great deal more space than simply laying out a standard narrative, which can usually be done in 20 or 30 words, and therefore, requires an extremely sympathetic editor. As it happens, this one time the use of provocateurs was acknowledged. The New York Times even ran a brief editorial the next day, criticizing the Spanish police for their clumsiness. Remarkably, though, the acknowledgement had absolutely no effect on future coverage. Less than a month later, during the G8 meetings in Genoa, Italian police employed almost precisely the same tactics on a much larger scale, and no American news source, even Associated Press, which had run the Barcelona story, were willing to acknowledge even the fact that protesters were accusing the police of doing so. Genoa was a huge and complicated action, involving some 300,000 protesters, divided into a series of different blocks ranging from a large pacifist contingent, to a pink and silver carnival block, two Bianca sworn to a strict code of nonviolence, and a black bloc whose most militant action was to set fire to an empty building usually used as administrative offices for a local jail. Each had their own march on the perimeter, which, as in Quebec, was surrounded by an elaborately constructed fence. The police dealt with each march in more or less exactly the same way. First, a group of some 20 black bloc anarchists would appear out of nowhere, move between police and demonstrators, commit some random act of violence, overturn a dumpster, throw a few rocks or bottles at police, and disappear again. Then police would charge the actual protesters, firing extremely powerful tear gas that caused vomiting and unconsciousness, and, usually, breaking bones and causing other serious injuries with their truncheons. In some areas, especially around the THIRD-WORLDISm march, this led to pitched battles, especially when police began gassing indiscriminately in working-class neighborhoods and irate residents who had absolutely no commitment to nonviolence, joined the fray. In one such battle, a protester named Carlo Giuliani was shot and killed by police. By the next day, classical nonviolent tactics were more or less out of the question. Some set fire to banks, police raided activists' safe spaces, including the Independent Media Center, site of a notorious massacre when police later broke into a room full of sleeping protesters near the IMC and beat almost everyone to a bloody pulp, ultimately dragging them off and leaving the space empty but for blood and shattered teeth. The difference between the coverage by local, European news sources, and American ones, was striking. Among activists on the scene, the main question was whether the anarchists in question were actual police or local fascists working in tandem with them. Both possibilities were discussed in the local media. In fact, a major drama ensued when police appeared to have heard rumors about the possible existence of a CD-ROM containing a digital video of the 20 purported anarchists strolling out of a police station. Activists with cameras soon found themselves targeted, cameras were appropriated and destroyed. The next day, the police raided the Independent Media Center, systematically appropriating or destroying every bit of film or digital camera they could lay their hands on. The CD-ROM, however, which did exist, was never found and was eventually smuggled into a TV studio, where it caused a minor scandal after being aired on Italian television. No hint of any of this, however, appeared in any of the American news coverage. On the first day, the main story was that of Carlo Giuliani, who was killed in a pitched battle near where the THIRD-WORLDISm march was held up by riot police. The Associated Press, for instance, began its July 20 story on Genoa as follows. Genoa, Italy. AP, one protester was killed and nearly 100 police and demonstrators injured in running battles that raged in the cobbled alleyways and broad piazzas of this ancient port city today. The Interior Minister said police shot the protester apparently in self-defense. In a day-long face-off between riot police and the violent vanguard of a massive protest march, demonstrators lobbed bricks, bottles, and fire bombs, while police fired tear gas and powerful blasts from water cannons. The story went on to quote Italian government and police sources and the heads of state taking part in the summit, regretting, but justifying, the protester's death, and ended with a protester talking about the gap between the world's rich and poor. Every story that appeared in the U.S. press reverted, at least implicitly, to the police respond to protester violence scenario, leaving it a bit ambiguous whether or not the police had really lost control. Reuters, for example, reported. Genoa, Italy. Reuters, protesters torched cars and smashed shop windows and riot police fired tear gas and water cannon during hours of rioting that erupted on the opening day of the summit. Earlier, masked protesters threw flares at police, shattered shop windows, set fire to dozens of garbage dumpsters and overturned cars and trucks, sending thick smoke billowing over the city for hours. Police fired tear gas and water cannon in a string of clashes with some of the tens of thousands of protesters around a high-security red zone protected by 20,000 security forces. I ended up for a while holed up in the Independent Media Center, where, as one might imagine, there was a great deal of discussion over the nature of the coverage. Indie media reporters, after all, were fanned out across the city calling in stories constantly, and, as usual, had a fairly comprehensive view of events, at least from the activist point of view. They were also continually monitoring TV coverage, wire services, and the like. The most common explanation I heard for the behavior of the international press was that reporters had been told by their editors that no statement of fact made by a protester could be printed without confirmation from at least one other kind of source, standard which was not, incidentally, applied to ordinary citizens, let alone officials. This even applied to the IMC itself. It was interpreted so literally, in fact, that after riot police surrounded the building, and IMC reporters inside offered to uplink live video footage of the invasion as it was happening to BBC and CNN, representatives of both networks refused, explaining they weren't allowed to use the material, since they did not have a non-activist source to confirm these events were happening. I was on the phone with an American AP reporter while all this was going on. When I started telling her about the earlier use of provocateurs, she responded with incredulity. "Well, you'd have to provide us with absolute proof of an accusation like that." When I pointed out that her own wire service had reported identical tactics just weeks before in Barcelona, she first seemed unaware, then brushed it aside as irrelevant. 127 I then tried to point out that Italian police were then under the ultimate control of an outright fascist then Deputy Prime Minister Gianfranco Fini, and this is not just some guy we call a fascist. He calls himself a fascist. This was brushed aside as well. The reporter's overall position was clear. Even in a country where police were under the command of the political heirs of Mussolini, the idea that they would wish to initiate violence or chaos must be treated as inherently implausible. To level such an accusation was outrageous, and unless accompanied by absolute, undeniable, explicit proof, such accusations could be dismissed out of hand. What's more, the explicit proof had to be case by case. Explicit proof in Barcelona is of no bearing on the likelihood of the same thing happening in Genoa 2 weeks later. Meanwhile, accusations leveled by police spokesman E.E., the throwing of flares and firebombs, mentioned in the stories above, which appears not to have happened and was simply cited from police press conferences, could be treated as simple matters of fact unless explicit evidence was presented that they didn't happen. Finally, if such proof could be evinced either that firebombs were not actually thrown at police, or that police did in fact use provocateurs, it must be produced immediately. If it is produced, say, 3 days later, it will be ignored since the protests are no longer a breaking story and the fact that police have been shown to have lied, or to have used provocateurs, is never considered a story in itself. This is precisely what happened in Genoa. By the time images of the phony black bloc coming out of the police station appeared on television stations across Italy a few days later, the US media was no longer interested. In Italy, parliamentary inquiries eventually followed, and these inquiries did receive some passing mention in a few US newspapers, but, even in those stories, revelations about provocateurs were never considered newsworthy. In other words, not only are there fixed narrative frames, but stories like Barcelona, where reporters shifted to investigative mode, cannot in themselves contribute to changing those frames. I don't think this is entirely due to bias. Or, perhaps, one should say, insofar as there is bias, it is not so much personal as structural. Reporters, as individuals, vary a great deal in their politics. Many can be quite sympathetic with activists on the issues. But then the same could be said of individual police. The point in both cases is that individual opinions are not really that important. Both police and reporters are operating within an institutional structure that renders their opinions irrelevant. If they are not sitting in lonely cubicles dashing off formulaic reports for deadlines, if, for example, they are writing about a major event, their stories are likely to be working in teams, their stories rewritten by editors, TV spots or even more collective products. The narrative frames are the one thing familiar and accepted by all. In either case, this means that the story of an action has, to all intents and purposes, already been written before the events take place. To tell a different story requires strenuous efforts and fortuitous circumstances, and, As soon as those circumstances end, everything snaps back to where it was before. Section 2, Anarchist Responses. Many activists would argue the preceding analysis is too generous to journalists. Structural constraints do certainly play a part, but it's also true that sometimes reporters lie. This is a legitimate point. Most of us, I find, and social scientists particularly, are reluctant to acknowledge the importance of self-conscious deceit in human affairs. This becomes particularly obvious when looking at the behavior of news outlets whose politics are most hostile to a protest's message. I will limit myself to one example. On the eve of the 2004 Republican convention in New York, the staunchly Republican New York Post ran a piece warning of dangerous anarchists preparing to descend on the city. The list consisted mainly of friends of mine, and contained many statements that can only be described as outrageous lies. Prominently featured was Jagai Singh, the CLAC spokesperson who the reader will probably recall from the introduction, along with a photograph of someone who looked vaguely like him practicing at a firing range. The text made reference to his arrest in Quebec City, noting that he was charged with possession of a giant catapult that was used to shoot stuffed animals at the police. The whole point of the stuffed animals, of course, was to make this kind of scare story look ridiculous. No one could possibly hear a story about anarchists whose most elaborate weapon was a teddy bear and come to the conclusion that they posed a genuine threat to public safety. The Post reporter found a simple way to get around this dilemma. He just changed used to fling stuffed animals at police to used to fling flaming stuffed animals at police. No one, and certainly not the Canadian police, had ever suggested the stuffed animals shot from the catapult in Quebec City had been set on fire. Neither is there any reason to believe the author somehow managed to convince himself that they had been. He just made it up. He lied. After all, there was no practical reason not to. Anarchists, as a constituency, have next to no political clout as far as the media is concerned. There are no politicians willing to take up their cause, they have no institutional supporters, there is no need to maintain good relations with them as sources of information, they have no influence over advertisers, and no matter how much you slander them, they can be pretty much guaranteed not to sue. The author probably figured that anyone willing to actually call himself an anarchist was effectively asking for this sort of treatment. This is, of course, another version of the by now familiar problem of creating autonomous spaces. As I pointed out, one cannot do so without also refusing to seek the support of mainstream institutions. Therefore, the main way one is likely to come into relation with those institutions is in the form of the police. When police encounter people who systematically refuse to recognize their authority, they tend to attack them. Violence is intrinsically newsworthy. There are, however, virtually no institutional constraints against a member of the media who wants to claim the anarchists are violent, and quite a number of institutional constraints against any who wish to claim the same about the police. Obviously, not all activists are anarchists, and mass mobilizations in particular tend to bring together participants with a wide range of attitudes and philosophies. Even among anarchists, attitudes towards the corporate media vary. Probably a majority flat out refuse to speak to them. Many take part in indie media, one of whose best known slogans is, in fact, don't hate media. Become the media. Really the only solution consistent with the principles of direct action. Activist media, as we'll see, have managed to totally transform the experience of taking part in actions. At least for participants, they are profoundly democratizing and alienating. Where once one was ignored or vilified, suddenly, each activist not only has access to immediate sympathetic accounts over the internet, but knows at every moment that they can, if they want, become a full participant in telling the story of their own deeds. As a tool of practical delineation, and aid in self-organization, indie media transformed everything. The problem was outreach. While at its peak, for instance, during the actions in Genoa, indie media web pages were getting more hits than CNN, outside the internet there's simply no comparison. Ultimately, network news, cable news, and newspapers reach most Americans, and indie media basically operates within the greater activist community. To reach out to larger circles, it was very hard to avoid dealing with the corporate media, no matter how strongly they stacked the cards against you. Hence, at any large action, there was likely to be an activist media team, with a phone bank and runners on the street, organizing press conferences and otherwise doing their best to fight the battle of spin against police and politicians. I've taken part in several such teams, notably during the Republican conventions in Philly in 2000 and New York in 2004, and my experience has always been that other activists treat the project with great ambivalence. Many think the project is a betrayal of basic principles, others avoid activists who liaise with the reporter as systematically as they do the reporters themselves. Yet others condemn anyone who would presume to speak for the movement or other anarchists. Almost invariably, too, debates ensue on whether it might be possible to actually conduct direct action against the media. Such debates tend not to go anywhere. The problem then becomes what would be the point, since media actions are, unsurprisingly, the one sort of action guaranteed never to receive coverage, and so on. Rather than describe these debates myself, maybe it would be better to allow the reader to follow one group of activists as they hashed such issues out. Let me return to New York Yabasta, and a conversation already summarized in Chapter 1, at a meeting in the weeks leading up to Quebec. NYC Yabasta was a group caught in an unusually profound dilemma in terms of media strategy. The rhetoric of Italian Yabasta was all about visibility, about providing a publicis anonymous spectacle as the face of all those who media and political machines make vanish, particularly at global summits, the poor, clandestine immigrants, the populations of the global south. They did not claim to speak for the excluded, but they did mean to remind everyone that they exist. As a result, they became masters of attracting press attention, and many European anarchists dismissed the whole group as a media stunt. The New York group contained a number of activists who agreed strongly with the critique, for whom the main appeal of Yabasta's tactics was simply that padding and elaborate protection provided a more proactive and mobile alternative to lockdowns. Even for those not averse to trying to play the media, there was the question as to how. There had been virtually no discussion of the negotiations over the Free Trade Areas of the Americas Act (FTAA) in the U.S. The government appeared to be pursuing a deliberate policy of avoiding public debate. Everyone was talking about what to do about the press blackout. A large action seemed unlikely to change this. Compared to its European counterparts, the U.S. media was much more likely to describe protests simply as a security issue and much less likely to give protesters any sort of platform to describe what they thought they were doing. In Italy, Yabasta spokespeople appeared regularly on TV. In the U.S., anything like this would be inconceivable. The question, then, was how, under conditions of a general blackout, to play on the politics of visibility. To give readers a brief reminder of the dramatis personae, Smokey, Emma, Tim, and Flamma were part of a collective known as the Bob or the Elephant Battalion, normally suspicious of any form of mass organization. Moose, Laura, and Betty were coming at things largely from the perspective of Italian Yabasta. Jackrabbit was an activist with New York's Reclaim the Streets. I was then, with Laura, acting as Minister of Propaganda. Sasha, a professional videographer, first came to Yabasta to make a documentary film about it, and eventually became an active member. 128 As the conversation opens, we've been discussing action scenarios. No one was much interested in a purely defensive action like Salami's idea of defending a distant autonomous space. Smokey, among others, had very mixed feelings about concentrating on simply pulling down the wall, but, if we were going to pass through to the other side, then the question became, to what purpose? Some of us had been in contact with a Quebecois activist who operated a homeless shelter inside the perimeter, who was complaining how difficult it was becoming for him to operate his establishment now that volunteers were not allowed in. One idea was to try to march through in order to go there and help out. That way, we could explain that the helmets and padding were simply what it took to be able to volunteer to work in a homeless shelter in this town. But then the question was, explain to whom? Presumably indie media would cover the story, and conceivably one or two activist-friendly venues like Frontline or Democracy Now! Otherwise, even if we just tried to walk through a breach in armor, we'd be represented as scary militants attacking the police. Another idea was to do something with the shields, turn them into giant posters, each with images of the excluded, each engraved with a message to be delivered to the assembled heads of state. Thursday, March 8, 2001. Yeah, basta. Meeting, Manhattan and Medias Res. Smoky, or, alternatively, instead of the shield thing, one idea might be to do some kind of rhetoric about the voice of the voiceless. We could interview some of those people most made to vanish and ask them, what would you have to say to the FTAA? Flamma, oh, you mean record their statements, and then blast them out somehow? Someone, but the problem is again who will know? Who'll even be able to hear it? Betty, we could simulcast it through indie media. Smoky, or we could even try to kidnap the corporate press. Say we were to blockade them, for instance, tell them, once you play this, we'll move on. I'm not saying that's the only thing we'd do, or that we'd build our strategy around it, but it could work as one potential action, one element of our strategy. Someone, that's hardcore. Jackrabbit, I don't see why all this is necessary. It's possible to get press, even good press. RTS does it all the time in New York. Someone else, yeah, but RTS puts on small specific actions with just one message, easy to explain, and that no one can possibly describe as violent. Jackrabbit, hey, the FBI has RTS listed as domestic terrorists. Someone, yeah, but that's because they're idiots. On the other hand, it's not like we're really talking about exactly kidnapping the media, are we? We're essentially trying to negotiate with them. The conversation then turned, for a while, to the niceties of words like kidnap and negotiate. Media folk would definitely think of this as kidnapping. They would probably do anything in their power to prevent this sort of thing on principle. And what sort of message could we possibly come up with that would seem legitimate in this context? About the only thing that would work is something that no one could possibly disagree was relevant but that the press refused to cover, for instance, force them to read out the full text of the draft FTAA agreement, or at least selected passages. That would make a nice irony, but it would mean jettisoning the whole idea of conveying the voice of the voiceless. Moose, well, let's think about this idea of kidnapping the media or doing some sort of direct action against the media, anyway. I like the idea of not just licking the asses of the media like usual, but actually going after them, holding them accountable somehow. But how would it work? Say we get through. We're past the wall. What kind of scenario are we looking at? What is there to actually blockade? All eyes turn to Sasha. Sasha, well, let me see. They probably won't have a press tent. Probably the media center will be inside the conference hotel, though usually they put it in the basement or in some annex. The big outfits will have stringers out with the protesters, probably more photo than video people. Most of the video crews will be inside the hotel covering the summit. The press area will be full of tech people, lots of big burly union guys, who may or may not be sympathetic. There'll be cables running all over the place, running out to the satellite link UPS. Pull the plugs and they're pretty much cut off. If the center actually is a tent, then the cables will be really easy to spot. But either way, we'd have to get past the wall before we can even start thinking about any of this. Emma, but you're saying the bulk of the press will be inside the wall. Smokey, I don't know about that. In Philly, there were anchor people, CNN people, right there on the streets next to us. During J20, they were a stone's throw away. Even during the battle at Naval Memorial, at one point I saw Maria Shriver practically 3 feet away from me. The media aren't afraid of us. The question is how to use that to our advantage. What we're talking about here is sort of outside the box. We feel more comfortable going versus the Policu, who are also big burly, union guys incidentally, but I don't think this is really all that different. Jackrabbit, but you can say police are only our enemy. With the press we don't know, it's all a matter of what spin they decide to put on it. We'll only really have any idea about that when we start seeing the coverage that evening, or more realistically, by day 2. David, I don't know, I think you could make an argument that as an institution, the media is as much part of the power structure as the police. At least that's true of the people who are calling the shots in either case. Look at the election, every pundit immediately started saying the same thing: it doesn't matter who really won the election, it doesn't matter if the Supreme Court was flagrantly partisan, our job is to make sure people don't lose faith in American institutions. We need to uphold authority. Then, 3 weeks later, I hear on CNN that Bush is going to his first big party in the Washington elite social set, and his people are all nervous whether people will treat him like a legitimate president. And whose party is it? That woman, what's her name, who owns the Washington Post? Someone, Katharine Graham? David, yeah, that's it. They're all totally in bed with each other. At the top at least. They're basically the same thing. Moose, let's talk more about the media. We talked a little about this when Antona Tutbayan from Finland was here, and I've been reading some of the material on the internet, the post-Prague reflections about media coverage. My impression is the Italians, at least, they're very self-conscious about what they're trying to do. They're trying to create a myth. A kind of new heroic subject that's also simultaneously a self-satire, and that completely subverts conventional distinctions of violence and nonviolence. Now, I don't know if we have a consensus on this, probably there couldn't be, but, okay, just picture this. We have these large, very brightly colored people with silly costumes, with balloons, with ladders, kazoos. It's like suddenly the action gets invaded by a bunch of cartoon characters. I think we can guarantee the media will be on us like flies. How they'll frame us is a whole other thing. It seems to me that all depends on what happens around us. But it will give us a little window, an opportunity to get our message out. Betty, wait, I'm confused. So we're not trying to do direct action against the media anymore? David, I just don't think they will cover the message no matter what we do. They'll just cover the costumes. Though, one idea I've been kind of bouncing around would be to make a shit list. I mean, do what the government does, the big players, when they deal with the media. They use carrots and sticks. If a reporter gives them sympathetic coverage, they'll provide more leaks or information. If a reporter offends them some way, their sources dry up. We can't do that because those few anarchists who will talk to reporters will talk to all of them equally. But what if we tested it out? If some media outlet actually does convey our message, or just gives us a sympathetic notice, we reward them with exclusives. If they tell some flagrant malicious lie, then we either refuse to speak to them, or make it clear that there are consequences. Laura, how, exactly? Moose, pie them. Flamma, yeah, pie the camera. Smokey, but what's the message in that? Flamma, that it's fun? Smokey, no, seriously. We want to get our message out. We're living in a press blackout. How will that help us break out of it? David, yes, that's true. Probably it won't. It assumes they will at least be covering us. Jackrabbit, anyway, we're represented as a bunch of hooligans already. We're going to make it easier for them to do so. David, the weird thing about that is that it doesn't always take. Remember Philly? I saw a survey taken a few days later asking TV viewers how they felt when they saw the protesters on TV, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but a majority of them were sympathetic, and the largest single chunk, like 30%, we made them feel proud. This despite the fact that we only got hostile TV coverage in Philly. All they talked about was violence, but people were proud of us anyway. Moose, you see, that's what I'm talking about too. Wouldn't it be perfect if everybody watching TV would be seeing an image of us on the screen and then they caption it "violent protesters" and people will take one look at it, and say, wait. That does not compute. Laura, yes, people won't know how to categorize us. It ties in with what that Finnish guy the other day was telling us about the beginnings of the THIRD-WORLDISm, remember, how for the first big action, they didn't use shields, because of how the media would cover that. The whole idea was to get across the message that we're protecting ourselves, we don't want to get hurt, but we're not going to hurt anyone else either. Obviously, if the cops see a shield, they're not going to interpret it that way. They're going to think they're looking at some kind of warrior. So will the media. So the question became, how can we head that off? How can we be proactive? That's why they started doing things like holding up inner tubes instead of shields, or wrapping themselves in rubber ducky flotation devices. Moose, yeah, inner tubes look really good, because they're so soft and fluffy. Remember those pictures from the WDO action in Cancun, 10 guys coming down the beach holding out inner tubes wrapped in paper mache, you couldn't possibly hurt anyone with any of it no matter how hard you try. It all looks very cute and unaggressive. Laura, things don't look the same in Europe as they do here. The only reason the THIRD-WORLDISm could march up to Prague looking like legionaries with the shields and big sticks was because by 2001, people had become used to the idea, they understood something of the philosophy, they knew these people really wouldn't hurt anyone. It took years of media work to build up to the point where we could carry sticks. Moose, what was it, 5 years? Laura, and it needed constant work, before every article there were actions, media stunts and press releases, interviews. Moose, whereas we're only 4 months old here. I think it's okay to take it slowly. It's okay for us not to use shields. At this point, I think it's just as important to build a movement than to get out a message. Emma, now, wait a minute. I think I disagree with the entire premise here. If we don't use shields, it seems to me, that's got to be a tactical decision, based on the tactical situation, not based on how we think it's going to look on TV. We're doing a direct action. Not a media stunt. How we think it looks on the corporate media should never be the primary reason for making a tactical decision. Laura, well, we do want to be covered by the media, though. We're experiencing a blackout. That's one of our basic problems. Moose, let me make it clear, I agree with the analysis that says we should treat media as the enemy, like cops. But that doesn't mean we have to ignore them. We don't ignore the cops either. At the very least we have to react to them. So why can't we think of this as basically the same thing? Jackrabbit, sure, we organize around what we think the cops are going to do. That's why we carry shields to begin with. Because we think it's likely the cops are going to try to hit us. So, if the media's there, by that same logic we have every right to anticipate what the media is likely to think about the shields, which, by the way, it isn't a foregone conclusion that'll be a negative, is it? For all we know, shields might even look good to some of them. Mark, I don't know why we're even arguing about this. Can't inner tubes do the same thing just as well? Jackrabbit, well, I think it's more a conceptual point. A question of passive versus aggressive. I'm saying, I don't know why we necessarily have to look either. What's wrong with just being proactive? Laura, actually, the problem with inner tubes is that it's hard to hold them without exposing your fingers. Then the cops go straight for the fingers. It's the same thing with banners. We had a lot of broken fingers early on. Inner tubes are a problem unless you're wearing some kind of elaborate padded gloves, and then it's hard to grip them. Moose, remember, we're only going to be about 50 people. Maximum. That's not exactly an army. We're not going to be able to do all that much by sheer weight of numbers, but we do have some advantages. We're weird. We're visually striking. No one on this side of the ocean has seen anything like us before. So we're a potential news story? We'd be idiots to throw that away. Sasha, speaking as someone who's worked with the media for most of my working life, I think you guys are being a little naive here. The media will do what they want even if we all come out in fuzzy bear suits. We all know how these stories read. You get your typical 6-paragraph piece, they'll lead with violence if there is any, if there isn't they'll say something about the carnival atmosphere but nothing about the message. There'll be a little trivializing humor, then cut to some official spokesman saying how confused we all are and if we have any objections to the treaty, they're already taking care of it. I'm more on Emma's side here. Let's take our message directly to the people who make decisions and force it on them. Forget the media. Fuck M. Smokey, I don't accept the dichotomy. It's possible to appeal through absurdity. Bigger, more organized groups do it all the time. Or look at the clowns in Philly, they were really effective in the streets, even if they didn't get any media coverage. Plus remember, all of this is going to be happening in Canada. The media there is a lot less monolithic. They have their process, just like we have ours, but we can interrupt their process and make them change. Or, we could think of that as one possible option. There are other options. We can try to circumvent them via indie media. Or a third option, try to get an undiluted image and message through, unedited. Try to proactively take over, dominate it, take over for a day, interrupt their process. We can storm a station, or if we want to be less aggressive, maybe, substitute newspapers, use hackers to substitute our message on their web pages. We'll be called thugs, yes, if we do so, but they'll say that anyway. They'll say the same thing if we tear down the wall. Maybe the soft underbelly of the beast on this day will be the media, not the FTAA, Flamma, or the cops. Smokey, the likelihood of joining a block and disrupting the FTAA meetings is pretty small. They've been preparing for us for 6 months. It's possible we could do it, but this they've never prepared for. Laura, I agree completely, but I don't know if the emphasis should be on the media. I mean, that it should be the center of our action. Jackrabbit, I agree. All this stuff about media, doesn't our media strategy have to depend on what we're trying to do? Or are we just going to attack the media for the hell of it? Because I seriously doubt that anything short of holding a gun to their head is going to get them to air some statement they don't want to air. That's just not going to happen. David, I think the media is a perfectly legitimate strategic target. After all, when there's a coup, what's the first thing they always do? They try to seize the radio or television station. Obviously, there's a reason for that. Flamma, and I don't think they're prepared for it. David, but Jackrabbit is right, the question is how, and to what effect? I guess some of that is technical questions. Like, is there a way to jam their feeds? Emma, I just don't think concentrating on media is what Yabasta should be doing. I'm going to Quebec because I believe in direct action. That means I want to be able to directly confront our rulers, not to appeal to the media to deliver a message, or even to force them to. After all, what's Yabasta all about? I joined because it seemed more proactive than lockdowns. But it's a direct action strategy, not a symbolic gesture, not a way to influence the press. Flamma, I agree, but think you're missing a crucial point. We have a setup. There are players, media, cops, delegates. They have a process. We want to throw in a monkey wrench. So we have to ask ourselves, which is the weakest point? Seems to me causing a media blackout on their side would actually be just as effective as putting our message out on it, which I agree with. Jackrabbit seems pretty unlikely. Sasha, I'm going to contradict myself, which is fine. Moose, hell, I've already contradicted myself at least twice now. Sasha, all right, so, let's say the media is the tool of state power. It's another arm of the beast, or anyway, as you say, the soft underbelly. Jackrabbit, you realize that's a logical contradiction? David, philosophy majors. Let's say, tentacle. Go on, Sasha. Sasha, anyway, it gets in our way just like the cops. So, we can treat it as analogous. I'm skeptical we can actually pull it off, but it's worth considering. And if some object, well, maybe we should talk about diversity of tactics within Yabasta. Jackrabbit, in terms of Emma's objection, that taking on the media isn't direct action, I think, if we could take over media, that would be entirely in the spirit of direct action. We just have to figure out how. Spin is another issue, how to make it impossible for them to say we did something violent and horrible to them. Kidnapping a media station might work, in the sense of finding one of their trucks abandoned and just using it ourselves, defending it, using nonviolent tactics, from the cops who try to recapture it. Use their own tools against them. I could conceive of something like that happening, if we really have people with the technical knowledge to operate the equipment. Someone, oh, that's easy. I know half a dozen indie media geeks who can handle a satellite uplink, no problem. Jackrabbit, then there's a question of how to make a statement they can't say is rambling and crazy and illegitimate. That's very hard. But maybe not impossible. Say, for instance, the Mohawks want to make some sort of statement to the world. David, I like it too. Look, a lie is a kind of violence. Especially when it's used to make it possible for the cops to beat people up, or the IMF to literally take the food out of the mouths of babies. We just have to figure out a way to do it where we won't look like a bunch of wingnuts. Tim, I think it's a good thing, as David says, but I think we should go after the strong part, the wall, first. If we can do that, the media will follow. Not that we should discount a media action either. Moose, I'd be totally down with, well, if a hotel where the media is, I'd be for shutting it down and all that. Or taking over a media station. But that ratchets up a lot of stuff if we all get arrested, that'll drain a lot of energy. Let's assume we get through to Quebec. I think it's more interesting on the first day, to take demands to the meeting, a petition, or something, then maybe on the 21st we can do a media action if we're not in jail. It later turned out that similar conversations were going on in spokes councils in Quebec City at the time, even down to many of the details, such as the possibility of blockading media outlets to try to force them to air prepared tapes. Nothing ever came of them. Aware, in the end, they would have been necessarily self-defeating, they went the way of most flawed activist projects, faded away for lack of anyone willing to commit time to them. More plausible scenarios were too technically difficult. In the end, about the closest anyone came to an anti-media action was when someone smashed the windows of a couple of TV vans parked near the main entry through the wall, an act which the van's owners probably assumed was nothing more than random apolitical vandalism. Collective representation becoming the media. The typical anarchist reaction, as I've said, is to avoid such traps entirely by relying on alternative media. There's no real room here to go into the details of the creation of the indie media network, which certainly deserves a very long ethnography of its own, but I do think it's crucial to emphasize the difference activist media has made in the experience of participating in protests and direct actions for the activists themselves. This is really inestimable. The mere fact that any action, no matter how small, will inevitably be accompanied by at least one friendly print reporter, one photographer, one videographer, already has an enormous impact on the quality of the experience. Veterans of protests and actions in the 1980s and 1990s often say the most frustrating thing about them was the feeling that, however much care, planning, and energy might go into carrying them off, afterwards, unless the action was extremely large, or one happened to be very lucky, it would be as if the entire event never happened. It left no traces. Or, to be more accurate, it left only a paltry few. A few photographs pasted to a bulletin board, or distributed amidst friends. Xeroxed leaflets, or other such relative ephemera. Perhaps a clipping from a neighborhood newspaper, usually somewhat dismissive in tone. More likely there would be no printed coverage at all. The sudden appearance of web-based indie media, alongside activist listservs, after Seattle meant first and foremost that even the smallest action would receive sympathetic coverage from someone. One could attend a rally or a critical mass ride in the afternoon and log on that very evening and read an account and look at photographs of the event, or else wake up the next morning and find a newspaper or wire service style report on the event waiting in one's inbox. Rather than an experience of isolated events tumbling into obscurity, one had the sense of, in one's own small way, having contributed to making history. There was an indelible and presumably permanent record. It would be available to future historians and someday find itself discussed in books and seminars. Many activists are quite sure of this, and ready to remark on the possibility if the action was in any way important. One could also be sure these stories and images were also appearing, that very moment, on activists' computer screens in Bolivia and Denmark. There was, suddenly, an international community of like-minded radicals, the very people whose opinions one cared about the most, who were sure to know what one had accomplished. Activists' sense of relevant time and space was thus instantly transformed. This sense of the immediate creation of history has become a large part of what makes such events inherently less alienating experiences than they used to be. Crucial here is the fact that indie media reporters are telling the story in at least something like the form in which activists experienced it. The reader can well imagine how a participant in the Morristown action described earlier, who had taken part in the clever maneuver that dispersed the police, and went home feeling rather effective and proud of herself, might feel if she not only had to read the piece in the Bergen Record the next day, but also know that was the only record the rest of the world would ever have of the event. 10 years earlier it almost certainly would have been. Now, there was not only an indie media article likely to appear, but in a web format that would allow one to point out any perceived errors, add one's own anecdotes, and otherwise provide one's own perspective and experiences, which, unless the web discussion dissolve it as it sometimes did, into quarrels and vituperation, ensured one could not only make history, but play a part in establishing the historical narrative that would appear immediately afterwards. This latter point is crucial. Indie media sees itself as a participatory news source. Stories are supposed to be written by participants. In principle, it aims to completely break down the division between journalists and public. While in practice this is often more an ideal than a reality, some activists are exclusively indie media journalists, and appear at actions explicitly as reporters and almost never in any other capacity. Community activists are much more likely to call in an indie media reporter than to send in a piece themselves. If nothing else, it means that activists are aware that they could provide their own report if they really wanted to. Or even, for that matter, show up at the editorial meeting where coverage of a larger action was being discussed. In fact, they could, and some do, participate in any aspect of the production process, from putting on an action, for example, to filming it, editing the film, and producing the eventual video. Normally, after a major action, the indie media spaces quickly fill with activists, sometimes coming to help out, sometimes to get information, sometimes just to be able to watch the rushes or raw footage, as it comes in, of what they were doing on the streets only a few hours before. The production of the event and the production of the story of what happened end up becoming part of a single, collective project, shared by all concerned, in which participation is limited only by how much time and energy one is willing to invest. This sense of collective production recurs on every level of representation and communication in the process of putting together and carrying out an action. Props and costumes are made collectively. Even collective discussions or dissemination of information carried out in the middle of a street action are done in a way to implicate everyone. For instance, when holding an open meeting in the middle of an action to discuss, for example, whether to abandon a position or barricade, each speaker will address the multitude, carefully spelling out each phrase or sentence of what he has to say, pausing at the end of each to allow everyone there to repeat his exact words back to him, as a kind of vast, collective, echoing chorus. When I first witnessed this kind of call and repetition at A16, I assumed that it was owing to the fact that, with all the wind and ambient noise, this was simply a way to ensure everyone would hear. Eventually, I came to understand this was at best a secondary consideration, and anyway it didn't work all that well really. The point seemed to be to make sure that every speaker was keenly aware of the gravity of what they were saying. Often, despite appearing to make discussion far more time-consuming, it had the opposite effect, since everyone was weighing their words so carefully, and cutting out everything extraneous and, perhaps even more important, making the entire process somehow collective. It echoed, in fact, the experience of chanting slogans, at least, in the newer, more anarchistic forms of chanting, where anyone could start a new chant at any given time, and suddenly see their words repeated by hundreds, even thousands of people, only to fade away and be replaced by a new chant put forward by another activist, somewhere down the line, which would, in turn, render them again part of the impersonal chorus. This sort of thing is very much in contrast with the more familiar, traditional style of the chant leader with his microphone. In anarchist marches, anyone can start a new chant, or even make one up, and there's a constant ebb and flow. The effects, I think, are quite profound. Durkheim 1912, wrote about the effect of ritual chants and songs as effacing oneself of individuality. The sense of producing words of which one is not oneself the author, simultaneously with hundreds of others chanting exactly the same thing, provides the most immediate and powerful experience of sociality. It's that moment where society, normally an abstraction, is actually present to its members as an immediate concrete reality of which their body is a part. Political chants have much the same quality. Most have no known origin like jokes or proverbs, they just somehow pre-exist, tracing back to some collective authorship. They literally speak through you. Durkheim and Moss themselves saw this sort of evocation of mechanical solidarity as appropriate to relatively primitive forms of society. Moss was horrified when he saw similar techniques used to political effect in fascist movements of his day. Gain 1992, see Block 1974. From a Durkheimian perspective, then, the experience of taking part in an autonomous march in which anyone can try to start a chant, or improvise a new chant, and then, if it catches on, experience their own individual initiative suddenly become a moment of collective dissolution of individuality, as all speak in a collective voice, then follow along as others start new ones, is a kind of democratization of effervescence. True, one still does sometimes find events with chant leaders and followers, but in the newer styles of protest, at least, it almost never takes the form of a leader with a megaphone. The night before a rally against a sweatshop or bank, for instance, there's likely to be a meeting to try to brainstorm new chants appropriate to the occasion, but the results are usually handed out on sheets to everyone. This attitude accompanies a general distaste for chants that seem like they've been around forever, and that exhibit a tiresome lack of imagination, especially the notorious hey ho, whatever it is has got to go, which has served as a generic default for protest marches since at least the 1960s. Very old songs, particularly those from the 1920s and 1930s, are often popular. Teenage anarchists performing a vigil for arrested comrades have no trouble singing Solidarity Forever. But aside from standards everyone knows to use in specific circumstances the whole world is watching, or whose streets are streets, chants are valued for their creativity. Insofar as there are specialists, anyone who takes a role in any way analogous to the leader with the microphone, they almost always make a point of making themselves somewhat ridiculous. The revolutionary anarchist clown bloc in Philadelphia, who seemed to specialize in the creation of silly meta-chants, three-word chant, were only one particularly whimsical example. More typical are the high-camp radical cheerleaders, experts in the improvisation of elaborate chants, or the even more ridiculous billionaires. To return for a moment to one of the events with which I begin the chapter. Sunday, December 10, 2000. Peltier March Jail Solidarity, Manhattan. 30 or 40 of us eventually find ourselves across the street from the precinct house where our friends are being held, and begin chanting traditional jail solidarity chants, mostly just let them go, over and over again. These are soon interspersed with occasional chants from the march to break the monotony Free Leonard Peltier, and so on. A legal representative comes to visit the prisoners, enters the precinct, but is quickly turned away. She reports to us that the chants can be clearly heard in the precinct house and are really starting to annoy the cops. She thinks they are also likely audible to the prisoners, wherever they are, presumably deeper inside the station. Encouraged, some people propose we stick it out until the prisoners are either let go or transferred out for booking. The result is that a crowd of 20 or 25 remain, chanting, for several hours. Marathon chanting of this sort is not very easy to do. We have to take shifts. At any given time, maybe 2/3 of us are relaxing on stoops, someone buys water, someone else shows up with bags of dumpster-dived bagels that had been brought to the IMC. The actual chanters ranged in a line above the curb. A few scavenge up materials for percussion instruments and end up crouched in a corner, masks on and hoods pulled up for maximum effect, making an improvised drum circle. At least then there's a beat weaving in and out of the chant. By the time it starts drizzling, half an hour later, let them go is clearly driving the cops crazy, but it's starting to drive us a little crazy too. A little circle forms behind the line of chanters, centering around 3 radical cheerleaders, to improvise appropriate new chants. Someone will throw out a line, someone else will come up with a rhyme, others will add more, help edit, or otherwise contribute, then someone will convey it to the chanters, or simply join the line. The chants get more and more event-specific. We're wet, we're tired, and we want to pee. Enough is enough already. Set our people free. Before long, people are throwing out song names and we're turning them into chants. Twinkie, who has a remarkably loud voice, turns out to be a genius at this game. She can twirl out a lyric for almost anything. How about Sesame Street? She starts in instantly. Rainy day. Cops have taken our friends away. Can you tell me where to go so we can set them free? Can you tell me how to get to precinct 13? The most elaborate was a version of the 12 Days of Christmas on the first day of Christmas, the police state gave to me, which got up to about day 5 before a couple of the radical cheerleaders, newly returned from using the bathroom at a nearby store, remarked they didn't think that particular idea was in the best of taste. This should be enough to give readers something of the flavor of such things. Such circles become little versions of what some British activists were later to call laboratories of the insurrectionary imagination. Almost invariably, they are both fulcrums of creativity and places of extreme comic self-mockery. In fact, I would say this is a consistent tendency whenever activists begin to approach the fonts of creativity, the imagination, or even the sacred 3 things that for many anarchists, I suspect, are largely indistinguishable. Rebels in Paris in 1968, as any anarchist knows, demanded all power to the imagination. In fact, immanent in activist practice, I would say, is a theory that the ultimate form of power is precisely the power of the imagination. It is this power that creates sociality and social form. The experience of concocting a chant and witnessing it become a collective project becomes an immediate experience of such power. But this power is a sacred force that can only, possibly, be represented by ridiculous self-mockery. I think this will be clearer in the next section, where I discuss the role of puppetry and activist street theater. Part 3, Mythological Warfare. In the first section of the chapter I began to talk of myths, but I didn't really develop the subject. In this section I'd like to make good on my promise by saying a little something about the war of images. As I implied at the end of the last chapter, this war of images, particularly as it operates on television, is extremely important, since it appears to be the main means by which the tacit rules of engagement, and particularly the levels of force each side feels that they can use, are actually determined. 129 What I want to do then is try to explore the kind of symbolic or, one might even say, mythological warfare that has been going on between activists and police, especially, but not exclusively, via the corporate media. 130 It's a complicated game because most activists, as I pointed out, are extremely ambivalent about playing it, and many refuse to play completely. Nonetheless, those who do have not been entirely ineffective. In some ways, in fact, they have been extraordinarily effective. Campaigns against the IMF, WTO, and against the neoliberal project in general, as I observed earlier, were able to change the terms of political argument with remarkable speed. On the eve of Seattle, in 1999, there was almost unanimous agreement among opinion makers in the US that ever more free market reforms were the only possible direction for any economy. Internationally, the Washington Consensus, as it was called, remained almost completely unchallenged, and neoliberal policies were treated as the inevitable face of globalization. Speaking as someone who got involved in the movement right after Seattle, I can attest that just about no one involved imagined that in a mere year and a half, this ideological apparatus would lie effectively shattered, and that even magazines like Time and Newsweek would be running editorials saying we were right. We mostly imagined it would take a decade. Of course, we also thought it might lead to profound, revolutionary social change. This didn't happen. Obviously, this was more the work of activists in the global south than of those in Europe and North America, but it was the very fact that the movement was, in fact, global that made it so effective. Still, for all the movement's effectiveness in conveying its negative message that neoliberal policies are massively destructive, it proved almost completely incapable of conveying its positive message, particularly its call for new forms of direct democracy. There were, as I've noted, practical problems here. The fact that reporters and videographers were not allowed to be present at the meetings where these new forms of democracy were actually hammered out. A lot of it also had to do with standard journalistic conventions, the standard division between peaceful protesters marching with signs, and a violent vanguard breaking windows or provoking the police, left no room for the endlessly complex organization of real direct actions, with their blockades, affinity groups, lockdowns, clusters and spokes councils, or even, for that matter, banner hangs and street theater, all the things, really, that participants find most thrilling and inspiring. There's the fact that even if one can photograph or film a meeting, it's not a very interesting visual. There's the reluctance on the part of editors, and many reporters, to be used as a conduit for ideas of violent or, anyway, unauthorized, groups. There's the fact that anarchists and direct action-oriented activists in general don't tend to engage in elaborate self-promotion about their own democratic process, but are more likely to write critiques of internal problems: racism, sexism, cliques, elitism, meant for other activists. There are an endless number of other reasons. This book, as I observed at the beginning, is in part written as an attempt to make up for all of this. Whatever the reasons, though, the standard media line that globalization activists represented an incoherent babble of causes, without coherent analysis, that anarchists tend to be nihilists opposed to just about everything with no vision of an alternative society, have tended to stick. Even during the action surrounding the Democratic and Republican conventions in 2000, originally conceived to challenge the very idea that the US is a democratic society, no major media source that I am aware of was willing or able to inform its audience that this was what the protests were supposed to be about. What, then, does get through? What images or ideas have managed to get through the media and, in some sense, strike the popular imagination, or, better put, the imagination of America's TV audience? While I have not conducted any actual surveys, one doesn't have to spend much time monitoring news reports, watching movies, or just talking with ordinary citizens in order to get a sense of the answer. Even if people know nothing else about mass mobilizations like Seattle, they are almost certain to know two things. 1. They involve colorful giant puppets. 2. They involve protesters in black breaking windows. To some degree this is just an effect of television, these are the most effective visuals most actions tend to provide. Still, they leave one with a kind of neat structural opposition. On the one hand, colorful giant papier-mâché birds and pigs and politicians in effigy, on the other, faceless, anonymous masked anarchists in black destroying windows. One involves spectacular displays of whimsical creativity, the other is anonymous, destructive, and deadly serious. One could see this as simply a visual version of the peaceful protester/violent anarchist opposition, and that is certainly to some extent true. Still, I think, in a curious way, the opposition does end up conveying something about what such actions are trying to achieve. The idea behind property destruction is often conceived of, as many Seattle anarchists put it, a matter of breaking the spell, smashing through the trance-like sense of inevitability created by consumer culture. In the words of the famous N30 Black Bloc communique, "When we smash a window, we aim to destroy the thin veneer of legitimacy that surrounds private property rights. At the same time, we exorcise that set of violent and destructive social relationships which has been imbued in almost everything around us. By destroying private property, we convert its limited exchange value into an expanded use value. A storefront window becomes a vent to let some fresh air into the oppressive atmosphere of a retail outlet, at least until the police decide to tear gas a nearby road blockade. A newspaper box becomes a tool for creating such vents, or a small blockade for the reclamation of public space, or an object to improve one's vantage point by standing on it. A dumpster becomes an obstruction to a phalanx of rioting cops and a source of heat and light. A building facade becomes a message board to record brainstorm ideas for a better world. After N30, many people will never see a shop window or a hammer the same way again. The potential uses of an entire cityscape have increased 1,000-fold. The number of broken windows pales in comparison to the number of broken spells cast by a corporate hegemony to lull us into forgetfulness of all the violence committed in the name of private property rights and of all the potential of a society without them. Broken windows can be boarded up with yet more waste of our forests, and eventually replaced, but the shattering of assumptions will hopefully persist for some time to come. Acme Collective 1999. These acts were quite intentionally meant to create a message in the media as well. In a scene in an anarchist video, appropriately entitled "Breaking the Spell," one Seattle anarchist comments, after watching a 60 Minutes spot in which he was interviewed, "We were expecting that 60 Minutes would sensationalize property destruction. And that's what we wanted, since we feel property destruction is pretty sensational." The question is one of the intended audience. Smashing windows and spray painting is a matter of taking an urban landscape full of endless corporate facades and flashing imagery, one that seems immutable, permanent, monumental, and demonstrating just how fragile it really is. It meant to be a literal shattering of illusions. It is a desecration of what seems monumental and permanent, a smashing of the surface of the spectacle. Giant puppets, on the other hand, are the opposite. They are a matter of taking the most ephemeral of materials, ideas, paper, wire mesh, and transforming them into something very like a monument, even if they are, at the same time, ridiculous effigies. One might even say that puppets are a mockery of the very idea of a monument. 131 and of everything state monuments represent: the unapproachability, monochrome solemnity, above all permanence, the state's ultimately somewhat ridiculous attempt to turn its principle and history into eternal verities. Of course, for the activists themselves, the real point is the process of their production, which is at once communal, egalitarian, and expressive. Puppet making is a major collective project in the days or weeks leading up to a major action, or even a parade. Tasks are organized so that as many people as possible can have a hand in it. The objects themselves are supposed to be temporary, not really expected to last to the next big action. July 31, 2000, Philadelphia. From field note: after visit to Puppet Warehouse, the question I keep asking myself is, why are these things even called puppets? Normally one thinks of puppets as figures that move in response to the motions of some puppeteer. Most of these have few, if any, moving parts. These are more like moving statues, sometimes worn, sometimes carried. So in what sense are they puppets? Puppets are extremely visual, large, but also delicate and ephemeral. Usually they fall apart after a single action. This combination of huge size and lightness, it seems to me, makes them a bridge between words and reality. They are the point of transition, they represent the ability to start to make ideas real and take on solid form, to make our view of the world into something of equal physical bulk and greater spectacular power even than the engines of state violence that stand against it. The idea that they are extensions of our minds, words, may help explain the use of the term puppets. They may not move around as an extension of some individual's will. But if they did, this would somewhat contradict the emphasis on collective creativity. Insofar as they are characters in a drama, it is a drama with a collective author; insofar as they are manipulated, it is in a sense by everyone, in processions, often passed around from one activist to the next. Above all, they are meant to be emanations of a collective imagination. As such, for them either to become fully solid, or fully manipulable by a single individual, would contradict the point. The sense that they simultaneously partake of, and subvert, the idea of a monument becomes particularly obvious at certain moments, for instance, during Bush's visit to the UK in 2003, when British activists built giant puppet statues of Bush in every city and then ritually pulled them down, or during the Republican convention in New York in 2004, when a giant puppet dragon was brought directly in front of the stadium where the convention was being held and set on fire. The images are an attempt to encompass a certain kind of universe, including both what activists stand for and what they stand against. On the one hand, you have the giant pig that represents the World Bank, on the other the giant liberation puppet whose arms can block an entire highway, endangered species, famous turtles, Haymarket martyrs, the Statue of Liberty, various pagan gods. On the other, you are likely to have just as many mocking effigies, like the corporate control puppet during the Democratic Convention protests in LA in 2000, a puppet that was, in turn, operating smaller marionettes of Bush and Gore, a giant riot policeman puppet that shot mock pepper spray, and so on. During actions, gods melt into costumes. Most major actions have a certain thematic costume or totem animal, turtles in Seattle, sharks and birds during the IMF protests that spring, skeletons in Philly, or there would have been, in fact the puppets were destroyed before they hit the streets, caribou during the 2001 inauguration, costumes that were usually distributed en masse to any who would take them. They tended to be concentrated among a broader carnival block, usually with some broad circus theme, a certain penumbra of unicyclists, accordionists, clowns, and stilt walkers that seemed to accompany any action, and surrounded by puppets, often alongside anarchist marching bands, the Hungry March Band, the Infernal Noise Brigade, or radical cheerleaders. When Tony Blair declared, during a summit in 2002, that he was not about to be influenced by some anarchist traveling circus, many anarchists actually found the phrase quite appropriate. There is indeed something about the idea of a circus that directly appeals to anarchist sensibilities, and there are, in fact, a number of actual anarchist traveling circuses in America, not just the freakishness and challenging of all accepted sense of possibility, but also, I think, the fact that a circus is a collection of extreme individualists who are nonetheless engaged in a thoroughly cooperative enterprise. At any rate, such puppet and circus and street theater teams often dart back and forth during a major action to revive flagging spirits or generally entertain the troops. Even more, perhaps, they specialize in defusing and de-escalating situations that look like they might turn violent. In the absence of marshals, it's often the puppet teams who end up functioning as de facto peacekeepers, as organizers kept trying to emphasize to the press, for example, when the puppetistas were all arrested before the action even began in Philadelphia. Here's a description of a typical puppet intervention during the actions in Seattle. People had linked arms, Zimmerman says. The police had beaten and pepper sprayed them already, and they threatened that they were coming back in 5 minutes to attack them again. But the protesters held their line, linking arms and crying, blinded by the pepper spray. Berger, Zimmerman, and their friends came along on stilts, with clowns, a 40-foot puppet, and a belly dancer. They went up and down the line, leading the protesters in song. When the security van returned, they'd back the giant puppet up into its way. Somehow, this motley circus diffused the situation. They couldn't bring themselves to attack this bunch of people who were now singing songs, Zimmerman says. Injecting humor and celebration into a grim situation, he says, is the essence of a puppet intervention. 132 I've already described the blending of clowning and direct action techniques in the last chapter. Puppets might be seen as part of the same phenomenon, essentially, an attempt to make the numinous comical, since they are also, paradoxically, simultaneously ridiculous, but also, in a way, profound. Puppets are not cute, like Muppets, writes Peter Schumann of the Bread and Puppet Theater, this being the group that first introduced giant puppets to American politics in the 1960s. Puppets are effigies and gods and meaningful creatures. At the same time, though, they are obviously foolish, silly, ridiculous gods, ways of both trying to seize the power to make gods and make fun of that power simultaneously. One finds a similar impulse pretty much whenever, in such radical movements, one approaches the mythic or deeply meaningful, a kind of ridiculous self-mockery, which, however, is not meant to completely undercut the gravity and importance of what's being asserted, but rather to imply the ultimate recognition that just because gods are human creations, they are still real. You see it in the writings of primitivists, who are self-consciously creating new myths about the Garden of Eden, the fall it was all the fault of agriculture, and the inevitability of industrial collapse, but, at the same time as they seem to be asserting that they want most people on earth to die, they bridle at the suggestion that they really do. They are making self-consciously absurd, ultra-radical propositions at the same time as they are also treating them as the ultimate truths about a world of alienation. You see it in the pagans, the most active self-consciously religious elements in the direct action movement, who are quite capable of performing extravagant satires of pagan rituals that they nonetheless see as real, effective, rituals reflecting the deepest possible spiritual truths about the world. For present purposes, though, what matters is not so much the implicit theory of creativity, interesting though this is, but how all this works as an alternative to more conventional approaches such as setting out unified position papers or designing one's events around the preconceptions of the press. Clearly, those who smash a Starbucks window or create a giant puppet want those images to be disseminated by the media, both corporate and alternative. They also assume that there is something about them that will strike the popular imagination, to create a myth, as the Italian theorists of Ya Basta like to put it, Bowie 2005, and carry meanings beyond whatever skeptical or hostile gloss the corporate media could place on it, a myth about the vulnerability of the spectacle, about the possibilities of collectively creating new forms of meaning. In this, they were fairly effective. The reason it's hard to see is that again, the public in America is rather a vague and loaded term. In a political context, it seems to evoke the image of a collection of white, middle-class, largely suburban couples in their 40s at home watching TV. These are also seen as roughly corresponding to the all-important undecideds or swing voters in most electoral campaigns. However, one does not build a radical movement by trying to assuage the center. One does it first of all by trying to appeal to those who are already angry, alienated, oppressed, or marginalized, who don't really need to be convinced that there is something profoundly wrong with the way the world is being run, but, rather, need to be shown some sign that the system is vulnerable, that there's something effective and not suicidal they can do. In this sense, anarchists really could be said to be hijacking or kidnapping the media, to convey messages to an unexpected constituency. At the same time, though, police officials have been playing a very similar game of images, with infinitely greater resources and, as we'll see, a great deal of ruthless cynicism, in order to create alarm among that very imagined public the anarchists have largely decided to ignore. Mythological warfare on the part of the police. The months immediately following the actions in Seattle saw concerted and sustained effort by government and especially law enforcement officials to figure out a way to justify the use of violence and preemptive measures against what gave every indication of becoming a budding social movement. It was accompanied by escalating use of aggressive police tactics that focused, at first, much more on the pacifists and on obviously nonviolent tactics like blockades and lockdowns than on anyone engaged in actions that could be described as criminal. While I am hardly privy to the reasoning adopted by the police or whatever authorities contributed to security planning for international summits in this period, I can say that it's not altogether surprising that they did so. 133 By attempting to shut down major trade negotiations, IMF meetings, G8 summits, World Economic Forums, and the like, anarchists are quite intentionally trying to cause extreme inconvenience and annoyance for some of the world's richest and most powerful individuals. They are systematically spoiling the most important parties, junkets, and self-celebratory rituals of the international elite as part of a strategic plan intended to foil some of that elite's most cherished projects and plans. They may be doing it in such a way as not to physically endanger them, or in fact to hurt anyone, and since Seattle they might not have succeeded in actually shutting down any meetings, but they have succeeded in turning those meetings into nightmares, so dominated by elaborate security measures that they are in no sense celebrations. One would be naive indeed to think that in a case like this, the legalities of the matter were what would prove the most important factor. Ever since Madeleine Albright made her phone call to the governor during the WTO actions in Seattle, the problem has not been whether to use violence against nonviolent activists, but how to justify doing so. It may be impossible to know what sort of policies were developed, or even precisely by whom, but it's easy to observe what happened. If one looks at major actions that followed in the immediate wake of Seattle, one finds that, in just about every case, police adopted a remarkably similar approach. Always we see preemptive strikes, justified by claims of threats of protester violence, threats that never quite materialized. Here are three typical incidents. April 2000, Washington, D.C. Hours before the protests against the IMF and World Bank are to begin, police seize the activists' Convergence Center, one of the main sites for making and storing puppets and banners to be used in the protest. Chief Ramsey loudly claims to have discovered a workshop for manufacturing Molotov cocktails and homemade pepper spray inside. DC police later admit no such workshop existed. Really, they'd found paint thinner used in art projects and peppers being used for the manufacture of gazpacho. However, the Convergence Center remains closed and much of the art and puppets inside are appropriated. July 2000, Minneapolis. Days before a scheduled protest against the International Society of Animal Geneticists, local police claim that activists had detonated a cyanide bomb at a local McDonald's and might have their hands on stolen explosives. The next day the DEA raids a house used by organizers, drags off the beaten and bloodied activists inside, and appropriates their computers and piles of outreach materials. Police spokespeople later admit there never actually was a cyanide bomb, it was actually a smoke bomb, and they never had any evidence or reason to believe activists were really in possession of explosives. August 2000, Philadelphia. Hours before the protests against the Republican convention are to begin, police, claiming to be acting on a tip, surround and invade the warehouse where the art, banners, and puppets used for the action are being prepared, ultimately arresting all 75 activists inside. Chief Timony claims at a press conference that his men had discovered C4 explosives and water balloons full of hydrochloric acid inside the warehouse. Police spokesmen later admit no explosives or acid were really found. The arrestees, however, are not released. All of the puppets, banners, art, and literature to be used in the protest are systematically destroyed. While it is possible that we are dealing with a remarkable series of honest mistakes, this looks a lot more like a series of attacks on the materials activists were intending to use to get their message out to the public, attempts to appropriate or destroy the means by which protesters intended to place images in the media, or even more attempts to replace images of art and puppets with images of bombs and cyanide. Certainly, that's how activists interpreted them. By the time of Quebec, one of the biggest discussions before every new mobilization had become where to hide the giant puppets. It was simply assumed that the police would attack them. The full culmination of this model of repression only came during the Free Trade Area of the Americas Act meetings in Miami in 2003, when the Miami City Council actually passed a bill that made the display of puppets illegal during the summit, ostensibly because they could be used to conceal weapons, and the police strategy consisted almost entirely of preemptive strikes against activists, hundreds of whom were swept up and charged with planning but never quite actually performing unspeakable acts. As a result, the Black Bloc in Miami actually ended up spending most of their time and energy on protecting the puppets, when they finally did appear on the streets. According to one eyewitness report, after police routed protesters from Seaside Plaza, forcing them to abandon their puppets, officers spent the next half hour or so systematically attacking and destroying them, shooting, kicking, slashing, and ripping the papier-mâché remains, one even putting a giant puppet in his squad car with the head sticking out and driving so as to smash it against every sign and street post in sight. Why do cops hate puppets? There does seem to be a peculiar animus against giant puppets on the part of the U.S. constabulary. In fact, police often seem to hate puppets a good deal more than they do the Black Bloc. Many activists have spent time speculating on why this might be. It doesn't help to ask police officers themselves. They will almost invariably say the same thing, that such objects are dangerous. There's no way to know what's really inside them. How do we know that they aren't being used to hide bombs or weapons? Or that the wooden frames could be used as cudgels or even battering rams? It seems hard to give much credit to such claims in a case like Miami, though, when even after the city council had tried to ban the display of puppets on this basis, police eventually had the opportunity to take such puppets literally apart. If nothing else, you don't shoot plastic bullets at an object you really think might contain a bomb. At one point, I asked a few activist friends their opinions on the matter, and discovered that just about all of them had thought about it too. David Corsten Knowles, you have to bear in mind these are people who are trained to be paranoid. They have to ask themselves whether something so big and inscrutable might contain explosives, even if that seems absurd from a nonviolent protester's perspective. Police view their jobs not just as law enforcement, but also as maintaining order. And they take that very personally. Giant demonstrations and giant puppets aren't orderly. They are about creating something, a different society, a different way of looking at things, and creativity is fundamentally at odds with the status quo. Daniel Lang, well, one theory is that the cops just don't like being upstaged by someone putting on a bigger show. After all, normally they're the spectacle, they've got the blue uniforms, they've got the helicopters and horses and rows of shiny motorcycles. So maybe they just resent it when someone steals the show by coming up with something even bigger and even more visually striking. They want to take out the competition. Yvonne Liu, it's because they're so big. Cops don't like things that tower over them. That's why they like to be on horses. Plus puppets are silly and round and misshapen. Notice how much cops always have to maintain straight lines. They stand in straight lines. They always try to make you stand in straight lines. I think round, misshapen things offend them. Max Uhlenbeck, obviously, they hate to be reminded that they're puppets themselves. One could multiply this sort of speculation endlessly. I think this question is actually quite important and I'll return to it in a moment, but for now, let me continue with the months that followed Seattle. During that period, one began to see increasingly outlandish accounts of what had happened at Seattle. During the WDO protests themselves, no one, including the police, had claimed that activists had done anything more militant than break a plate glass window. There were no claims in the press of protesters attacking police, or for that matter anyone else. In fact, the only interpersonal violence I'm aware of by activists came when a number of self-appointed peace cops tried to prevent some of the Black Bloc anarchists from breaking windows, and on some occasions ended up physically assaulting them anarchists, who were mostly quite fastidious about their dedication to nonviolence, refused to hit back. Yet no more than 3 months later, the Boston Herald reported that officers from Seattle had come to brief the local police on how to deal with Seattle tactics, such as attacking police with chunks of concrete, BB guns, wrist rockets, and large-capacity squirt guns loaded with bleach and urine. 134. A few months later, when New York Times reporter Nicole Christian, apparently relying on police sources in Detroit, claimed that Seattle demonstrators had hurled Molotov cocktails, rocks, and excrement at delegates and police officers. NYC Dan held a protest outside their offices demanding the Times explain itself, and the paper was actually forced to run a retraction, admitting Seattle authorities confirmed that no objects had been thrown at human beings. 135. Despite this, Christian's account appears to have become canonical. Each time there is a new mobilization, stories invariably surface in local newspapers with the same list of Seattle tactics, a list that also appears to have become enshrined in training manuals distributed to street cops. Before the Miami Summit of the Americas in 2003, for example, circulars distributed to local businessmen and civic groups, based on information from security consultants, listed every one of these Seattle tactics as what they should expect to see on the streets once anarchists arrived. Wrist rockets, larger hunter-type slingshots that they use to shoot steel ball bearings or large bolts. A very dangerous and deadly weapon. Molotov cocktails, many were thrown in Seattle and Quebec and caused extensive damage. Crowbars to smash windows, cars, etc. They also pry up curbs, then break the cement into pieces that they can throw at police officers. This was done extensively in Seattle. Squirt guns filled with acid or urine. 136. Ensuring that when the protests began, most of downtown Miami lay shuttered and abandoned. To this day, most journalists react with incredulity when one points out that, in the United States at least, no one, at a globalization protest, has ever thrown a Molotov cocktail. 137. Some police officials have become notorious among activists for their Gothic imaginations. John Timony, chief of police in Philadelphia during the 2000 Republican Convention, and in Miami during the 2003 Free Trade Area of the Americas Summit, is fond of particularly lurid claims. During Philly, for example, there seemed to be a policy of announcing one particularly outrageous claim each day. On the first, police claimed to have captured a van being used to transport poisonous snakes and reptiles, that activists planned to release amongst the citizenry. On the second, that an officer had been hospitalized after having his face splashed with acid. On the third, that police had discovered dry ice bombs planted around the city. I was working with activist media teams during much of this time and got to see for myself how much time those working the phones had to spend trying to figure out what on earth reporters were talking about, since these were considered far more important stories than, say, the mass arrest at the puppet warehouse and destruction of the puppets. In every case, police either were later forced to withdraw their claims, or at least, to stop talking about them. In the first, the vehicle turned out to be a pet store supply van. In the second, the officer turned out to have been splashed by red paint. In the third, it appears the dry ice bombs were something police picked up from perusing the notorious anarchist cookbook published in the 1970s, and had no basis in anything at all. During the FTAA in Miami, there were similar lurid reports of injured police, all sorts of projectiles, and most of all, activists assaulting Timony's troops with every manner of bodily fluids. Such charges invariably make splashy headlines when first announced, or sensationalist reports on the nightly news. When they turn out to be false, this in itself almost never is seen to merit a story or correction. In other words, police spokesmen appear to be aware of, and taking full advantage of, the fact that American journalists will report pretty much anything they say at briefings as simple fact, and that they are rarely interested in running stories explaining that something has turned out not to be true. In the case of Timony, the pattern, at least as I observed it, was for journalists to first greet activists with incredulity or even ridicule when they suggested police might be lying, then, after seeing such claims repeatedly proved false, to simply stop reporting them, without ever acknowledging they'd been duped. The Boston example is particularly striking because it suggests that, in some cases, police higher ups might not even be primarily concerned with influencing the media. In some cases at least, the primary target audience is the police themselves. It is hard to see what other reason there would be to order street cops to take part in trainings in which they are taught to expect extremely violent tactics that those in charge must be aware had never actually been used. Of course, there's only so far one can generalize from a single case. One can only wonder if what happened in Boston was an isolated event, or an example of a much more common practice that usually goes unreported. Similarly, it's very difficult to know who, precisely, these so often cited police intelligence sources actually are. Here we seem to be entering a murky zone involving information being collected, concocted, and disseminated and passed back and forth between a variety of federal police task forces, private security agencies, and right-wing think tanks, many of whom may well be convinced that at least some of these stories are true, since they get most of their information from the other ones. Here too, though, I suspect probably the first concern of those who tell lurid stories of bleach and urine is simply to rally the troops. As commanders discovered in Seattle, police officers who are used to considering themselves protectors of the public will frequently balk, or at least hesitate, when given orders to make a baton charge against a collection of obviously nonviolent 16-year-old girls. It seems hard, for example, to understand the peculiar obsession with bodily fluids in so many of these reports except as part of a self-conscious campaign to appeal to police sensibilities. Certainly it has nothing to do with activist ones. Presented with endless accusations of hurling and shooting of urine and feces, activists I know are mostly puzzled. Some will tentatively suggest that maybe the stories originally go back to occasions when police laid siege to squatted buildings, and buckets full of human waste were one of the few non-lethal projectiles available. Most, though, have no idea. Certainly, I've never heard of anyone actually bringing such items to an action. Yet the accusation is leveled time and time again. If police arrest activists in preemptive attacks, for instance, one can be pretty sure they have planted evidence on them if they announce that the suspects were discovered carrying crowbars and vials full of urine. Police in press conferences have actually been known to display such bags of excrement or jars of urine they claim were intended to be thrown at them, leaving activists to wonder where exactly they really got these things. The claims seem to echo the endlessly repeated assertion that, during the Vietnam War, protesters used to spit on anyone wearing a uniform, and, of course, the broader notion that the best justification for violence on the part of police are deliberate assaults on their honor. It's as if someone was trying to imagine the most dishonorable thing one could possibly do to an officer, and then insisting this was precisely what anarchists will always try to do. That there was probably some kind of coordination in this effort might be gleaned, too, from the fact that it was precisely at this time that mayors and police chiefs around America began regularly declaring, in almost exactly identical words and of course based on no evidence whatsoever, that anarchists were actually a bunch of spoiled rich kids, who disguised their faces so their parents wouldn't recognize them on TV. This accusation soon became received wisdom among law enforcement professionals across America. 138 As I mentioned in Chapter 6, this sort of claim seems to have been carefully designed to both rally the troops, and convey something of the desired rules of engagement. Do not be gentle with these people, take out your resentments on them if you like, but don't actually maim or kill them because, you never know who their parents might turn out to be. The Hollywood movie principle. The real problem for the police in the months following Seattle appears to have been a crisis in public perception. To the frustration of officials, CEOs, and trade bureaucrats, the American public refused to see the global justice movement as a threat requiring forcible suppression. As I pointed out during the Yabasta debate cited above, one of the few polls of public opinion on the matter, taken during the Republican convention in 2000, found that surprisingly large numbers of TV viewers felt sympathy or even pride when they saw images of protesters. This despite the fact that TV coverage was uniformly negative, treating protests exclusively as a security concern. 139 There's a simple reason for this, I think. I would propose to dub it the Hollywood movie principle. Most Americans, in watching a dramatic confrontation on TV, effectively ask themselves, if this were a Hollywood movie, who would be the good guys? Presented with a contest between a crowd of idealistic young people who don't actually seem to injure anyone, and a crowd of heavily armed riot cops protecting trade bureaucrats, corporate CEOs, or politicians, the answer is self-evident. In movies, in fact, the logic of the rogue cop is completely inverted. Individual maverick cops can be movie heroes. Riot cops can never be. In fact, in Hollywood movies, riot cops almost never appear. The closest one can find to this sort of imagery are the Imperial stormtroopers in Star Wars, who, with their leader Darth Vader, stand for most Americans as one of the very icons of mechanized evil. This point is not lost on the anarchists, who have, since A16 at least, taken to regularly bringing recordings of the Imperial stormtrooper music from Star Wars to blast from their ranks as soon as a line of riot cops starts to advance. So the question became, what would it take to cast protesters in the role of the villain? In the immediate aftermath of Seattle, the media and public officials did their best to create an hysteria over broken windows. The imagery certainly seems to have struck a chord, as I observed. There are few Americans unaware that windows were broken. But these efforts were, ultimately, to surprisingly little effect. But this makes sense too. In Hollywood terms, property destruction is a very minor peccadillo. In fact, if the popularity of the various Terminators, Lethal Weapons, or Die Hards reveal anything, it's that Americans rather like the idea of property destruction. If most did not themselves harbor a certain hidden glee at the idea of someone smashing a branch of their local bank, or a McDonald's, not to mention police cars, shopping malls, and complex construction machinery, why would they be so regularly willing to pay money to watch idealistic do-gooders smashing and blowing them up for hours on end, if always in ways that, through the magic of the movies, but also like the practice of the black bloc, leave innocent bystanders entirely unharmed? Certainly, it's unlikely that there are significant numbers of Americans who have not, at some time or another, had a fantasy about smashing up their bank. In the land of demolition derbies and monster trucks, black bloc anarchists might be said to be living a hidden aspect of the American dream. Obviously, these are just fantasies. I am certainly aware most working-class Americans do not overtly approve of, much less advocate, the destroying of Starbucks facades. But, unlike the talking classes, neither, around 2000, did they see such activity as a threat to the nation, let alone anything requiring military-style repression. One could even say that, in a sense, the Black Bloc appear to be the latest avatars of an artistic/revolutionary tradition which runs through the Dadaists and Situationists, one that tries to play off the contradictions of capitalism by turning its own destructive, leveling forces against it. Capitalist societies, and America in particular, are, in essence, potlatch societies. That is, they are built around the spectacular destruction of consumer goods. These are societies that imagine themselves as built on a nexus between production and consumption, endlessly spitting out products and then destroying them again. Since it is all based on the principle of infinite expansion of industrial production, the very principle which the Black Bloc anarchists, mostly being highly ecologically conscious anti-capitalists, are particularly opposed to, all that stuff has to be endlessly destroyed to make way for new products. But this, in turn, means inculcating a certain passion or delight in the smashing and destruction of property, which can very easily slip into a delight in the shattering of those structures of relation that make capitalism possible. It is a system that can only renew itself by cultivating a hidden pleasure at the prospect of its own destruction. 140 There is a history here. Radical puppeteers also tend to be keenly aware that their art harkens back to the wickerwork giants and dragons, gargantuas and pantagruels, typical of medieval festivals. Even those who have not themselves read Rabelais or Bakhtin are certainly familiar with the notion of the carnivalesque. Massive convergence are almost always framed as carnivals against capitalism or festivals of resistance. The baseline reference seems to be the late medieval world immediately before the emergence of capitalism, particularly the period after the Black Death, when the sudden decline in population had the effect of putting unprecedented amounts of money into the hands of the laboring class. See example Federici 2004. Most of it ended up being poured into popular festivals of one sort or another, which themselves began to multiply until they took up large parts of the calendar year. These were what nowadays might be called events of collective consumption, celebrations of carnality and rowdy pleasures, and if backed in 1984, is to be believed tacit attacks on the principle of hierarchy itself. 141 One might say that the first wave of capitalism, the Puritan moment as it's sometimes called, had to begin with a concerted assault on this world, which was condemned by improving landlords and nascent capitalists as pagan, immoral, and utterly unconducive to the maintenance of labor discipline. Of course, the movement to ban all moments of public festivity could not last forever. Cromwell's reign in England is reviled to this day on the grounds that he banned Christmas. More importantly, once moments of festive, collective consumption were eliminated, the nascent capitalism would be left with the obvious problem of how to sell its products, particularly in light of the need to constantly expand production. The result was what one might call a process of the privatization of desire, the creation of endless individual, familial, or semi-furtive forms of consumption, none of which, as we are so often reminded, could really be fully satisfying, or else the whole logic of endless expansion wouldn't work. While one should hardly imagine that police strategists are fully aware of all this, the very existence of police is tied to a political cosmology which sees such forms of collective consumption as inherently disorderly, and much like a medieval carnival, always brimming with the possibility of violent insurrection. Order means that citizens should go home and watch TV. 142 However, since this sense of festival as threatening does not appear to resonate with large sectors of the TV audience, the authorities were forced, as it were, to change the script. What we've seen is a very calculated campaign of symbolic warfare, an attempt to eliminate images of colorful floats and puppets, and substitute images of bombs and hydrochloric acid. Insofar as they were successful, it was because it rarely occurs to members of that same TV audience that on matters of public security, their government representatives would simply be making such things up. Conclusions. So why do cops hate puppets? Clearly it's not just because they think there might be bombs inside, much though the puppet full of explosives is, no doubt, much like the water gun full of bleach and urine, a telling symbol in itself. Here, I think we must return to the earlier question of rules of engagement. In an essay written shortly after the Rodney King affair, Mark Cooper made the fascinating point that most of the cases in which Americans are severely beaten by police, the victim is innocent of any crime. Innocent citizens are more likely to be beaten than criminals because they're more likely to talk back. And if you want to cause a policeman to be violent, this is the surest way to do it. He cites the reflections of a former policeman named Jim Fife. Burglars and rapists aren't necessarily assholes in the eye of the LAPD, says Fife. An asshole is a person who does not accept whatever the police officer's definition is of any situation. Cops expect everyone, including a stopped motorist, to be subservient. Any challenge or the mortal sin of talking back and you become an asshole. And assholes are to be re-educated so they don't mouth off again. The real cases of brutality come in the cases of assholes. Cops don't beat up burglars. Cooper 1991:30. The critical phrase here is, does not accept whatever the police officer's definition is of any situation. This is the power that police guard most jealously, the one that they are most likely to defend with violence, the power to define the situation. There is something very profound here, the key, perhaps, to the nature of violence itself. I will explain why I think so in the final chapter. For now, though, let me just emphasize that this is precisely what radical puppeteers are trying to subvert. Let us imagine, for a moment, a conflict between two principles of political action. One might even say, between two different conceptions of reality. The first is a politics that assumes that the ultimate reality is one of forces, but where force really operates as a euphemism for various technologies of violence. After all, to be a realist in politics has nothing to do with recognizing material realities, it is all about willingness to accept the realities of violence. Violence is what defines the ultimate truth of situations. This is presumably why police can allow themselves to be so relativistic about questions of ultimate truth or morality. If the only unquestionable reality is the power to harm others, then probably the best course of action is simply to ensure that everyone is at least playing by some kind of clear set of rules. On the other side, we might imagine a politics of the imagination. By this I mean not so much a political project of giving power to the imagination, but a recognition that imagination and creativity are always the ultimate source of power. 143 Hence their peculiar quality of being simultaneously sacred and ridiculous. What anarchists regularly attempt and what puppets embody is a systematic and continual challenge to the right of the police, or any other authority, to define the situation. They do it by proposing endless alternative frameworks. Or they do it by insisting on the power to switch frameworks whenever they like. This is, clearly, the point of the puppet intervention, just as it was the effect of the sudden appearance of the clowns and billionaires in Philadelphia. They aggressively shifted frames. They also did so in a way that was very much to activists' tactical advantage, and threw the police completely off their game. Let us return, then, to the notion of rules of engagement. At the end of the last chapter, I argued that, in the United States, it is ordinarily assumed that the rules of engagement during mass actions will be negotiated indirectly, to some degree through the courts, but largely through the corporate media. The result is a decidedly uneven playing field. It's not entirely lopsided, since even though the corporate media sets their stories up in such a way that things are very much slanted in favor of police, and is easily manipulated by them, its audience is by no means a collection of passive dupes and tends, all other things being equal, to sympathize with underdogs. It was only after September 11, really, that the government correctly sensed that the ground had shifted to the point where they could get away with pure repression, which they proceeded to put into effect during the FTAA actions in Miami in 2003 using not only unprecedented violence, tasers, plastic and wooden bullets, stepped-up torture and abuse of prisoners, but many of the same media techniques, such as embedded reporters, developed for use with military units overseas. Had it not been for the almost unprecedented disaster of 9/11, matters would almost certainly have developed differently. Anarchists tend to reject this logic of indirect negotiation anyway. It's not that they are uniformly opposed to attempts to influence the courts or media. Indeed, they would be very foolish to abandon this territory to the enemy entirely, but no anarchist, I think it's safe to say, would be willing to accept an arrangement where street actions end up being reduced to something like soccer games, with all the rules worked out in advance. The entire logic of direct action militates against that. Instead, just as in consensus process, they collapse together two things that are normally considered separate levels: the process of decision-making and the means of its enforcement. So here, in street actions, they tend insofar as possible to collapse the political, negotiating process into the structure of the action itself. They attempt to win the contest, as it were, by continually changing the definition of what is the field, what are the rules, what are the stakes, and they do it on the field itself. During street actions, a situation that is sort of like nonviolent warfare becomes a situation that is sort of like a circus, or a theatrical performance, or a solemn ritual, and might equally well slip back to nonviolent warfare once again. Of course, from the point of view of the police, this is simply cheating. Activists are not fighting fair. From their perspective, the puppets might as well actually be carrying bombs, because everything is potentially deceitful. But, as we've seen, the police aren't fighting fair either. They can't, as a matter of principle, treat the other side like honorable opponents, since that would imply they are in some sense equals. Hence, insofar as there would seem to be tacit rules, they regularly break them, and when dealing with the media, their spokesmen lie. One can think of the problem here as analogous to the familiar paradox of constituent power, that since no system can create itself any god capable of instituting physical laws cannot be bound by those laws, any sacred king capable of instituting a legal order cannot be bound by its dictates, any legal/political order can only be created by some force to which that legality does not apply. A constitution cannot itself be created by constitutional means, and indeed, 18th-century American and French revolutionaries were quite clearly guilty of treason according to the laws under which they grew up. In modern Euro-American history, this has meant that the legitimacy of constitutions ultimately harkens back to some kind of popular revolution, revolutions being precisely the point, in my terms, where the politics of force does meet the politics of imagination. Now, of course, revolution is precisely what the people with the puppets are ultimately trying to achieve, even if they are trying to achieve it with an absolute minimum of violence. But it seems to me that what really provokes the most violent reactions on the part of the police is precisely this attempt to make constituent power the power of popular imagination to create new institutional forms present, and not just in brief flashes, but continually. A movement based on principles of direct action is a movement dedicated to permanently challenging their ability to define the situation. The insistence that the rules of engagement, as it were, can be constantly renegotiated on the field of battle, that you can constantly change the narrative in the middle of the story, is, in this light, just one aspect of a much larger defiance of authority. This makes it easier to see why giant puppets, that are so extraordinarily creative, but at the same time so intentionally ephemeral, that make a mockery of the very idea of the eternal verities monuments are meant to represent, can so easily become the very symbol of this attempt to grab the power of social creativity. 144 This power is the power to recreate and redefine institutions. Basically, everything that the standard media portrayals, which never talk about the fact that activists are trying to recreate democratic process, imagine new forms of organization, etc., make disappear. From the perspective of the forces of order, puppets are veritably demonic for just this reason. In fact, there's a long-standing tradition, especially vivid in America, of seeing creativity as being somehow demonic because they perfectly embody the principle of revolution. Bakunin's famous aphorism, "The desire to destroy is also a creative urge," seems to be recognized, here, largely in reverse. Perhaps this is why so many Americans find clowns somehow frightening. That was the conclusion anyway reached by many of those who took part in the revolutionary anarchist clown bloc in Philadelphia, almost all of whom ended up beaten or arrested, even as the billionaires managed to leave the field entirely unscathed. The problem with the clown concept, one later explained at a Dan meeting, turned out to be that most Americans do not think of clowns as funny. They think of them as scary. On the other hand, most Americans think the idea of someone beating up a clown is very funny. For all the pleasure movie watchers find, after all, in watching the destruction of shopping malls, such plots do, after all, tend to end with some heroic cop killing off the villain and thus forcibly restoring some notion of normality. There is pleasure in smashing the spectacle. But, in the application of violence to define the situation, apparently, there is pleasure, too. Chapter 10. Imagination. All nations, hallucinations. Are you willing to die for the future of an illusion? If we insist on maintaining a state we can obey, then we have to breed children who will die for it. So quit whining. Anonymous anarchist poster. This chapter is not really a conclusion. In a way, writing conclusions for a work of ethnography is always a questionable undertaking. The purpose of ethnography is essentially descriptive. A good description, certainly, requires appeal to theory, but in ethnography, theory is properly deployed in the service of description rather than the other way around. If the aim of an ethnographic description is to try to give the reader the means to imaginatively pass inside a moral and social universe, then it seems exploitative, insulting almost, to suggest that other people live their lives or pursue their projects in order to allow some scholar to score a point in some arcane theoretical debate. And, anyway, it's factually untrue. Instead, I would like to end with a few rather brief theoretical reflections, inspired by my own participation with Dan and similar groups. Since, needless to say, my involvement in such groups was continually inspiring me with new ideas, consider this last chapter, then, a moment in a dialogue. Let me start by enlarging on one of the ideas with which I ended the last chapter, the division between political ontologies of violence and political ontologies of the imagination. This will make it possible to knit together a few similar ideas that popped up in earlier parts of the book. I have already discussed the first sort of political ontology at the end of chapter 6 in the section called On the Ideological Effects of Government Regulation. Why was it, I asked, that projects of radical social transformation are always seen as profoundly unrealistic, as idle dreams that seem to melt away the moment they encounter hard material realities? It's not simply, I suggested, the effect of the force of habit, or even the fact that one can never really be certain whether any social experiment will actually work. At least, not in the way these things are immediately experienced. It is the fact that large, heavy, valuable objects, houses, cars, boats, let alone factories, are, in industrial societies, invariably surrounded by endless government regulation. These regulations are enforced by violence. True, police rarely come in swinging billy clubs to enforce fire code regulations unless, of course, they are dealing with anarchists, but this just helps to make the violence invisible, and to make the effects of all these regulations that almost always assume that normal relations between individuals are mediated by the market, and that normal groups are organized hierarchically, seem to emanate not from the government's monopoly of the use of force, but from the largeness, solidity, and heaviness of the objects themselves. When one is asked to be realistic, then, the reality one is being asked to recognize is not one of natural, material facts, neither is it really some supposed ugly truth about human nature. Normally, it is a recognition of the effects of the systematic use, or threat, of physical harm. We are dealing with the shadow of the state. I think this is crucial, so crucial, actually, that it's worth pausing for a moment over some of the examples mentioned earlier. In international relations, a political realist is considered one that accepts that states will use whatever capacities they have at their disposal, including force of arms, to pursue their national interests. As I noted at the time, this is a profoundly metaphysical idea. The belief that states, abstract entities like France or India, are entities of the same nature as individual human beings, with their own interests and purposes, has nothing to do with the recognition of any material reality. Kings of France and emperors of India had interests and purposes. France and India do not. It is only through the complex metaphysics of sovereignty, which project the attributes of kings and emperors onto entire populations through the medium of some political apparatus, that we can even imagine that they could. What makes it seem realistic to say that nations have interests is simply that, like kings, those currently in control of states have the power to raise armies, launch invasions, lay siege to cities, and otherwise threaten the use of organized violence to pursue those interests, and that it would be foolish to ignore that possibility. These things are real because they can kill you. Sovereignty, of course, means both the power to wage war outside one's borders and the power to maintain a monopoly over the use of coercive force within. This, I argued, creates a similar reality effect in matters of property. If that argument seemed in any way far-fetched, one might consider here that the origins of the word real, as in real property or real estate, itself. Unlike other uses of real, it is not derived from the Latin res, meaning thing. It is derived from the Spanish real, meaning royal or regal, and originally meant belonging to the king. All land within a sovereign territory belongs ultimately to the sovereign, and this is still legally the case. This is why the state has the power to seize land through eminent domain. Sovereignty is also the legal basis for a state's power to impose regulations. Just as Giorgio Agamben 1998 famously argued that, from the perspective of sovereign power, something is alive because you can kill it, so property is real because you can seize or destroy it. Ultimately, this kind of political ontology shades into one in which the power to destroy, to cause others pain, or to break, damage, or mangle their bodies, is treated as the social equivalent of the very energy that drives the cosmos. Again, this might seem an odd statement, but some such vision seems implicit in much of the language used to describe how states operate. Take the word force. When you make someone do something against their will, say, by threatening to break their legs if they refuse, you are said to force them to do so. Force is power based on the systematic threat, or use, of violence. The state is also said to have a monopoly of the legitimate use of coercive force. If one employs a legitimist definition of violence, one that makes it impossible to say that agents of the state behaved violently if they were doing something they had been properly authorized to do, then this is the word you use instead. Protesters were violentoni, broke a window, police responded with force, they began firing plastic bullets into the crowd. This is actually a very subtle usage. Consider the following 6 sentences. 1. The police arrived at the square and opened fire on the protesters. 2. Several fell to the ground as the force of plastic bullets impacted them. 3. Others were forced to the ground and handcuffed. 4. Police then forced them into arrest vans. 5. As a result, the remaining protesters were forced to abandon the square. 6. The police force secured the area. In sentence number 2, force refers to simple physics. An object of a certain mass traveling at a certain speed can be said to strike another object with a certain degree of force. The usage in sentence number 3 is close, since the protesters were presumably forced to the ground by the downward pressure of truncheons and human muscle, but it blends into the more ambiguous usage in sentence number 4, where likely as not sheer physical pressure pushing arrestees, prodding, dragging, even carrying them, was supplemented by the giving of orders backed by implicit or explicit threats. In sentence number 5, force refers only to the effects of fear of further physical attack. Finally, it is because of their ability to employ violence and the threat of violence, in the most efficient way possible to do things like clear squares, that the police can be referred to as a force as they are in sentence number 6, just as a general could say he commands a force of 100,000 men, or the military as a whole can be referred to as the armed forces. There is a continuum, then, of usages. But the overall effect is to merge the most basic principles of physics with the psychological effects of threatening others with suffering and pain. One might object that the metaphor is inevitable because in sheer physical terms, violence does tend to involve a great deal of physical force. This may be true. But any form of human action involves some level of force. Singing, for instance, involves forcing air out of one's lungs, and many driving a car involve deploying far more force than it would take to wrestle 1,000 protesters to the ground. We appear to be in the presence of a classic form of ideological naturalization. What might otherwise seem a rather tawdry human practice, establishing a set of rules and then threatening to hurt anyone who disobeys them, is treated as equivalent to one of the elementary constituents of the physical universe. In fact, we are constantly borrowing terms from one domain to describe the other: law, force, power. Compare the following sentences. Scientists investigate the nature of physical laws so as to understand the forces that govern the universe. Police are experts in the scientific application of physical force in order to enforce the laws that govern society. So this is one ontology. Activists, I am suggesting, appear to be working with a very different one, a different set of assumptions about what's really real, about the very grounds of being. I've referred to it as a political ontology of the imagination, for reasons that I hope will soon be clear, but I could have just as easily called it an ontology of creativity, or of making, or invention, or any number of different things. I am not saying this is a universally valid distinction. I suspect the reason it exists can be traced back to some peculiar features of Western theories of knowledge, particularly, the tendency to treat the universe as a collection of physical objects that can be understood by giving them names. One can see this already in the theories of language of authors like Plato or Augustine, where language is treated as simply a collection of nouns. A theory of language that started from verbs would look quite different. If so, the problem becomes, if the world is a collection of self-identical objects, things to which we have given names, how can anything ever move or change? And this pretty much inevitably means one has to develop some kind of theory of invisible forces and powers lurking behind the surface. For instance, first you imagine objects, and you imagine them as existing outside of time and motion, then you have to bring in the force of gravity to move them around rather than seeing an object's tendencies of motion, and relations with other objects, as an inherent part of the thing itself. Forces thus come to be seen as hidden realities. Now, this is hardly the only possible way to imagine the world. Other intellectual traditions start out quite differently. But once one has gotten this far, it does rather stand to reason that one will end up seeing those forces mainly either as forces of creation or as forces of destruction. Even if you imagine that a human being is a fixed self-identical object rather than a process in continual transformation, defined largely by its relations to others, you still have to acknowledge that said human being was once born and will someday inevitably die. Or if you look at the world as a collection of commodities, of chandeliers and candy bars and whatnot, then you at least have to acknowledge that someone made them and that someday they will be eaten, thrown away, melted, compacted, burned up in incinerators, thrown into landfills, or otherwise destroyed. In our society, we like to keep birth, death, manufacture, and waste disposal largely out of sight, but of course that just serves to heighten the sense in which they seem the hidden reality behind things. Obviously, even here, this choice between creative powers and destructive powers makes better sense if we talk about humans and manufactured goods than if we started from rocks and trees, which don't usually have such obvious beginnings and endings, but since the dawn of the industrial age at least, those are the examples we've tended to favor. Actually, one can see the dichotomy emerge most obviously right around the time of the Industrial Revolution, corresponding if only extremely roughly to the dichotomy between right and left political positions that emerged around that time. Nowadays, most of us are familiar with the left position largely through the works of Marx and Engels, though much of what they said about the importance of productive labor echoed arguments extremely widespread in radical circles of their day, or perhaps, from various forms of Romanticism. In fact, Marxist theories about labor value, forces of production, and the like are simply the most sophisticated working out of a much more common theme, a concern with creative powers and creative energies that had always been at the center of what came to be known as the left, a political orientation that, after all, was dedicated to the proposition that since human beings create and recreate the world every day, there is no inherent reason why they should not be able to create one we actually like. Marx himself, for all his contempt for the utopian socialists of his day 145, never ceased to insist that what makes human beings different from animals is that they can first imagine something, and then try to bring it into being. That act of bringing imaginary visions into being was precisely what he called production. Utopian socialists like the Saint-Simonians at the same time were arguing that artists should constitute the political elite, the avant-garde or vanguard of a new revolutionary social order, providing the grand visions that industrial society now had the power to bring into being. What seemed at the time an odd proposal by an eccentric pamphleteer soon became the charter for a de facto alliance that endures to this day. If artistic avant-gardes and social revolutionaries have continued to feel an affinity for one another ever since, as I argued in Chapter 6, it can only be on the basis of a commitment to the idea that the ultimate, hidden truth of the world is that it is something that we make, and could just as easily make differently. To this emphasis on forces of production, of course, the right tends to reply that revolutionaries systematically neglect the social and historical importance of the means of destruction, states, armies, executioners, barbarian invasions, criminals, destructive mobs, and so on. Pretending such things are not there, or can simply be wished away, they argue, has the result of ensuring that left-wing regimes will in fact create far more death and destruction than those that have the wisdom to take a more realistic approach. Like any theoretical schema, this is of course a crude simplification. Things are always more complicated. The idea that productive forces were the motor of history was not just a working class idea. It was, if anything, even more the ideology of the emerging European bourgeoisie. That's one reason why Marx insisted the bourgeoisie was itself a revolutionary force. The left could never quite figure out how to reconcile the notion of human creativity with the equally attractive idea that the growth of scientific knowledge or some other evolutionary force was itself driving us all to liberation. At the same time, class politics drove most Marxists to conclude that those working on production lines were engaged in value-producing labor while most of those who actually envisioned and designed the products were not. Elements of the right also dabbled with the artistic ideal, particularly with the notion that creative individuals can, through their own inspired powers, reshape history. Contemporary social theory, in turn, arose largely in reaction to conservative critiques of revolutionary thought, focusing on understanding the power all those realities authority, community, hierarchy that could be said to be real precisely because they resisted attempts to impose some kind of revolutionary vision. Nesbitt 1966, Graeber 2003. Nonetheless, I think these terms are useful, not only in understanding the nature of revolutionary alliances, but also, in understanding the very nature of social power. This is why I fixed on the terms imagination and violence because, it seems to me, these two always seem to interact in predictable, and significant, ways. On violence and imaginative displacement, when anthropologists and other cultural theorists write about violence, they often make the point that violence operates largely by means of the imagination. Even the most brutal political regimes, for example, intimidate potential opponents much more through terrifying than by actually killing them. Most of us have heard about 1,000 violent incidents for every one we've actually witnessed. Violence, therefore, is a form of communication, and this, they invariably conclude, is what's ultimately important about it. Now this is more or less what anyone who takes culture and meaning seriously would really have to say, and I would hardly take issue with most of it. I certainly would not want to argue that violence does not, generally speaking, tend to operate as a form of communication. I would, however, take issue with the last part, and this is what's ultimately important about it. That violence can be communicative is true, of course. But this could be said of any form of human action. It strikes me that what is really important about violence is that it is perhaps the only form of human action that even holds out the possibility of operating on others without being communicative. Or, let me put this more carefully. Violence may well be the only form of human action by which it is possible to have relatively predictable effects on the actions of another person about whom you understand nothing. Pretty much any other way one might try to influence another's actions, one has to have some idea who they think they are, who they think you are, what they might want out of the situation, and a host of similar considerations. Hit them over the head hard enough, and none of this much matters. It's true that the effects one can have simply by hitting them are very limited. They are pretty much limited to preventing them from acting by disabling or killing them. Still, this is something, and any alternative form of action cannot, without some sort of appeal to shared meanings or understandings, have any sort of effects at all. What's more, even attempts to influence another by the threat of violence, which obviously does require some level of shared understandings at the very least, the other party must understand they are being threatened, and why, requires much less than any alternative. Most human relations, particularly ongoing ones, such as those between long-standing friends or long-standing enemies, are extremely complicated, endlessly dense with experience and meaning. They require a constant and often subtle work of interpretation. Each must constantly imagine the other's point of view. Threatening others with physical harm allows the possibility of cutting through all this. It makes possible relations of a far more schematic kind, i.e., cross this line and I will shoot you, and otherwise I really don't care who you are or what you want. This is, for instance, why violence is so often the preferred weapon of the stupid, one could almost say the trump card of the stupid, since it is the form of stupidity to which it is most difficult to come up with any intelligent response. there is one very important qualification to all of this. The more evenly matched two parties are in their capacity for violence, the less all this tends to be true. If one is involved in a relatively equal contest, it is indeed a very good idea to understand as much as possible about the other side. A military commander, for instance, will obviously try to get inside his opponent's mind. It's really only when one side has an overwhelming advantage in their capacity to cause physical harm that this ceases to be the case. Of course, when one side has an overwhelming advantage, they rarely have to actually resort to physical attacks, the threat will usually do. But this means, paradoxically, that the most characteristic quality of violence, its capacity to impose very simple social relations that involve little or no imaginative identification, becomes most salient in situations where actual, physical violence is often least likely to occur. Here let me appeal to the notion of structural violence, systematic inequalities ultimately backed up by the threat of force. Systems of structural violence invariably produce extreme lopsided structures of imaginative identification. It's not that interpretive work isn't carried out. Society, in any recognizable form, could not operate without it. Rather, the overwhelming burden of the labor is relegated to its victims. Let me start with an example from that most intimate of settings, the household. One constant staple of 1950s situation comedies in America were jokes about the impossibility of understanding women. The jokes, of course, were always told by men. Women's logic was always being treated as alien and incomprehensible. One never had the impression, on the other hand, that women had much trouble understanding men. That's because the women had no choice but to understand men. This was the heyday of the patriarchal family, and women with no access to their own income or resources had little choice but to spend a fair amount of time and energy understanding what the relevant men thought was going on. The resultant disparity was simply reproduced in idealized versions of family featured on TV. Actually, this sort of rhetoric about the mysteries of womankind is a perennial feature of patriarchal families, structures that can, indeed, be considered forms of structural violence insofar as the power of men over women within them is, as generations of feminists remind us, ultimately backed up, in sometimes hidden, sometimes not so hidden ways, by the threat of violence. At the same time, generations of female novelists, Virginia Woolf comes immediately to mind, have also documented the other side of this, the constant work women perform in managing, maintaining, and adjusting the egos of apparently oblivious men, which involved an endless work of imaginative identification and what I've called interpretive labor. This carries over on every level. Women are always imagining what things look like from a male point of view. Men almost never do the same for women. This is presumably the reason why in so many societies with a pronounced sexual division of labor, women know a great deal about what men do every day, and men have little or no idea what women do. In fact, many men react to the suggestion of such imaginative identification almost as if it were an act of violence. Most telling in this regard perhaps is an exercise popular among high school creative writing teachers, who occasionally ask students to write an essay imagining that they've switched genders, and describe what it would be like to live for one day as a member of the opposite sex. Those who have carried out the experiment invariably report exactly the same results. All the girls in class write long and detailed essays demonstrating that they have spent a great deal of time thinking about such questions. Roughly half the boys refuse to write the essay entirely. It should be easy enough to multiply examples. The same thing happens on the micro level, say, in workplaces. When something goes wrong in a restaurant kitchen, and the boss appears to size things up, he is unlikely to pay much attention to a collection of workers all scrambling to explain what happened. Likely as not, he'll tell them all to shut up and just arbitrarily decide what he thinks is likely to have happened. You're the new guy, you must have messed up. If you do it again, you're fired. It's those who do not have the power to fire who have to do the work of figuring out what actually did go wrong, to ensure that it doesn't happen the next time. Similar things also occur systematically, within society as a whole. It was Adam Smith, oddly enough, in his Theory of Moral Sentiments 1761, who first made note of what's nowadays labeled compassion fatigue. Human beings, he observed, appear to have a natural tendency not only to imaginatively identify with their fellows, but also, as a result, to actually feel one another's joys and pains. The poor, however, are just too consistently miserable. Faced with the prospect, observers tend to simply blot them out. The result is that those on the bottom spend a great deal of time imagining the perspectives of, and human beings being the sympathetic creatures that they are actually caring about, those on the top, but it almost never happens the other way around. 146 Whatever the mechanisms, this always seems to occur, whether one is dealing with masters and servants, men and women, bosses and workers, rich and poor. Structural inequality, structural violence invariably creates highly lopsided structures of the imagination. And since I think Smith was right to observe that imagination tends to bring with it sympathy, victims of structural violence do indeed tend to care about their beneficiaries far more than those beneficiaries care about them. In fact, this might well be the single most powerful force preserving such relations aside from the violence itself. 147 A lot of this might seem so obvious that one might wonder why social theorists have not written more about it, particularly considering their endless interest in understanding systems of power and inequality. I suspect one reason is because there just isn't all that much interesting one can say about ignorance and stupidity. Scholars trained in the interpretation of subtle systems of meaning tend to be thrown for something of a loop when confronted with situations that simply aren't very meaningful, or even that are characterized by the radical negation of meaning, the carnage of war for instance, where the continual stream of effectively random therefore meaningless, death, trauma, and destruction could be said to create such a vacuum in this regard that it inspires a desperate need on the part of all concerned to infuse the whole affair with some kind of higher significance. 148 Another reason is, of course, the academic fascination with the relation of power and knowledge. Certainly, understanding the degree to which systems of knowledge contribute to systems of domination is something of immediate importance for radical scholars who want to reflect on the ethics of their own practice. One might well argue it would be quite irresponsible not to. At the same time, though, I suspect it encourages academics to believe they have far more power than they really do. It's probably no coincidence that, in America, the fascination with the power/knowledge nexus began in the late 1970s and early 1980s, precisely at the point when many formerly activist scholars found themselves increasingly cut off from social movements and reconciling themselves to a life teaching the children of the bourgeoisie in the academy. Still, this is an ongoing phenomenon. Consider the study of bureaucracy. Why is it that almost all the major social theorists who have written about bureaucratic forms of organization, from Max Weber to Michel Foucault, all seem to assume that bureaucracies actually work despite the fact that almost everyone else in the world, including most bureaucrats, are under the impression that the most salient features of such forms of organization are their idiocy and incompetence? Actually, in my terms, it might not even be fair to say that bureaucracies are forms of stupidity and ignorance. It's more that bureaucracies tend to be ways of managing situations that are already stupid, or at any rate marked by systematic ignorance, because they are products usually, of massive structural inequality, and almost always, the state's monopoly of force. Bureaucratic knowledge is, of course, all about schematization. In practice, bureaucratic procedure invariably means ignoring all the subtleties of real human existence and reducing everything to simple pre-established mechanical or statistical formulae. Whether it's a matter of forms, rules, statistics, or questionnaires, it's always a matter of simplification. Usually, it's not so different than the boss who walks in to make an arbitrary, snap decision as to what went wrong. It's a matter of applying very simple templates to complex, ambiguous situations. In this, it's a little bit like social theory itself. An ethnographic description, even a very good one, captures at best 2% of what's actually going on in any particular Noorfield or Balinese cockfight. A theoretical reflection will normally focus on only a tiny part of that, plucking one or two strands out of an endlessly complex tissue of human circumstance, and using it as the basis on which to make generalizations, say, about the nature of war or about the nature of ritual. I am not saying I am against engaging in this kind of theoretical reflection. In fact, I'm doing it right now. I certainly believe that by such simplification, one can learn things about the world one would not have been able to learn otherwise. Still, when one turns from description to policy and reapplies these sorts of simplifications to the real world, the results are likely to leave those forced to deal with bureaucratic administration with the impression that they are dealing with people who have, for some arbitrary reason, decided to put on a strange set of glasses that only allows them to see only 2% of what's in front of them. It's at this point we can return to the police, who I have already described as armed, low-level administrators, as bureaucrats with guns. In terms of what I've been saying, it is hardly surprising that they are most likely to resort to violence when one challenges their right to define a situation. The police are the point where the state's monopoly of the legitimate use of coercive force takes flesh, where any number of forms of structural violence turn into the real thing. If violence is a force capable of radically simplifying complex social situations, if bureaucracy is largely a method of imposing such simplistic rubrics systematically, then bureaucratic violence should, logically, consist first and foremost of attacks on those who insist on alternative interpretations. At the same time, such enforcement can be seen as stupidity in its most literal sense. Jean Piaget's theory of the development of intelligence in children, for example, defines intelligence as the ability to coordinate between different points of view. Small children find it difficult to understand even, say, that a house would look different if seen from another perspective, or that if I have a brother named George, then George also has a brother who is me. Intellectual development thus becomes a matter of being able to take account of every possible perspective on a situation. Moral intelligence is of course just another version of the same thing. In this sense, first imposing a single authoritative perspective, and then threatening to strike anyone who proposes an alternative one with a large stick, is the very definition of militant stupidity. Anarchist practice, particularly the practice of consensus decision-making, tends to make a veritable moral imperative of the need to integrate incommensurable perspectives. Where 19th-century anarchists like Kropotkin 1909-1924 proposed that imagination, by which he meant imaginative identification, was the basis of morality, one might say that this is an attempt to actually turn it into some kind of actual institutional structure. This is not to say that the average anarchist meeting involves elaborate exercises in seeing things from others' points of view. In fact, the emphasis on shared projects of action makes it possible to largely sidestep such exercises, which are left for trainings and other educational events, but it presumes respect for incommensurable perspectives. This is why activists find dealing with representatives of the police state, as they call it, so dismaying. The line of riot cops is not only the point where structural violence takes tangible shape, it also, for that very reason, creates a kind of imaginative wall, a barrier it is impossible for the mind to penetrate. This might seem to contradict my earlier point that it's the beneficiaries of structural violence who tend to become the objects of identification, but I don't think it really does. After all, the police are not themselves beneficiaries of structural violence. In the case of, say, a trade summit, the beneficiaries are the politicians and executives. The police are caught precisely in the middle, they are quite literally the wall between bankers and victims. Hence, the strange ambivalence of their position. In fact, the public is constantly invited, in 1,000 TV shows and movies, to imagine the world from a police officer's perspective, but it's always the point of view of imaginary police officers, maverick cops who spend their time fighting crime rather than solving administrative problems or manning barricades. As police often bitterly remark, they know nothing about real cops, and mostly, do not wish to have anything to do with them. Excursus on transcendent versus immanent imagination. The reader might well be wondering, at this point, whether I am playing a bit fast and loose with my terminology, moving back and forth. In fact, between two completely different meanings of the word imagination. In the first section, I was talking about the role of imagination in bringing new things into being, whether new material objects, new social arrangements, or revolutionary visions of a profoundly new society. In the second, I was discussing sympathetic identification, imagining how things look through another's point of view. What reason is there to suppose these two have anything significant in common? I think they do, but to understand why I think so, it is helpful to consider the history of the word imagination. As Agamben 1993, among others, have pointed out, in the common ancient and medieval conception, what we call the imagination was considered the zone of passage between reality and reason. Perceptions from the material world had to pass through the imagination, becoming emotionally charged in the process and mixing with all sorts of phantasms, before the rational mind could grasp their significance. Intentions and desires moved in the opposite direction. It's only after Descartes, really, that the word imaginary came to mean, specifically, anything that is not real, imaginary creatures, imaginary places, Middle-earth, Narnia, planets in faraway galaxies, the kingdom of Prester John, imaginary friends. By this definition, of course, a political ontology of the imagination is actually a contradiction in terms. The imagination cannot be the basis of reality. It is by definition that which we can think, but isn't real. I will refer to this latter meaning as the transcendent notion of the imagination, since it seems to set out from stories and other fictional texts that create imaginary worlds that, presumably, remain the same no matter how many times one reads them. Imaginary creatures, elves or unicorns, are not affected by the real world. They cannot be, because they don't exist. However, neither of the two usages of imagination I've been using so far are anything like this. In many ways they seem holdovers from the older, immanent conception. Most of all, they are in no sense static and free-floating, but are entirely caught up in projects of action that aim to have real effects on the material world. The first one is mainly a moment in the process of creating or shaping physical objects. The second is more a moment in the process of creating and maintaining social relations. Still, any adequate notion of production or care or work or human creativity, or whatever you care to call it, must necessarily aim to understand both, if nothing else because most real forms of production or care or work are not limited to simply one or to the other. I suspect the core problem here is the term labor, which always seems to refer, as its primary example, to factory work. For Marx, as for most other thinkers in the 19th century workers' movement, labor and production were key categories, most of all because they brought home the paradox that human beings lived in a world that they had collectively created and continued to create, despite the fact that almost none of them felt they had much control of the process, or that, if they had, they would not have chosen to make a world that looked much like this. The institution of wage labor, that forced workers to sell their very powers of creativity, seemed the most dramatic and most profound form of this general condition of alienation. However, the resulting focus on factory labor as the model for all others seems to me to have created a very skewed conception of what work, for most people, is actually like. Political economy, for example, sets out from an extreme dichotomy between workplace and home. The first is the place of production, the second that of consumption. This already assumes what's really important is manufactured goods. But even if one then draws attention to the importance of domestic labor, this tends to produce a very simplistic dichotomy between the workplace, as the place where material goods are produced by mostly male, wage laborers, and the household, as the place where those goods are maintained, polished, swept, cleaned, by unpaid women, and most of all, as the place for the care, nurture, and education of human beings. It is commonplace nowadays, G. Negri 1984, to say that things have since become more complicated, and that, therefore, old-fashioned Victorian theories of labor value no longer apply. This is nonsense. Things were always more complicated. Certainly there has never been a society in human history in which the majority of the population was made up of industrial workers and housewives. To open up a description of working class life in a European city of Marx's day, say, a novel by Charles Dickens or Victor Hugo, is to be instantly confronted with an endless series of characters whose work obviously doesn't fit either category: chimney sweeps, wet nurses, hansom cab operators, prostitutes, sailors, governesses, barbers, rag pickers, scriveners, police. Most of us are well aware of this. Nonetheless, when speaking in the abstract, we tend to revert to the same simplistic categories. We tend to act as if labor means either operations on the physical world making or maintaining things, or, if we're feeling expansive about the term, operations on the social world making or maintaining relations with other people or working directly on their bodies or their minds, and not both at the same time. Some may go on to celebrate production as the essence of what makes us human, and relegate forms of labor directed at other people, housework, childcare, education, to the lower sphere of reproduction. Others may follow Hannah Arendt 1958, and see politics attempts to sway or influence other human beings as the essence of what makes us human, and thus relegate production to the second rank. But these are always assumed to be distinct domains of human activity. In reality, work, like any other form of human activity, usually tends to involve a bit of both, as Marx himself noted when he pointed out, in the German ideology, that production of material needs is always at the same time the production of people and social relations. It's true that industrial capitalism is unusual in marking off a separate sphere for the fashioning of material commodities. It's also true that doing so tends to exacerbate certain contradictory tendencies regarding the relation between work and imagination, that is, that when inequalities emerge in the sphere of material production, it's usually those on top that relegate to themselves the more imaginative tasks, they design the products and organize the shop floor, 149, whereas when the same thing happens in the sphere of social production, it's those on the bottom who end up expected to do the major imaginative work. For example, the bulk of what I've called the labor of interpretation that keeps life running. No doubt all this makes it easier to see the two as fundamentally different sorts of activity. But, in any larger view of society, it's obvious that this cannot be the case, and, insofar as a distinction can be made here, it's the care, energy, and labor directed at human beings that must be considered primary. The things that we care most about are loves, passions, rivalries, obsessions are always other people. In most societies it's taken for granted that the manufacture of material goods is a subordinate moment in a larger process of fashioning proper sorts of human beings. On alienation, the problem, perhaps, is that, with the word labor so slanted by its associations with factory work, there is no term that can easily combine the fundamental insight that the world is largely something we have made, and that we've made it, largely, in the process of projects aimed at shaping other people. Probably we need to begin developing a new language, in which what's typically considered women's work is seen as the primary form of labor, and other forms merely variants. For now, I really want to make 3 points. The first is that once we stop thinking of the imagination as largely about the production of free-floating fantasy worlds, but rather as bound up in the processes by which we make and maintain reality, then it makes perfect sense to see it as a material force in the world, or, anyway, at least as much as violence. Creativity and desire, what we often reduce, in political economy terms, to production and consumption, are essentially vehicles of the imagination. The second is that structures of inequality and domination tend to skew this process in any number of different ways. They can create situations where most workers are relegated to mind-numbing, boring, mechanical jobs and only a small elite is allowed to indulge in imaginative labor. They can create social situations where kings, politicians, or celebrities prance about oblivious to almost everything around them while their wives, servants, staff, and handlers spend all their time engaged in the imaginative work of maintaining them in their fantasies. Most situations of inequality combine elements of both. The third is that the subjective experience of living inside such lopsided structures of imagination is precisely what we are referring to when we talk about alienation. This might help explain both why the politics of alienation still maintains such hold on young activists, long after most social theorists have abandoned the concept, and why a politics rooted in the imagination seems like the obvious antidote. I have already noted the peculiar paradox that while academics remain fascinated with French theory from the years following May 68, much of it directly or indirectly grappling with the question of why revolutionary dreams seem to have proved themselves impossible, anarchists and other activists are still reading, and developing, French theory from immediately before, such as Guy Debord 1967, Raoul Vaneigem 1967, or Cornelius Castoriadis 1967. The Situationists in particular were the great theorists of the power of alienation in everyday life. Castoriadis, in turn, was the great theorist of the revolutionary imagination. If Raoul Vaneigem's The Revolution of Everyday Life, a book written in Paris in 1967, can still seem to give voice to the frustration felt by a teenager in Nebraska, it can only be because it's a book that sets out from feeling the rage, boredom, and revulsion almost any adolescent at some point feels when confronted with middle-class existence, and turns it into theory. The sense of a life broken into fragments, with no ultimate meaning or integrity, of a cynical market system selling its victims commodities and spectacles that themselves represent tiny false images of the very sense of totality and pleasure and community the market has destroyed, the tendency to turn every relation into a form of exchange, to sacrifice life for survival, pleasure for renunciation, creativity for hollow homogeneous units of power or dead time. On some level all this clearly still rings true. Academics, on the other hand, will normally respond that to say that there is something unnatural, or inhuman, about capitalism is to assume there is some kind of natural, human essence to compare it to. Any theory of alienation assumes there is some essential human nature, some kind of essential self, that is being frustrated, unrealized, or denied. Almost all post-structuralist theory would reject this logic out of hand. It's resolutely anti-humanist. This is a powerful argument. On what possible basis could we argue that some human societies are more human than others? But the result is strangely depoliticizing. Or perhaps it would be better to say that the result seems to lead to a liberal politics in which, if one can talk about alienation at all, it could only be as the subjective experience of marginalization or exclusion. This is pretty much the direction taken by what's now often referred to as postmodern alienation theory. G. Geyer 1992, Geyer and Heinz 1996, Schmidt and Moody 1994, in which alienation is said to occur largely when one's self-definition clashes with the way one is defined or categorized within the larger society. Alienation thus becomes the subjective manner in which various forms of oppression, racism, sexism, ageism, etc., are actually experienced and internalized by their victims. This might seem a useful corrective to the situationist or indeed classic Marxist literature, which has almost nothing to say about structures of exclusion. As students will always point out when reading situationist literature nowadays, they had almost nothing to say about racism, sexism, or homophobia. Still, it seems to me, perverse though it may sound, that is precisely what's so powerful about their work. If we imagine capitalism as a game, then it is one thing to bewail the fate of the losers, or to point out that most players will lose, or even that the rules are written so unfairly that certain categories of player are bound to lose. It is quite another to say that the game destroys the souls even of those who win. To say the latter is to say the game is simply pointless. Even the prize is bad. The first line of argument can lead to a reformist politics calling for greater inclusion, or it could, conceivably, lead to a revolutionary politics of class warfare, presumably, racial or ethnic or even gender war, but only the second allows for the possibility of a politics that is both revolutionary, and that leads to universal liberation. This is not, it seems to me, the sort of vision revolutionaries should wish to give up without an extremely compelling reason, and it's hardly surprising that so many, particularly those who do not come from any obviously oppressed group, do not find post-structuralist critiques of the subject compelling enough. 150 How to salvage such a vision? I think some of the ideas I've been trying to develop over the course of this chapter might be useful. If alienation is simply the subjective experience of living inside the warped structures of imagination that forms of social inequality always seem to produce, then most of the conventional objections to the concept dissolve away. After all, what does it mean to say that there is no such thing as an essential human nature or a transcendental subject? One is saying that these things are imaginary. Precisely. And what is wrong with that? 151 One could well argue that if there is any human essence, it is precisely our capacity to imagine that we have one. This, in turn, would not be very far at all from Marx's starting point, that if there is anything essentially human, it's the capacity to imagine things and bring them into being, what I've been calling immanent imagination, and that alienation occurs when we lose control over the process. If imagination is indeed a constituent element in the process of how we produce our social and material realities, there is every reason to believe that it proceeds through producing images of totality. 152 That's simply how the imagination works. One must be able to imagine oneself and others as integrated subjects in order to be able to produce beings that are in fact endlessly multiple, imagine some sort of coherent, bounded society in order to produce that chaotic, open-ended network of social relations that actually exists. There is a contradiction here, perhaps, but most people in human history seem to have figured out a way to live with it. It does not ordinarily spark feelings of rage and despair, the perception that the social world is a hollow travesty or malicious joke. If, in capitalist societies, it often does, it can only be because of the peculiar intensity of the forms of structural violence it creates, and the warping and shattering of the imagination that are their inevitable effect. What is it that can allow a teenager from Nebraska, brought up in a thoroughly capitalist society, to see capitalist social relations as somehow unnatural, inhuman, as inimical to life? Is it because capitalist society necessarily generates structures of the imagination that suggests something beyond it, even as it denies them any meaningful life? Or is it because capitalist society does not actually exist, is not itself a totality, because capitalism is simply parasitical on the vast imaginative labor that creates families, friendships, inventions, commitments, ideas, and forms of cooperation, labor that, in its workings, is always generating utopian images against which capitalism must necessarily seem dreary, brutal, oppressive, cruel? To some extent, no doubt, it's both these things. They're all ultimately rooted in the same tension, the fact that, to reproduce itself, capitalism, however defined, must create not just images of freedom on which it can never actually deliver, but pockets of genuine autonomy. On revolution, the situationist solution to the problem of alienation was revolutionary action, the creation of situations where one could subvert the logic of the spectacle and recapture one's own imaginative powers. It was a call for the reinvention of daily life on the principle of direct action, and was ultimately to culminate in a general insurrection against all forms of institutional authority, from capitalists to labor bureaucrats. It's easy to see why this vision has proved so appealing to generations of subsequent activists, and particularly anarchists. The biggest difference between their perspectives and those of contemporary avatars like the Crime-Ethnic Collective is that the latter have largely abandoned any faith that that final insurrectionary moment is likely to happen any time soon. If the events of May 68 revealed anything, it was that, if one is not trying to seize state power, then insurrectionary moments are going to have a different meaning and different effects. It's no longer possible to imagine them as representing a fundamental permanent break that will usher in a completely new society. In a way, of course, this is only a realization of something that was always true. We are left instead with an open-ended struggle, the realization that we are, effectively, already in a situation of permanent revolution. Freedom becomes the struggle itself. This may seem like a sobering prospect compared with the heady days of '68, when the skies seemed ready to open at a moment's notice, but it does carry with it one major consolation. It means one can begin to experience genuine freedom, even to create liberated territories, in the here and now. As Vainasium was always keen to remind us, the very idea that it is the responsibility of the revolutionary to sacrifice all pleasure and fulfillment in the selflessly efficient pursuit of the revolution is itself just a mirror image of the logic of capitalism. Now one can actually begin to experiment with other ways of being. Certainly, the project is not without its contradictions and dilemmas. Much of this book has been taken up in exploring them. Still, it is possible to argue it ultimately represents an attitude more mature in the sense of willing to take responsibility for its own actions, than that of those who felt they were agents of the inevitable unfolding of history. Consider the following statement from the Crime-Ethnic Collective: "We must make our freedom by cutting holes in the fabric of this reality, by forging new realities which will, in turn, fashion us." Putting yourself in new situations constantly is the only way to ensure that you make your decisions unencumbered by the inertia of habit, custom, law, or prejudice, and it is up to you to create these situations. Freedom only exists in the moment of revolution. And those moments are not as rare as you think. Change, revolutionary change, is going on constantly and everywhere, and everyone plays a part in it, consciously or not. Crime-Ethnic 2003. What is this but an elegant statement of the logic of direct action, the defiant insistence on acting as if one is already free? The obvious question is how it can contribute to an overall strategy, one that should lead to a cumulative movement towards a world without states and capitalism. No one is completely sure. Most assume it can only be a matter of endless improvisation. Insurrectionary moments there will certainly be. Likely as not, quite a few of them. In retrospect, what seems strikingly naive is the old assumption that a single uprising or successful civil war could, as it were, neutralize the entire apparatus of structural violence, at least within a particular national territory, that right-wing realities could be simply swept away, to leave the field open for an untrammeled outpouring of revolutionary creativity. But the truly puzzling thing is that, at certain moments of human history, that appeared to be exactly what was happening. It seems to me that if we are to have any chance of grasping the new, emerging conception of revolution, we need to begin by thinking again about the quality of these insurrectionary moments, when people felt they were in the presence of the revolution, properly speaking. One of the most remarkable things about insurrectionary moments is how they can seem to burst out of nowhere and then, often, just as quickly dissolve away. How is it that the same public that, 2 months before, say, the Paris Commune or Spanish Civil War, had voted in a fairly moderate social democratic regime will suddenly find themselves willing to risk their lives for the same ultra-radicals who received a fraction of the actual vote? Or, to return to May 68, how is it that the same public that seemed to support or at least feel strongly sympathetic toward the student-worker uprising could, almost immediately afterwards, return to the polls and elect a right-wing government? The most common historical explanations that the revolutionaries didn't really represent the public or its interests, but that elements of the public perhaps became caught up in some sort of irrational effervescence seem obviously inadequate. First of all, they assume that the public is an entity with opinions, interests, and allegiances assumed to be relatively consistent over time. In fact, what we call the public is created, produced, through specific institutions that allow specific forms of action: taking polls, watching television, voting, signing petitions or writing letters to elected officials or attending public hearings, and not others. These frames of action imply certain ways of talking, thinking, arguing, deliberating. The same public that may widely indulge in the use of recreational chemicals may also consistently vote to make such indulgences illegal. The same collection of citizens are likely to make completely different decisions on questions affecting their communities if organized into a parliamentary system, a system of computerized plebiscites, or a system of direct democracy. In fact, the entire anarchist project of reinventing direct democracy is premised on assuming this is the case. To illustrate what I mean, consider that even in America, the exact same collection of people can be referred to in one context as the public and, in another, as the workforce. They become a workforce, of course, when they are engaged in different sorts of activity. The public does not work, at least. A sentence like most of the American public work in the service industry would not appear in a magazine or newspaper. This is especially odd since the public does, in fact, have to go to work. This is why, as leftist critics often complain, the media will always talk about how, say, a transport strike is likely to inconvenience the public, in their capacity of commuters, but it will never occur to them that those striking are themselves part of the public, or that whether if they succeed in raising wage levels this will be a public benefit. And certainly the public does not go out into the streets. Aside from its role, noted earlier, as audience to some sort of public spectacle, it mainly appears as consumers of public services. When buying or using privately instead of publicly supplied goods and services, the same collection of individuals becomes consumers, just as, in other contexts of action, it is relabellate a nation, an electorate, a population. All these entities are the product of institutions and institutional practices that, in turn, define certain horizons of possibility. Hence, when voting in parliamentary elections, one might feel obliged to make a realistic choice. In an insurrectionary situation, on the other hand, suddenly anything seems possible. A great deal of recent revolutionary thought essentially asks, what, then, does this mass of people become during such insurrectionary moments? For the last few centuries, the conventional answer has been the people, an entity claimed to now hold the power once held by kings, even if it only seems to exercise that power fully in moments of insurrection. It is often noted that the legitimacy of modern constitutional orders, which always claim to be founded on the will of the people, actually traces back to moments when the people rose up in arms to overthrow whatever legally constituted order had existed before. Still, as a number of radical thinkers began pointing out, the people, as a paradigm, was always something of a problem for that very reason. It is imagined as a bounded, homogeneous mass of individuals, basically, the raw material for a nation-state. What's more, as Tony Negri 1992 noted, it seems to have an inevitable tendency to bureaucratize itself. Outbursts of popular creativity are always followed by a process of institutionalization, the creation of some sort of apparatus, the writing of constitutions, convocation of parliaments, development of rules and formal processes that always seems to end up blotting out whatever it was that made that popular creativity possible, even as it also claims it as its ultimate source of legitimacy. Was it possible to imagine a fundamentally different sort of revolutionary subject? It was with this problem in mind that Negri, followed by a number of other French and Italian thinkers, Negri 1991, etc., Verno 2004, also Montag, Molière, Balibar, returned to the political literature of 17th-century Europe and seized on the notion of the multitude. In this new reading, the multitude becomes everything the people is not. It is an open-ended network of singularities, a shifting mix of affinities, alliances, and above all, forms of cooperation, united by their common opposition to state and capital. In Europe in particular, activists have found this a very appealing notion. It is certainly much more amenable to the tacit philosophy of direct action, for example, in its assumption that such popular forces can never be reduced to a single perspective, a single logic, a single consciousness, nor should they, or its willingness to look to forms of radical freedom already emerging within the folds of capitalism. Still, in the terms I've been trying to develop in this chapter, all this rather misses the point. The point is not to define the thing and give it a name. It is first and foremost to understand the relevant structures and frames of action. In the terms I've been developing, what the public, the workforce, consumers, population all have in common is that they are brought into being by institutionalized frames of action that are inherently bureaucratic and, therefore, profoundly alienating. Voting booths, television screens, office cubicles, hospitals, the ritual that surrounds them. One might say these are the very machinery of alienation. They are the instruments through which the human imagination is smashed and shattered. Insurrectionary moments occur when this bureaucratic apparatus is neutralized. Doing so always seems to have the effect of throwing horizons of possibility wide open. This is only to be expected if one of the main things that apparatus normally does is to enforce extremely limited ones. This is probably why, as Rebecca Solid 2005 has observed, people often experience something very similar during natural disasters. Such moments also seem to unleash the human imagination. At least, revolutionary moments always seem to be followed by an outpouring of creativity, social, artistic, and intellectual. Again, this is not really all that surprising if their main effect is to destroy existing frameworks. One would expect such destruction be followed by a vast outpouring of improvisation from all sides. Normally unequal structures of imaginative identification are disrupted. Everyone is experimenting with trying to imagine unfamiliar points of view. Normally unequal structures of creativity are disrupted. Everyone feels not only the right, but since revolutions bring every sort of emergency, the immediate practical need to recreate and reimagine everything around them. It's understandable that someone who lives through such a moment might experience it as the destruction of artificial boundaries and a reversion to a more natural state of being, one where everyone is able to recuperate their own imaginative powers. In part because this is not entirely untrue. If things are more complicated, it's of course because what happens doesn't happen to individuals. It's a social process. In fact, to a large extent, it is a stripping away of those social constraints that, paradoxically, define us as isolated individuals. After all, for authors ranging from Kierkegaard to Durkheim, the alienation that is the condition of modern life is not the experience of constraints at all, but its very opposite. Alienation is the anxiety and despair we face when presented with an almost infinite range of choices, in the absence of any larger moral structures through which to make them meaningful. From an activist perspective, though, this is simply another effect of institutionalized frameworks. Most of all, this is what happens when we are used to imagining ourselves primarily as consumers. In the absence of the market, it would be impossible to conceive of freedom as a series of choices made in isolation. Instead, freedom can only mean the freedom to choose what kind of commitments one wishes to make to others, and, of course, the experience of living under only those constraints one has freely chosen. Here, I would refer back to Jessica's remark during the consensus training in Chapter 7, on the oddly pleasurable sensation of deciding one's own opinion is not that important. Giving way to the judgment of a larger group can actually be experienced as freedom, as long as one knows one doesn't have to, that one could withdraw one's consent at any time. At any rate, just as during moments of revolution institutionalized structures of statecraft are dissolved into public assemblies and institutionalized structures of labor control melt into self-management, so do consumer markets give way to conviviality and collective celebration. Spontaneous insurrections are almost always experienced by those taking part as carnivals, an experience that those planning mass actions, as we've seen, are often quite self-consciously trying to reproduce. Obviously, none of this is a simple reversion to a state of nature. New social relations have to be improvised and produced, and doing so tends to involve its own kind of fagging, often half-conscious, fetishism. 153, of which puppets and spells are only the most obvious examples. It's hardly coincidental that so many primitivists, who are the most rigorous in their rejection of any possible form of alienation, and who really do believe it's possible to revert to a state of nature, do not disguise their contempt for puppets as useless frippery. They are much more interested in the symbolic power of smashing frames than with building them up again. The urge for destruction is also a creative urge. Still, as I've said, this is the moment where one comes face to face with the power of collective creativity, which, for activists, is the very basis of the real, and which, like any ultimate power in an anarchist cosmology, has to be simultaneously awesome and ridiculous. All this makes it easier to see why some might consider the whole project of giving a name to the revolutionary multitude, and then beginning to look for the dynamic forces that lie behind it, as the first step of that very process of institutionalization that must eventually kill the very thing in whose name it would wish to speak. Subjects, publics, peoples, workforces, are created by specific institutional structures, that are essentially frameworks for action. They are what they do. What revolutionaries do is to break those frames to create new horizons of possibility, an act that then allows a radical restructuring of the social imagination. This is perhaps the one form of action that cannot, by definition, be institutionalized. As the Collectivo Situaciones in Argentina has suggested, it might be better to speak here not of constituent but of destituent power. If there is a way to institutionalize this experience, this giddy realignment of imaginative powers, it is precisely through the experience of direct action. This is, after all, what those who organize festivals of resistance are quite intentionally trying to bring about, everything that is most powerful in the experience of spontaneous insurrection. The effect, though, is as if things are happening in reverse. In the case of an insurrection, one begins with battles in the streets, outpourings of popular effervescence and festivity. Then one moves on to the sober business of creating new institutions, councils, decision-making processes, and ultimately the reinvention of everyday life. At least, such is the ideal, and there have been many moments in human history where something like that has begun to happen, though such spontaneous creations always seems to end being subsumed within some new form of bureaucratic state. The direct action movement, one might say, proceeds precisely in the other direction. Often, the participants get involved through subcultures that are all about reinventing everyday life. Even if not, one starts from the development of new forms of decision-making, councils, assemblies, process, and uses them to plan the street actions and popular festivities. Part I of this book provides a detailed account of such an effort, one which did, in fact, culminate in a near-insurrectionary situation, a kind of modest popular uprising in working-class neighborhoods of the city of Quebec. Still, no one involved seriously considered the possibility that they might trigger the revolution in the traditional messianic sense. Even those who labor to create the conditions for insurrection do not see them as making fundamental breaks in reality, but more as something almost along the lines of momentary advertisements, or better, foretastes, experiences of visionary inspiration for a much slower, painstaking effort to create alternatives. It's here I would emphasize above all the influence of feminism. Historically, the contemporary anarchist emphasis on process emerged, as I observed in Chapter 5, more than anything else from organizational crises in feminist collectives in the late 1960s and early 1970s. This is what finally drove organizers to begin looking seriously at Quaker practice, and, eventually, developing the whole apparatus of affinity groups, spokes councils, consensus, and facilitation. Even more, one can see the emphasis of feminism in the whole direction of the movement. Situations do not create themselves. There's an enormous amount of work involved. For much of human history, of course, what has been taken as politics has consisted of a series of theatrical stages, and dramatic performances carried out upon them. One of the great gifts of feminism to political thought has been to continually remind us of the people making and preparing and cleaning those stages, and, even more, maintaining the invisible structures that make them possible, who have, overwhelmingly, been women. The normal process of politics is to make all these people disappear. One might say that one impact of feminism on direct action circles has been to foster a new political ideal that aims to efface the difference. To put it another way, this new ideal insists that action is only genuinely revolutionary when the process of production of situations is just as liberating as the situations themselves. The entire process becomes an experiment, one might say, in the realignment of imagination, in the creation of truly non-alienated forms of experience. The obvious problem is that, while those operating in the wake of a successful insurrection are operating in the temporary absence of state power, those employing direct action strategies are not. As we've seen, this makes things infinitely complicated. Embedded structures of oppression, race, class, gender also take a considerable toll. The common pattern of exaltation and burnout that activists so often experience seems related to this. Those drawn into the movement tend to react first with a sense of wonder, of almost infinite horizons, on discovering that radically egalitarian forms of organization are possible, then, a growing exhaustion in the face of state repression, and a growing sense of exasperation as they discover the endless petty troubles, subtle forms of domination, and dilemmas of privilege that still endure. Still, there are ways in which the existence of larger structures of domination is actually an advantage. They keep one from forgetting why one got involved to begin with. As I emphasized in Chapter 7, activist practice is largely defined, and continually refined, in relation to the experience of hierarchical alternatives. While putting together this book, for example, I was talking with one of the activists who had been most fervently involved in the Dan Women's Caucus, and was surprised to discover that most now felt their objections had been overblown. "I don't think Dan was really sexist," Marina remarked to me. "We probably made more of an issue out of all that than we really should have." Considering the passion of the debates at the time, I found this a bit surprising. But then, most had since gone on to union jobs, or graduate school, and Dan was probably looking far better in retrospect. The one way that structures of domination really do make the project difficult is precisely in the realm of the imagination, above all, in the chokehold of mainstream media. Political ontologies of violence dominate popular discourse as never before. Worse, most Americans are unaware that a movement dedicated to transforming the world through direct action even exists. Insofar as they are, it would be impossible to develop any broad sense of what they're about unless, that is, they were willing to literally spend days surfing the internet. Actions need to be experienced before the work of contaminationism can actually find effect, and, while there's reason to believe this is slowly happening, that social movements of this sort have been transforming the experience of daily life across the world in countless, very important ways. Here feminism is certainly the most dramatic example. The institutional structures prove surprisingly difficult to build in any enduring way. The infrastructure remains embryonic. On terror I thought I might end, then, with a few words about global politics. Perhaps some of these terms can provide a fresh perspective on recent historical events. So far, I have largely avoided discussing the significance of September 11 and the subsequent War on Terror, other than to remark that any attempt to return to the kind of full-scale war mobilization typical of the period between 1914 and 1989 was unlikely to succeed. Let me try to be a little more specific about what I think is the larger historical context. This is tricky, as history is moving rapidly and social theorists tend to be notoriously bad at predicting the future. For all I know, the world's situation will have transformed dramatically in the 1 or 2 years before this book actually comes to print. Still, some things are clear enough. The first is that the movement described in this book is just one very small element of what might be called a vast global uprising against neoliberalism, one that might be traced back to the Zapatista uprising in Chiapas in 1994, and which first struck American shores in a significant way in Seattle in November 1999. While only a scattered minority of participants ever called themselves anarchists, principles developed in the anarchist tradition, the rejection of strategies based on ending state power, the development of new forms of direct democracy, principles of horizontally, associationalism, autonomy, self-organization, and mutual aid made this the largest self-conscious flowering of anarchist ideas in history. It quickly developed in an explicitly anti-capitalist direction. It was also startlingly effective. If it began to run into problems, it was much as in the case of the similarly organized anti-nuclear campaigns in the 1970s, because they achieved their immediate goals much faster than anyone involved had really anticipated. It's a tribute to the success of the movement that most of us have already forgotten the kind of rhetoric being thrown about in the late 1990s, that supercharged free market capitalism was now proven to be the only possible way to do anything, that free trade and free markets were inexorable, but also revolutionary forces, that anyone who disagreed with any part of this program could be treated as almost literally insane. It's also hard to remember any previous time when politicians and media pundits had reached such an absolute consensus. Speaking as someone who first became involved in the movement in the immediate aftermath of Seattle, I can assure the reader that, in early 2000, almost no one I knew in Den imagined they would be able to destroy this Washington consensus in 1 or 2 years. Most of us assumed it would probably take a decade. Instead, the whole apparatus instantly collapsed. What seems to have happened is that global elites panicked, and, when global elites panic, their usual instinct is to start a war. It doesn't really matter who the war is directed against. The point is that war changes the rules of engagement with one's domestic opponents. Radicals find their moderate allies become terrified of appearing unpatriotic, most abandon their coalitions, opposition political parties feel forced to adopt the war agenda, the populace is far more willing to tolerate the violent suppression of dissent. All of this happened in 1914, and the formula worked so well it was maintained, in one form or another World War, Cold War, until 1989 or 1991. Since then, it's as if history has been replaying again in a very fast cycle. The anarchists reappeared, the resultant global movement was extraordinarily effective in terrifying the capitalist elites. Within just a few years those elites played their trump card, followed by all the usual effects. During the actions against the World Economic Forum in February 2002, in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, the direct action groups were effectively abandoned by all their existing allies, from labor unions to NGOs. They carried out the action anyway, though they weren't really able to pull off more than a march in the face of massive repression. The repression, in turn, grew worse and worse. By the time of the FTAA meetings in Miami, the government felt it could unleash an order of brutality, the extensive use of tasers, sweeping activists illegally off the streets and subjecting them to systematic torture that they clearly hadn't felt they could get away with before the war. At the same time, similar things are happening overseas, even in countries largely outside the bounds of the war on terror. Still, there's every reason to assume this project will not prove viable. History still appears to be operating in rapid motion. Public support for the conflict in Iraq waned much faster than support for any comparable land war in the last century. The US simply doesn't have the economic resources to maintain the new imperial project. Already we're seeing much of Latin America increasingly radicalized as the US was too tied down to meaningfully intervene. I think some of the points raised earlier about the rules of engagement, and the difference between armies and police, might be useful in trying to understand this now, perhaps, mercifully passing peculiar historical moment, of the so-called War on Terror. What the United States has been attempting to impose on the world in its name is not really a war at all. It is of course a truism that, as nuclear weapons proliferate, declared wars between states no longer occur, and all conflicts come to be framed as police actions of one sort or another. But it is also critical to bear in mind that police always see themselves as engaged in a war largely without rules, against an opponent without honor, towards whom one is not, therefore, obliged to act honorably, and that ultimately cannot be won. States always tend to define their relation to their people in terms of some kind of unwinnable war, and the American state has been one of the most flagrant in this regard. In recent decades we have seen a war on poverty degenerate into a war on crime, then a war on drugs stay first to be extended internationally, and finally now a war on terror. As this sequence makes clear, the latter is not really a war at all, but an attempt to extend this same, internal logic to the entire globe. It is an attempt to declare a diffuse global police state. Not one on the model of a nation-state, certainly, but neither, I suspect, along the lines of Hart and Negri's 2000, centerless humanitarian empire thoughts, more a European project at the moment, though of course open for revival. Nation-states, after all, were always something of an historical anomaly, if not an impossible ideal. Almost the moment an attempt was made to extend the logic of the nation-state to the entire world, to cover the entire planet with a grid of independent, sovereign nation-states, the whole project began to fall apart. Bush's project looked more like an imperial state in a much older sense, something like Rome in its final days, universal, predatory, sporadic but overwhelming in its use of violence, a state to which everyone had to claim allegiance, even Goths and Huns, at the same time as they were plotting to destroy it. However it works out though, in the final analysis it was ultimately created far more in reaction to the success of our diffuse global uprising than to the threat of Osama bin Laden, even if the latter certainly provided the ultimate convenient excuse. It was just that, on a global scale as well, moral political struggle had created rules of engagement that make it very difficult for the US to strike out directly at those it would most like to strike out against. Point 154. If one were to put it in the terms suggested in the last section, one might say glibly, no doubt, that just as the structure of violence most appropriate for a political ontology based in the imagination is revolution, so the structure of imagination most appropriate for a political ontology based in violence is, precisely, terror. One could add that the Bushes and bin Ladens are working quite in tandem in this regard. It is significant, I think, that if Al-Qaeda does harbor some gigantic utopian vision, a recreation of the old Islamic Indian Ocean diaspora, a restoration of the caliphate, mass conversion, they haven't told us much about it yet. Still, this is a bit simplistic. To understand the American regime as a global structure, and at the same time to understand its contradictions, I suspect one would have to return to the cosmological role of the police in American culture. It is a peculiar characteristic of life in the United States that most American citizens, who over the course of the day try to avoid any possibility of having to deal with police or police affairs, can normally be expected to go home and spend hours watching dramas that invite them to see the world from a policeman's point of view. Over the course of the 1960s, police abruptly took the place once held by cowboys in American entertainment. Point 155. And, by now, these images of American police are being relentlessly exported to every corner of the world, alongside their flesh and blood equivalents. What I would emphasize here, though, is that both are characterized by an extra-legal impunity that, paradoxically, makes them able to embody a kind of constituent power turned against itself. The Hollywood cop, like the cowboy, is a lone maverick who breaks all the rules, which is permissible, even necessary, since he is always dealing with dishonorable opponents. In fact, it is generally the cop who engages in the endless property destruction that, as I've noted, provides so much of the pleasure of Hollywood action films. In other words, police are the heroes in part because they are the only figures who can systematically ignore the law. It is constituent power turned on itself because cops, on screen or in reality, are never trying to create anything. They are simply maintaining the status quo. In a sense, this is the most clever ideological displacement of all, the perfect complement to the aforementioned privatization of consumer desire, against which the puppets stand in festive protest. Insofar as the popular festival endures, it has become pure spectacle, as the situationists would say, with the role of master of the potlatch granted to the very figures who, in real life, are in charge of ensuring that any actual outbreaks of popular festive behavior are violently suppressed. Like any ideological formula, however, this one is extraordinarily unstable, riddled with contradictions, as the initial difficulties of the U.S. police in suppressing the globalization movement so vividly attest. It seems to me more a way of managing a situation of extreme alienation and insecurity that itself can only be maintained by systematic coercion. Faced with anything that remotely resembles creative, non-alienated, experience, it tends to look as ridiculous as a deodorant commercial during a time of national disaster. The anarchist problem remains how to bring that sort of experience, and the imaginative power that lies behind it, into the daily lives of those outside the small autonomous bubbles they have already been able to create. This is a continual problem. There's no way to be sure it's even possible. But there seems every reason to believe that, were it possible, the power of the police cosmology, and with it, the power of the police themselves, would simply melt away. Direct Action, an Ethnography by David Graeber.